Okay, everybody, it is now 9:30, so it's time for the inquiry to resume. The usual announcements, mobile phones, please, if you could switch those to silent, be appreciated. If we hear the fire alarm, it will be the real thing, so we have to go out of one of the two fire exits, down the stairs, and we congregate in the council's car park, and we don't come back until we're told it's safe to do so. Everybody all right with stairs? Yes? Yes, good. All right, thank you very much. Now, a bit bad news, I'm afraid. So, we've been through the timetable.
I thought you were going to say this.
And unfortunately, well, the long and short of it is, I won't hold you in suspense any longer. The long and short of it is that we are 2 weeks short.
2 weeks?
2 weeks short, yeah. So, and that's without your time estimates, but I don't think that will make any difference, actually, to be quite honest. So we get to Mr. Bashforth. I think we have a day. Is it a day for Mr. Bashforth before we get to that week when only you and the council can come?
Oh, I see. That's the week 13.
Yeah. And everybody else is probably on holiday or away or can't do it.
Yeah.
So we we have to think what we're going to do and when we're going to do it, basically, and that's really what message I have to pose to you. Yes, Mr. Young.
Yeah, do you know what? I think you're right. We've got some. Yeah, I think.
It is a joint effort with the programme officers. So yes.
I
anyway,
think.
Thank you.
Good to know.
You're grabbing the bull by the horns and just being, upfront about it. And I think you're absolutely right. I think the amounts of things we've got to get through.
Yeah.
I think viability is going to be quite a big topic.
So do I.
And I think in 3 days might be not enough, and we need to do that before planning.
Yes.
So I've got a suggestion, which is just something for you to obviously consider. Instead of trying to squeeze in a Monday or a bit more time in the evening, or getting into when we know people have got existing family holidays, and
we can't do that.
yeah, exactly. I mean, it's all very well to talk about supporting diversity and everything, but then go, but would you mind just skipping your holidays? No, is the answer to that. So I think 2 weeks at the start of September is probably the answer.
Well, I have to say that, Mr. Young, we came to exactly the same conclusion.
I can't.
We didn't think that August would really... And anyway, I think the council has another inquiry, don't you, Mr. Dygan?
Yes, we do.
So that's going to... How long is that going to be?
I need to check that.
Yeah. And we obviously have to check all sorts of things like room availability and stuff, but what I'd like you to do, please, is to check your diaries and availability of your witnesses and all the rest of it for all the relevant ones for September.
Got bad news, which is I know that September's not going to work.
No.
But anyway, we'll do it properly rather than trying to do diaries now. But we'll come back to you all properly.
No.
I'll just sound the what's the right word? A note of support one more time before we get into looking at autumn closings for roundtables on viability and costs, because I appreciate that. I mean, I remain, for what it's worth, of the view that actually we could do both viability and costs in, say, a day and a half in total if we did it all round table. And I know I've raised it before, and I know you're not keen on it, and that's fine. And obviously, if that's
Well, I'm not. I won't do that.
fine.
I'm
I'll
afraid.
stop raising.
Sorry.
And the other thing that I was going to bang a drum for was, although I appreciate this is maybe the sound of a barrel being scraped now, but anyway, is the idea of thinking about costs. Moving away from costs. The idea of thinking about closings other than in the sort of traditional let's all sit here for 3 or 4 days way. I mean, there are different ways we could do it, but there might be more time efficient ways of doing it than that, even if we were all here and they were sort of maybe taken as read and you asked us questions or something. But I appreciate if we're talking about 2 weeks, that's only going to be a marginal saving, but we've still got at the moment
Exactly.
Well, we've got
It
4.
isn't the closings, is it really?
Well, it's 4 days of it is closings, which is a
we
week.
might be able to do it in less than that. I
Okay.
think that's generous. I think probably
Fair enough.
it depends on you, really, doesn't it? But I know how long closings can be. Put it like that. You know, if you want a day for closings, obviously we can't. But I mean, if it's going to be, you know, I sort of think maybe. Well, I mean, it's been a long inquiry, hasn't it? So, you know, but we might be able to do it in 3 days. You know, but that's not really going to make an awful lot of difference. We might be able to, you know, hopefully we can save a bit of time, but we can't save 2 weeks, I don't think. So. You say about doing it in different ways. I'm never keen on having an inquiry in person, especially with the amount of public interest as this one, and then going and doing closings online.
No,
I think
sure.
that, if nothing else, people, third parties and people, in my experience, a lot of people often want to come to that.
Sure.
They might not, of course, you know, we just don't know. But I just think that doing it online is just not the right thing to do in a high-profile inquiry like this that's been held in person. Fine for COVID, but, you know.
So in terms of what we need to arrange, obviously we'll maybe talk to the programme officers offline, but is it, in terms of availability, for another week or two?
Well, we could split the weeks up. I mean,
sure.
I wouldn't be adverse
in terms
to
of
that.
would it be the plan? Would we be talking about basically? It would be. Would it be planning 106 conditions and closings that we'd be looking in terms of availability for people? That's who we'd be looking to secure.
Yes, that's right.
Okay, so
Yeah.
that we'll take that away.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I do accept what you say about round tables. Normally, I'm quite keen on them, but I've told you that the preparation time I've got for that viability.
I'm not going to.
It's not actually anything I can do about, because it's the way that this has been structured.
I'm not pushing it. I totally I get that.
I don't think I could be on the ball enough to actually be able to do it in half a day, put it like that. So
2 questions, I think.
What? Well, thank you. We'll do some proper sitting down with diaries, and we'll try and get some group emails going and come back to you.
Can I ask for some clarification and also manage some expectations? If we were to look at the current timetable,
yes,
where are you envisaging we will get up to
what we're
in the time that we've currently set, just so that we know what's left?
For the actual current one, which was sort of hot off the press this morning, which you probably haven't
Sure,
seen.
right.
We Friday the 25th of July, which is our last official day.
Yeah.
We had Mr. Bashforth still in chief, with a possibility of starting cross-exam, I think. But my thought would be, if we do so that's as far as we would get.
Yeah.
I think that's a bit optimistic. We might be able to do a day of Mr. Bashforth in chief, but if we have a long break, I'd be quite wary of doing that. I think I'd prefer to hear Mr. Bashforth all at once. So I'd probably finish, therefore, after Mrs. Dickinson.
Yeah.
Who is actually programmed to finish on the Friday. But I mean, you know, that leaves, it's very tight before that, so we might very well not even get that, you know.
Understood. That's partly just to know who needs to be available, and also for preparation. So
yeah, so it's really the planning for the applicants, and obviously for any cross-examination, and then conditions, section 106, which is no mean thing, because conditions in section 106 is going to be a big thing, you know, that everybody will want to have a say in. So, you know, it's going to take a little while, and then the closings and so forth as well.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. That was the first thing. The second thing is, just to manage expectations, when you have our dates back, we will have insurmountable difficulties for at least part of September.
Well, so will we. So I think perhaps what we need to do, or all of us, not with the behind the scenes with the programme officer, is start looking September, October, November, just so we're all absolutely clear on what's available, and then we try and collate, as you say, 2 weeks, when all the barristers, we need to get the Duchy involved, obviously, and everyone else is here.
Sorry? Yeah, yes, we will, yes. Yes.
do that. Maybe if we could have the weekend to be doing that, and
Well, you'll need
we're
to
away
talk
next
to your
week.
chambers, won't you, and so forth. I mean, I would say probably realistically, if we could sort it out by next Tuesday.
Yeah. So we could
Day
come back
Tuesday,
to you
you
all.
can give me some dates.
We'll give you two are there any
I'll
dates?
come to you in a minute, Mr.
Oh,
Young.
sorry.
No, it's all right. You carry on.
I was just going to say, are there, as a bit of a heads up for us, are there any ones that you would wish us to avoid in the autumn at the moment? Any non-starters from your point of view?
I prefer it. There's a week in October, which is the Scottish half term.
Yes.
But I can't remember the dates at the moment.
Okay, we'll try and avoid the half-term week in October.
Yeah, but it's a Scottish one, so
Oh, right.
it's different from the English one.
We can find that out.
Rather annoyingly.
I should probably
But
put a
apart from
marker down that for October I will have real difficulties for any dates
well-
in October.
It's going to be right. We're going to have to we'll take it offline and see what we can.
Yeah. Of course.
I assume, because I assume that you're asking for individual dates of availability rather than common dates of availability, because there might be a way of rearranging the timetable so that, you know, if Mr. Warren is only free on a certain day, then the Duchy comes and cross-examines on that day and so on.
We'll be as flexible as we can.
Yeah.
But I'd like you to consider also, if you can't do a 2-week consecutive slot, then we could have 2 weeks.
Yeah.
So I think that would be worth looking at.
Yeah.
Yeah? Mr. Young?
The observation is obviously the Secretary of State has called this in, and she wanted it to be dealt with quickly. Yeah, I mean, and the timescale that was suggested was reflective of the Secretary of State's interest.
I absolutely understand that.
Yeah,
You would do.
and therefore my observation would be, not to you but to others in the room, that we really, I think, should be aiming to resolve this as quickly as possible. Why am I saying that? Because we need to be clear about what is a genuine constraint. Barristers hopefully do not regard site visits, conferences, etc. to be a constraint. I certainly don't. And in addition, other cases. People may be booked for other cases. I was booked for an appeal at a place called Colney Heath, although my good friend Mr. Simons was able to do it when I couldn't. Mr. Banner does lots of my Persimmon cases. The significance and importance of this case cannot be lost on anybody, and the importance and significance of the Secretary of State's own influence in government will not be lost on anybody after yesterday. So I would urge people to recognise that other cases may not be as important as this one, and that somehow clients can get over having their first choice barrister. I think we should finish this in September. And the constraints, I think, will need to be explained, because if we're going to, in a multi-party, multi-barrister banquet, going to be trying to find, even a week where we are all there, we could be into next year. I, for one, will move, to finish this, I will move other cases that people think I'm going to do, because, surprise, surprise, other barristers can do them.
Okay, well, that's actually quite well said, if I may say so. And I think it is a very good point. The Secretary of State is, by the speed of the call-in, which we all know, is obviously very keen to get this sorted out as soon as possible, one way or the other. So I do think that everybody should make the effort, and it also makes it terribly difficult to, start reporting until I've really got the whole case, or all the cases. So September would really be my preference. I've got a few things, but I will move anything that I've got, so I can say I'm available in September, and I'm just hope that everybody will be cooperative. I'm sure you will.
Thank you.
Yeah, again, to manage expectation, I will not be able to do the first 2 weeks of September, for at least the first 2 weeks, because I'm going into hospital in August.
No, okay, well,
I won't
obviously
be,
that's
yeah.
a completely different matter.
Okay.
Yeah, no, but, yeah, okay, well, I'll
We'll take
leave
that
it
away.
at that, I
Thank
think.
you.
And if everybody could do their best, I think that would be greatly appreciated. All right.
So yeah.
Yes. And so could you please get your dates by Tuesday lunchtime, please?
Yeah.
Yeah. To the programme officers, obviously.
Thank you.
Right, thank you all very much. So we better get on with it, hadn't we? Good. All right. So we're going to start with Mr. Wild now.
We are.
Has anyone got anything else that wants
Oh,
to
I
say?
should just say one thing. Mr. Bell, behind the scenes, asked me about putting in whether or not it would be all right for him to put in an appeal decision from Wychavon, and the short answer is that's fine. I think he'll explain. But I think the purpose is to put some questions to Mr. Wild about it. I've got no objection to it going in, but I'll just let him mention it.
So, Madam, yes, it's an appeal decision that Mr. Bamber referenced, although not by name. He said there was an appeal decision, and, Madam, it wasn't before the inquiry at that point. I wasn't able to speak to Mr. Bamber, obviously, about it because he was in kind of purdah whilst giving evidence. Having spoken to him yesterday, having had a look at the decision, there are a couple of points in it that I'd like to put to Mr. Wild. I've explained what those points are briefly to Mr. Simons, and I'll send a copy of the appeal to the programme officer this morning. And once you've had a look at it, if you're content for it to be admitted into the inquiry, I'd be very grateful. They're only short points.
I should, just to be, Mr. Wild's not seen it, but I don't think it matters because it won't be till 2 weeks' time or whenever when he gets cross-examined. So he'll have time over the break to read it. So,
Okay.
So that's fine.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm sure that'll be fine.
Yeah.
I'll have a look. But
Thank you.
and you will. I'm happy. The various things you wanted to you thought you might want to cross-examine on, didn't you? So you wanted to cross-examine on the viability. The Kent County Council's viability witnesses, didn't you?
So, Madam, yes, I just need to finalise some instructions on that. I've had a quick chat with Mr. Young this morning, but once I've had an opportunity to speak to Councillor Bonney in a bit more detail, I'll be in a position.
All three of them?
I don't think it will be all three of them, but I just need to take some final instructions.
Okay. I mean, I've got no particular objection to that. Hopefully, Kent County Council won't have. I don't know.
No, and anybody can ask my witnesses anything they like, as long as it's relevant.
All right, then, thank you. Socioeconomic, you wanted to cross-examine?
So, yes, I've had confirmation that we do want to cross-examine the applicant's witness on socioeconomic.
That's Mr.
Is it Birchall? I don't know.
Sorry. Yeah. We've got it's Mr. Dobson. You mean from
yes.
Tom Dobson from Quad is our socioeconomics witness.
Yes.
There's no. I mean, not that we need. Obviously, there's no objection, but there isn't any objection. I mean, I appreciate the Rule 6 body hasn't put in.
Well, that was going to be my point. You haven't put any evidence
we don't, and I do kind of expect to a degree that, given the very technical nature of it, that Mr. Pereira and Mr. Rhymes will probably take any of the points that we want to take, but I asked to reserve about half an hour or so for any questions that we may have.
Okay, but you haven't put in any evidence,
No,
have you?
Madam.
So that would be a bit unusual, wouldn't it?
Madam.
Well, let's hope that perhaps Mr. Pereira or Mr. Rhymes actually asked the points you wanted.
I'm sure they'll cover it all.
All right, and then the final person you wanted to cross-examine was Dickinson on affordable housing, which you have put some evidence in.
Yes.
So I don't see any objection.
There's
to that.
no objection at all. No. No.
So as long as they're sensible points on socioeconomics, I wouldn't have an objection, but not to repeat what the council's going to
Yes.
ask, as you know. All right, thank you very much. Right then, anything else? No?
Right.
So shall we go to Mr. Wild, if you'd like to introduce your
Absolutely. Mr. Wild, turn your microphone on. Here we go.
Good morning.
You are John Wild. You've already spoken at the inquiry a few times, but in particular during the Prow session. But, Mr. Wild, this is the opportunity for you to give your evidence on highways and transport, of which there is, as we've seen, quite a lot to say. So this is day one of your examination in chief. You will go in a minute to what you're going to cover in your examination in chief, because it will be quite long, so the inspector's got a sense of the key sort of direction of travel. But just before we do, would you mind introducing yourself? You've got on page 8 of your proof of evidence and following, there's a section introduction to you where you set out who you are and where you come from. But just in terms of the key headlines of your background and qualifications, could you just summarise it all for the inspector?
Yeah, certainly. In my proof, I refer to myself as a transport planner and traffic engineer. So I just over 25 years experience now in the field. I originally worked for one of the larger multidisciplinary consultancies with a particular focus on sort of strategic modelling, projects such as that, both in the UK and did a stint in Asia, in a couple of countries in Asia doing that. And then latterly I've, after that experience, tend to focus towards more in the development planning industry, focusing on both public and private sector development, which has really been the mainstay up until about 12, 13 years ago, setting up a practice with a colleague, which is a multidisciplinary practice.
This is Charles and Associates.
Charles and Associates.
This is you founded it with a colleague.
Yes. 2012 and 13. So that is we're multidiscipline focused, but my main strength is transport planning and highway design. But we are a practice that really tries to kind of live through the development cycle. So we get involved in really early preliminary stage site appraisal, site promotion, but we also stay on board in developments through to the sort of realisation and the emergence on the ground. So the more the real engineering, if you put it that way, the actual spades in the ground, because I think it's, without wanting to do a business pitch, part of this is fulfilling the promises we set during the planning process and actually being there to deliver them and actually ensure that they are realised and they actually work. Because sometimes there is a belief, I think, that promises are made and aren't delivered, and therefore we sort of want to be there to see them happen and make sure that what we promise actually does come to fruition.
Zooming in just to this particular proposal, we'll go in later to what's actually happened over the years of your involvement in this proposal and the different stages of its iterations and all of that. But your own involvement in a nutshell, how long have you been involved? When did you come to be involved and in what capacity over time?
Well, I might just actually start. My involvement in work in Swale goes back a distressingly long period of time. I realised the other day that I think I worked on a project, say, 20 years ago before the Northern Relief Road as we see it was built. And that was in local plan promotion some years ago. And I'll come on later on, I think, to being involved in projects, strategic projects through the current local plan as adopted. And really my involvement with this particular project started around that time.
Around what sort of time?
Around sort of 2016, 2017, when we're at the sort of the back end of the adoption of the current local plan, and then the start of building the process towards what the local plan review, which is something I'll touch on in due course. So really, I think it comes from the inception of the applicant's involvement in this project, from the very first days.
And we see your JW initials sort of strewn across in this inquiry, lots and lots and lots of documents with your firm's name on them, the different TAs, the technical notes, of which there have been innumerable. That's you've had, have you, involvement in the highways documentation that's been produced for the last few years?
Yeah, so it's a large project. It's been a big team. I've had two hats on during this process. One as if you will, the client lead on the multidiscipline provision, but primarily focused on the transport and highways elements as the if you want, the discipline lead on the project as well.
Right then. Now, after just a few more points of general background, what I'm going to ask you about, and this is just most of all for the inspector's benefit, so she has a flavour for what we're going to do. I'm going to ask you about some of the history and essentially how things have come to be as they are now, the derivation of the proposals for the roads that are on offer through this scheme. I suspect, given the amount of history, that's going to take some time, but anyway, do that. After the history, I'm going to ask you about what we'll call the optioneering process. So how did you come, in a sense, to fix on the roads as proposed, obviously with a focus on the roads, given what your specialism is? The proposal before the inspector, so that's that. After that, I'm going to ask you about the sustainable transport strategy, which is self-explanatory as a topic, really, and obviously something Mr. Bamber and Mr. Weaver had things to say about, but I'll ask you to explain it, the different parts of it, and also as part of that, what vision-led transport planning is. That'll be. After that, I'm going to ask you to do a tour, as it were, for the inspector, of the key parts of the highways infrastructure in a way that we have done in parts earlier on in the landscape bit of the inquiry. North to south, I think, is the way you want to do it.
I think it's possibly good to contextualise. I realise you weren't present, but to contextualise it with the site visit, and I think we went north to south, so I think possibly
that's
useful.
Do. Doesn't matter whether we go north, anyway, as long as we do it all.
The same route we took,
so
really.
We'll go north to south. That might not be today, but we'll see. We'll see how we go. We'll do a proper tour, looking at the different aspects. There's been an opportunity also for you to come back on some of the points that have been made about different components of that infrastructure as we go. After we've done that, and it sort of makes sense because we'll end at the bottom then if we go north to south, I want to ask you about the motorway junction and what the concept is for that. Having done that tour through the scheme, I want to ask you about impacts and you know, if for shorthand, I might just say 116 questions really. So what are the residual cumulative impacts on the highways network? Not only what they are, but given what Mr. Weaver was talking about yesterday, how have they been assessed? What was the modelled basis for it, or different bases, all of that. So impacts, including modelling. And that will almost certainly be next, or a week or two away. After that, I want to ask you about the approach to mitigation. And beyond that, I'll ask you specifically about some of the matters that came out of, in particular, but not only, Mr. Bamber's evidence. So in this order, Woodstock Road, A2, Lower Road, so-called rat running, and then we'll end on some comments on the key parts of the 106 that are relevant to your evidence. Obviously, we'll have a session on that separately, but relevant some of the things you want to say. So 106, and then finally, I'll ask you about your conclusions as against the critical MPPF paragraphs, and that will be some point in 2032, I think, that we get to that part of your no, that was a joke. So maybe not a good joke given what we've been talking about today. Right then, so
all the points that Miss Bonnie made that you said that you were going to pick up.
Well, I'm hoping we will be able to pick them. We are planning to pick them up along the way.
I have listened to pretty much all sessions and taken copious notes.
No, that's fine.
And hopefully I'll try to pick them up as I go through, but maybe there might be some tidying up.
Right.
Just on that, could I just say, we have made a note, very careful note. Mr. Millar was doing that yesterday, of everything that was raised, and I appreciate from the comment that Councillor Bonnie made, she may have felt a little affronted by my suggestion that we wouldn't be answering questions on topics that were not directly relevant to the case. We've got a list of all of those issues, and we will address them. My test of relevance remains, but rest assured, we recognise the importance of answering those questions, not least of all for you in the Secretary of State to know what Kent's position is on these issues. And just for the avoidance of any doubt, and you can take this as an apology, Councillor Bonnie, I understand the relevance of just about everything that you raised. Okay.
Okay. Better put him up then.
Good enough.
Right then. So, is there anything that you'd like to add by way of sort of general introduction now that we've done that roadmap for the inspector before we turn to the first topic, which is going to be the history?
No, I think I could could spend a bit too long talking about myself and experience, so we better timing in mind,
Yes.
crack on to the substance.
Good idea. All right then.
Do you think, do you think 2 days will do it in chief?
I hope so. Yeah. Well, obviously, see how we go. There's a lot to cover, but I think so.
Okay.
Right then, Mr. Wild. Let's make a start. Historical context, which is to say quite a bit. So as I've indicated, this might take a while, but it's obviously really important for the inspector to understand not just what's before her, but why it's before her, and how it's come to this, if you like. So where do we start, in your opinion?
Well, I think, as I said in the introduction stage, I am drawing on quite a lot of professional experience in Swale, which I say now is approaching 20 years. But I think it would be useful. I realise this was touched on by Mr. Young in cross-examination, but I think it might be useful just to look at the, if you want, the strategic context with respect to the LTPs again.
Sure.
I'll try to. I won't go over what was already visited, but I would quite like just to pick up some additional points.
Please do.
First reference, I think, will be to sort of CD 24.7.6 would be quite useful. We're really, it's a very quick point just to refer to, I think, paragraph 17 on page 5.
Let's just all find that. So 24.7.6.
0.7.6, and it's para 17. Oh, I said page 17, apologies.
So let's just all get that.
Yeah, so I think it's actually para 15 onwards. There's just three. It's a very, very simple initial point, really, to PDF page 4, I think it is. Para 15 starts on page 4. But it's really just some narrative there that's provided that just talks about how early in the process discussion about northern relief roads and southern relief roads were being discussed in spatial planning terms.
So it was a reference to the 2008 plan.
Yeah. So referring to that point there, the initial safeguarding of the northern relief road,
right,
and then subsequently discussions, which I'll come back to in terms of the evidence behind some of those decisions that are mentioned here later. But really saying that optioneering and consideration of the link to the A2 to M2 was very much being discussed at that time, right back when the Northern Relief Road as constructed was being proposed.
Which bits about the M2 are you talking about here?
So latterly in paragraph 17 we can talk about some modelling work that was done and referring to the delivery of the Southern Relief Road and why at the time, I think in 2011, the JTP resolved to pursue the Northern Relief Road without the Southern Relief Road. So at the moment, really, I'll come back to this a bit later on for the, maybe the soundness of some of those decisions, but primarily I'm focusing on how far back we go, how far this has been within the historical context of Swale. So it's not a new concept. It's only that I think under Mr. Young's cross-examination, we looked at the 2017 adoption of LTP4, which might give the impression that this is an idea that arose in 2017.
So in your opinion, how far back does it really go? If the inspector's looking to derive the genesis of the idea for the Northern Relief Road?
Well, the Northern Relief Road obviously goes back some time before, because I think it was opened in 2010, the section that we have, so that the genesis for that was some time before, and concept of the Southern Connecting Road were being talked about at the same time. So we are in the region of 20 years.
Okay.
That sort of, in terms of realistic evidence that I can rely on, we can. This is where I can see the starting point in the evidence before us.
Thank you.
And sort of moving from that point again, I think if we just could open up 24.7.4.
24.7.4. 1 sec.
Which is a KCC slightly confusing. It's titled Growth Without Gridlock, but it isn't LTP4. It's an earlier.
Oh, they're both
Yeah.
called.
The name stuck, I think, and carried through from.
It's a catchy name. So this is.
And page 20.
Is this an LTP of its time, or?
It's a preliminary county transport strategy.
Right.
So, and we'll see how that feeds ultimately into LTP4 in a moment.
So this is December 2010 from Kent.
That's correct.
And
yes.
where do you want to go?
So it's actually PDF page 27, which is document page 25.
Sorry, page.
PDF 27. Moment. So Swale, what is it you want to show us about what Kent was suggesting about Swale at this point?
So we can see in here, if we look under the sort of the proposal section, I mean, there is a discussion on the left-hand side which talks about some of the opportunities and constraints in Swale, but really I'm focusing here on, again, thinking about where in county level policy and considerations these ideas of the infrastructure were starting to appear in documentation. So we can see here reference under proposals to the Northern Relief Road extension to the A2, A2 M2 junction 5 capacity improvements, and then below that, so this is on the right hand side above the diagram, expansion of Kent Science Park with possible new link to the M2 South and A2 North. And below that we can see a little simplified diagram showing the sort of red T-shaped bit just north of Batchard is, if you want, the bit of the Northern Relief Road that we have within our scheme, or the applicant has within their scheme, and then obviously Kent Science Park is noted. So this is very much a sort of precursor to LTP4, which I say this is December 2010, I believe it is. So again, just trying to.
So in December 2010, Kent are indicating aspirations for KSP connection to the M2 and, well, essentially completing the Northern Relief Road near Batchild.
And link M2 South to A2 North as well. So
okay, thank you.
So I think we can probably just to save time dispense with going to LTP4, which is where that.
Just the inspector's note, we did look at it through Mr. Young's cross-examination, but the LTP4 document reference, core document 15.12, date 2017, and just without turning it up, in a sentence, what will the inspector see when she goes there again?
Well, essentially a crystallising within the adopted policy of LTP4 from KCC of the aspiration we just discussed in that 2010 document, which just, Mr. Young covered this point, but the LTP is a consulted on and evidence-led exercise.
Might just be worth, I mean, obviously this is mostly for Kent, but just from your understanding of the process, I think it was either Mr. Weaver or Mr. Bamber, or potentially both of them, I think it was Mr. Weaver in particular, who said, in response to the inspector's questions, well, yeah, it might be in the LTP, but I've seen no evidence to support the wider strategic need for a Northern and Southern Relief Road. And the inspector says, well, you're not too impressed with the LTP then, are you? And he said, well, I've just not seen the evidence. I see it's in the LTP. Do you remember that exchange?
Yes, yeah.
You said that the LTP is an evidence-led exercise. I mean, could you expand on that a bit?
Well, obviously, the KCC is the highway and, I would highlight, transport authority, and I'll come on to that point in a moment, for the county. They have extensive experience of the way their network is operating, inundated, no doubt, with concerns from members and residents about the challenges. And the LTP is sort of a crystallisation of all of that evidence collection, fundamentally behind the scenes, if you will, of all of that knowledge and all of that information about how they can, in the case of LTP4, how they can sustain growth in the case of LTP4 without gridlock. So there is a lot of work that goes into the back of that. These things can take a long time to produce. It's something that's done in consultation extensively as well. That's the other key point, that all of the stakeholders are engaged. The relevant parties, quite often ties in with growth aspirations in districts. It has that fundamentally behind it. So it's not just looking at historical issues. It's
Let me
looking.
put it like this: as a transport planner, obviously Mr. Weaver didn't seem too impressed with the LTP, but how much weight do you think it should be given?
I think it has to be given considerable weight in the context of it isn't presented as the finished article on schemes. It is setting the aspiration and the need and the direction, and naturally we follow through processes in a case of publicly funded projects, business cases, scheme appraisals, through to delivery. But it for the stage it is in that process, it is a clear intention of what they consider to be necessary.
LTP4, we've given the reference to the inspector, in particular, just for your note, Madam, it's PDF page 41 has the plan that Mr. Young took us to yesterday already, that shows there the extending of the Northern Relief Road to the A2 and then to the M2, indeed, as it says.
And how much weight did you say you'd give it?
Considerable weight.
Considerable weight. And that was in 2017.
Yes.
That was LTP4 2017.
That's correct.
But of course, that's now been superseded. So we better go. Let's go to the most recent one, the most recent LTP, and that's LTP5.
Yes, which I think is CD 15.13.
Yeah.
Isn't it? Yeah.
So most recent LTP 15.13. I'm pretty sure Mr. Young went to this one as well. I'm sure he did. But anyway, we'll do it again.
Well, there's just a few sort of additional points.
Yep.
Complementary points.
No,
I think.
absolutely. Let's do it.
But just initially, page 7. There will be another. They're the same, actually, luckily, on this. So I think Mr. Young did touch on this, but I just would want to. It was mentioned that this comes forward alongside the MPPF revisions and this paradigm shift in the way we look at transport planning, which is a topic we'll get onto in more detail, I'm sure. But I think I just wanted to highlight that this isn't LTP5 isn't a backward-looking legacy approach to transport. It is very much consistent with and is published in the context of the contemporary government policy.
Where do you derive that from?
Well, so I was initially going to refer to on page 7. There is a discussion here. I think it's page 7. I hope I've got it correct. Where it talks about. Just going to find the page now. If we've got it correct. Excuse me. I just carried forward now. I think it was. Yes. So it was on the last paragraph of the side where it starts off talking about the European Union, but it talks about government policies have been introduced. There are changes to the funding, and we are seeing a longer-term impacts of COVID pandemic and how people work and travel. These are just some of the significant changes that have occurred. So
that last paragraph on page 7.
That's right. Yes.
Okay.
So really, just trying to say that they're talking about carrying over some of the priorities from the previous LTP, but revisiting them in the context of the changing government policies is the key point, but also changing behaviours and travel patterns. So it's very much a contemporary look at this.
And on page 8, same sort of idea, I suppose. There's a reference in the text on the left to these changes have affected all sorts of things, how and when people travel.
Yes,
and then
exactly.
in figure 3, there's on the right hand side. There's this golden thread, and there's reference to aligning the local transport plan with government and council policy.
Yep, that's exactly right. So that headline point of the national government priorities and policy as the sort of input into this process.
Sorry, where's the golden thread?
Figure 3 on the right hand side of page 8 has got a golden thread. It's not a phrase that we don't use as much as we used to.
It's in the last framework, wasn't it? The golden.
Yeah, it was. We've not got that
The
anymore.
present one, I'm not sure.
I don't think it is anymore. But anyway, there's a golden thread here, so Kent think, between the LTP on the one hand and national policy and other things on the other, expressed through this diagram.
That's
Right. So
Yep.
that's the background to this most recent version of the LTP, which is still only, 6 or 7 months old or something.
I think December 24.
Yeah.
The
Okay.
adoption, yep.
So, what in particular then does the LTP have to tell us about that's relevant to your evidence?
Well, again, before getting into the site-specific points, which I think Mr. Young touched on, I think there's also some use in looking at page 13 of the document, which is entitled Section 6, Our Ambition for Transport in the County.
Yeah.
And I think we can read that, or just direct you to it, Marm. You can see that it talks about, in many respects, and without putting words into it, it is an ambition that drifts towards vision. And in fact, the word vision sort of comes up briefly in the context of delivering a Vision Zero road strategy. So it's setting a high-level aspiration for where the county wants to be. So start you're bringing into line with this forward-looking agenda within transport plan, which we'll come to in more detail.
This is the point about vision led in the MPPF sort of thing.
Absolutely. But I think it's useful to see how this the thread, to use the phrase, is already here in the LTP, and it's reflected in what goes forward.
You consider this to be a forward-looking document, then?
Absolutely.
And
yes.
You consider that to be consistent with the thrust of national policy?
Yes, that's what I'm seeing, and that's why I'm sort of trying to direct to these points.
Okay.
And a point I will come on to in terms of the overall context of the document as well, which I have in my evidence, is essentially putting quite a lot of weight actually on the naming of striking the balance, which I sort of co-opt that phrase.
The title of the
title of the document in itself.
Well, why do you put weight on that?
Because if we look at this in the context of LTP4, we can read a lot into a title, but I think it's important because it's not just a catchy phrase, it sets the direction that they're going. Yeah. So growth without gridlock could be looked at as potentially be seen as analogous to this predict and provide. We're trying to avoid congestion, we're trying to provide for it. What LTP5 is doing is saying we have to look at even more look at the holistic transport network, but we have to be cognizant of the challenges, we have to be pragmatic while also being visionary. So it's a hard balance to strike, and I think that's why they've adopted the title Striking the Balance within this document, acknowledging that that there is no one answer to these problems.
It's not just about growth without gridlock anymore. It's a bit more. There's a bit more to it than that.
There's the climate aspects. There's the health aspects, which is referred to in this paragraph. That all ties into how the county seeks to plan for transport holistically. And I think this will come back possibly in.
Be careful how you title your plans. It might get debated. Right then. So moving forward into it, then, which bits of it do you want to draw to the inspector's particular attention? Well,
I think this was something Mr. Young touched on, and I would, just for completeness, while we're in the document, just take to page 77 of the document,
yes.
Which is.
That's the diagram of sitting of swale.
Yes, that's correct. Swale, yeah. And in the context of everything that's just been discussed,
just make sure the inspector's got there.
Apologies.
Right then. Also, we shouldn't forget about the text on the page before, but let's have a look at the plan.
Well, actually, it's a valid point. Actually, I think. Let's start with the plan and work backwards. Because I think what the plan does and has is retention of the aspirations has retention of the aspirations for the delivery of the completion of the Northern Relief Road.
Yeah.
And the link between the A2 and the M2, which, just for simple.
And you derive that from is it the box on the bottom left-hand side?
Just above the inset plan that shows Swale relative to case.
Sittingbourne town traffic congestion relief, including potential new highways routes between the A2 and the M2. That bit. Yeah,
and what I think, one of the things I think is interesting here is the re-emphasis on congestion relief to the town centre.
Yes.
It's looking at the challenges. It's looking at the town centre of Sittingbourne as something that needs to be dealt with, and therefore that's the primary function of these roads, along with supporting growth. But I would just like to turn. I think it's useful with some of the evidence we've done, and I'll come on to in a bit more detail, the text above in page 76.
Yeah.
We need that context, accepting that is in there, and really the sort of the basis for why. Why has it been retained in there? Potentially in a context where you could say, well, we've moved on, we're not building roads now. Everyone, we're just going to have an entirely sustainable travel focused approach. And in the bottom paragraph on the third column, we can see a discussion here about Sittingbourne having a constrained road network, and with the rising population and commercial development. And really here we talk about something which I'll come back to, I suspect, about this. It starts, nonetheless, the focus of traffic movements towards the A24 on the western side of Sittingbourne means traffic pressures for the town centre compounded by a substantial growth. So it's talking about this orientation of routes, radial routes, into and out of Sittingbourne, or from anywhere to the east of Sittingbourne, going through the town. Everything's to the west. If you want to leave the town by car or HGVs, it's to or from the west. That's the only way out. And that's, as I will come on to later on, and I think this is implicit within the LTP as well, really constrains the opportunity for sustainable growth within the town of Sittingbourne. So you can't move forward until you've addressed some of those underlying constraints.
Thank you. I'm going to ask you in a minute to go into a bit more about that, the sort of fundamental challenges that Kent acknowledge about Sittingbourne. But just before we do, could I just take you to one more document reference from Kent just before we do? If you could just turn up, please, core document 15.19. I just want to ask you one question about that. If you would.
Yeah.
15.19, I hope. I've got the right one.
It's just loading.
Yeah.
Growth infrastructure framework.
Yeah, I'll just take you to the right page in just a minute. But have you got that, madam? What? Sorry? And if you could turn into it, please, to PDF page 69, Mr. Wild. Obviously, have you got that,
Yep.
Mr. Wild? You should have at the top left North Kent infrastructure picture. Have you got that heading?
Yep.
Now, of course, as we can see from the headings that follow, this is a document that's Kent-wide, and it also covers all sorts of things that have nothing to do with your evidence, health, social care, education. But there is also a section on transport. If you see on the left-hand side of page 69. Have you got that, madam? Page 69. Oh, nearly. Page 69, North Kent infrastructure picture. And there's all sorts of, of the reference in the transport bit to Lower Thames Crossing, highways improvements, including Ebbsfleet, improvement rail connections, and also long-term to reduce journeys and change patterns for modal shift. Do you see that?
Yeah.
We'll come back to some of that later, obviously.
Yes.
But just on that, on the infrastructure, what are called the infrastructure highlights, which is a nice way of putting it. Among other things, there's the under the heading local road network, which is top right-hand side of the plan.
Yep.
Oh yeah, sorry, yeah. The diet figure 7.2. There isn't there, reference to a number of improvements, including, penultimately, the Sittingbourne Southern Relief Road.
Yes. Yeah, I can see that.
So this is 2018, the Kent Medway Growth Infrastructure Framework, and it sits in the, I suppose it's sort of in the middle of the timeline that you've just been describing. But when the inspector sort of tries to tie all this together, in terms of what Kent have been trying to achieve for the last 15 years plus, 20 years, whatever, what do these documents tell her?
Well, I think this is not a. They've been trying to solve the challenges of transport in Sittingbourne to support growth. That's an easy phrase to say, but it can be it needs consideration and it needs intervention. And I think there has been a theme of saying this is something that needs to be addressed. It needs to be responded to, and it needs to be responded to with infrastructure delivery in this location.
Can we put that away? Thank you. Can we just taking a bit of a step back, and with the focus on the evidence that you give and the figures in your evidence, just give a summary to the inspector of what exactly the problem is that needs solving. That we've seen lots of references to aspirations to solve different things, but what is it all about? You've started to give an answer earlier on that talked about routes in and out of Sittingbourne, but can we just try and nail down precisely what the issues are, in your opinion?
Yeah, I mean, this, again, sort of slightly builds on something Mr. Young was referring to of the sort of box around Sittingbourne, but I think I'd quite like to sort of direct your mum to my evidence, which is 37.7.2.
Is this your
main proof?
Your proof,
Yep.
yeah.
And then page 20, figure 4.2, which, it is page 20.
It is page 20.
Yes, it is page 20, I was right. So figure 4.2 there, which...
These are the AQMA locations.
Well, that's part of the story that's on that figure. So this is indicative. It's illustrative, and it's meant to present a message.
What's the message?
So the message here is to sort of provide an indication of what are the transport and particularly highway constraints to Sittingbourne and Swale more generally, actually. I think actually just above I had a figure in figure 4.1 which actually showed the orientation of junctions to the SRN and particularly to the M2, really showing the sort of two junctions at Faversham and the single junction for Sittingbourne, Sheppey and the adjoining areas.
So that's your figure 4.1.
4.1, yes.
And that shows that Faversham has access to two junctions.
Yep.
And Sittingbourne and the Isle of Sheppey have access in total to one junction.
To the M2, yes. And anything that's orientated for the interconnection via the 249 is all to the west of Sittingbourne. And what the figure 4.2, sorry to jump you around, what that's trying to highlight is what that means with respect to pressure on particularly the A2.
And what does it mean?
Well, it particularly means that everybody who's going anywhere is often forced through the centre of Sittingbourne, and not a huge fan of anecdotal evidence, but possibly our experience here with the noise and hearing things is useful as a reference point, for a more layman's reference point of some of the challenges that manifests in
So Sittingbourne's the sort of the main drag through Swale, as it were.
Yes, exactly, through the A2, and that has consequential impacts, not just in simple traffic terms, but the point that I'll come back onto is it comes back in terms of the opportunities that Sittingbourne can do for other modes. We have some really critical points of attraction: the town itself, the services, the amenities, the railway station, which are all converging along with all of the traffic trying to get in and out of the town into this same central area, creating a conflict, a huge conflict, where all too often the motorist or the
motorist wins.
Motorist wins, and we have a lack of other provision or an environment that's less conducive to it. And then obviously,
that's reflected, is it, in those AQMA? I mean, I know this is a high-level diagram, but
I'm not here as an air quality expert, and obviously that information comes from the wider team.
Yeah.
But we're aware that then manifests itself as air quality challenges, particularly in areas where you've got high traffic volumes in more dense areas, where the spacing between the road and the built form.
So that's figure 4.2.
Yep.
And what about the next figure 4.3?
So figure 4.3 is our attempt, or my attempt, in evidence to visualise what we're trying, or what the county, from their initial aspirations and now within this application, are trying to achieve with the Southern Relief Road. Now, I'll just use that language, Southern Relief Road, Northern Relief Road, just for consistency.
Sure.
My own preference is really that, and really from the beginning of the application, particularly the Southern Relief Road should be being referred to as this movement corridor, which I have to take blame for coining that phrase, because we'll come on to how the evolution of the master plan to move away from being a road building exercise and being actually a placemaking along with all movements considered. But just for ease of reference, I'll continue to refer to that as the Southern Relief Road, because I don't want to confuse everyone.
Righto.
But here we can see with the green arrows, the opportunities opened up by that. We've kept the red markings on there, but hopefully you can see that what I'm trying to get at is that as the green routes become available, you get the relief on the red areas that are shown. So, and I think Mr. Young referred to this as the box around.
Right.
It very clear in phraseology, and again, risk of preempting topics that we may discuss later. This is intended as relief, not bypassing. I think
Could you just ask a stupid question? What's the difference between? Why do you say that? What's the difference between relief on the one hand and bypassing on the other?
I think there's only one real component of this where in any of my evidence or any of the application's evidence we introduce the phrase bypass, and that is with respect to Bapchild, where a conscious decision was made at Bapchild to propose two connections to the Northern Relief Ride either side of Bapchild.
To avoid?
To effectively create a localised bypass of that particularly constrained part of the A2, where otherwise you'd be having to route through the high street.
So more generally, why are you sort of hesitant about using the term bypass for the rest of it?
Well, because the intention of the infrastructure is to provide holistic relief. It's not bypassing something. You know, the relief road isn't in the traditional sense bypassing. I mean, if you go back to examples, I won't go to any specific ones having evidence, but you can quite often find A roads that are on villages, and there's pressure to hop around it.
Hop around the side.
Hop round it, get around that village. That has absolute clear intentions. Take traffic out of that central area.
Right.
Yeah, we say relief because it's relief in the broadest sense. Yeah, yes, relief to traffic, but relief to the network, the transport. And therefore, sounds like a subtle distinction, but I think we'll probably end up coming on to later why that is actually quite an important difference between those two terminologies.
And how, in your view, does this... I appreciate this is a very high-level illustrative plan at figure 4.3, obviously, but how does it sit with the aspirations of Kent expressed through their LTP, well, various ones, but most recently LTP 5?
Well, again, I'm teeing up things that I might say later, but I think it is a proposal that's consistent with, in particular, the aspirations and the objectives within LTP5. And actually, the proposals for the development, I think we may want to touch on at some point, the evolution of the master plan and those proposals
certainly will.
Have in many respects evolved in the way that LTP has evolved, moving from that sort of card-dominated potentially solution to a mixed striking the balance solution. So yeah, very consistent with LTP5.
Now, can we move slightly away from Kent and Kent's history of local transport planning to Swale in particular, and the approach that Swale has taken over the years as a local authority, both through their local planners proper and the evidence that has been around over the years informing different attempts to plan locally. Obviously, we'll do some of this in the planning evidence later in the inquiry. But so far as relevant to you, how have Swale responded themselves or sought to respond to the challenges that you have identified and that Kent have identified over the years?
I think it's a mixed picture, and I think it probably is useful to roll back in time again. Apologies if you don't mind, but roll back the years.
Where do we go to first?
Well, I mean, from my perspective, I sort of pick this up in the adopted plan making. So the now adopted plan.
The local plan itself.
Yes, so the adopted local plan and that process, that plan making process. So I'll come on to some references in a moment.
Sure.
With respect to say the inspector's outcome of that, but just in terms of my own perspective of it. I touched on earlier that I was deeply involved in promotion of an allocated site that's gone through to be constructed, and I think that process, my experience of that process, it was a challenging time. There was an evidence deficit, which I'll touch on at the time, and there was which led to a holistic strategy deficit in that plan. There was quite a lot of trying to fix that. I mean, the scheme I was working on was looking at some some localised solutions to try and help that process get through.
Are you talking about the Wisers Lane scheme?
Yes.
For the inspectors, that the Wisers Lane scheme is a scheme to the south of Sittingbourne that was also a Secretary of State recovered appeal, because although allocated, it ended up having a putative refusal, non-determination appeal. It's in the documents, and actually, as it happens, both Mr. Bamber and Mr. Wilde gave evidence at that inquiry. 600 so homes to the south of Sittingbourne in 2019 was the inquiry.
But sorry, you said there was a evidence deficit in the process. Could you just explain that a bit more, please?
Yeah, certainly. Yeah. So, I was going to come on to in a moment actually to refer to, and it's a good time to answer I won't go over the full details of it, but there were some challenges in terms of modelling evidence that was available.
Talking about transport modelling.
Transport modelling evidence that was available to the council. So there was limited scope really to reliably assess the plan as it came forward and develop strategies. And I won't just go about pointing fingers or anything, but there were challenges that gave rise to. So it wasn't.
Sorry, the transport modelling,
Yes.
on which the presumably the growth strategy was related to, is saying wasn't very good.
Well, it wasn't really practical to apply it in any
Could you
sense.
just explain one? I know you don't want to get into the detail.
No,
but just why wasn't it?
So who provided it for
Yeah.
start?
Well, so it was commissioned, I believe, by Swale, but delivered by KCC in support with KCC, as is quite common to do.
What? So it was KCC's model.
So KCC had some historical models for the area. Unfortunately, they predated, most notably, I think, the delivery of the Northern Relief Road. So they were the modelling platform used to assess and determine that the Northern Relief Road should be constructed. I think it's possibly fair to say that, I don't know the specifics, but I would imagine funding constraints meant that the development of a new model at the time, which was, if you want, revalidated with the Northern Relief Road initial section in place, wasn't possible. So attempts were made to work with what was available, and that didn't really provide the sort of evidence that was appropriate for developing strong strategies during that process. So I touch on my evidence briefly about for another reason, but it relates back to this point that, for instance, that model was predicting very little use by that stage of the Northern Relief Road, and therefore wasn't really very reliable for predicting whether new infrastructure might solve problems. It wasn't a problem per se with the modelling, it was more a problem with time moves on and you need to update those models.
Did the inspector at the time say anything about this in her report?
Yes, so I think it might be worth just pulling up CD 13.2.
This is Inspector Sue Turner.
Oh.
There you go. She knows what she's talking about.
So
13.2.
I closed some of these others.
yes, all the
Yes.
LTPs, yeah,
Thank you.
absolutely.
Right. So 13.2.
Could we just, before we get to the highways bit that I know you want to go to, just sort of en passant, have you got it, madam?
Thank you.
Could we just very briefly, just really just for the inspector's note, we will come back to it later, to this document, but in the main issues start on PDF page 7.
What date was this?
June 17.
What's that?
The date, I think.
Oh, the date, sorry. It was June 2017, yeah.
Yeah, but the actual report was 15, wasn't it?
Oh, yeah. Oh, hang on.
Oh no, that's
No, sorry, no.
17, sorry.
The submission's 15, the examination is 15 and then 17. There's a big gap there, isn't there, in the examination hearings. Then her Inspector Turner's report was June 17.
So page 7.
Yeah, just to note in passing, but it's important. Paragraph main issue number 1 is the need for an early review. And she said at paragraph 18, need for an early ST2 chapter 8, need for a review within 3 years. Short term, plan should be short term in nature. And she says, and this is why I mention it now, the reasons given for this, i.e. this being the need for an early review, the reasons given for this focus largely on viability issues in Sittingbourne and West Sheppey and major constraints on the strategic road network.
Yes.
Just, I mean, we'll come to that highways bit in a minute, but do you know what she's talking about there?
Yes, and I think it's also important, as we'll come on to see, that the latter text says it's not just constraints on the strategic road network as it is connections to the strategic road network. So some of the text that's come on to later. So there were a mix of problems.
She's talking about the M2, the
well,
A249.
Yeah, so there were issues at the time. The Junction 5 improvements weren't committed through the RIS programme, and that was one of the issues. But those then problems stemmed back to solutions needed for the A249 junctions, and I think we'll be able to take some text in this document where we see that it's the conflict between the requirements of national highways and the requirements of KCC that invariably, and this wouldn't be the first example, come up against each other, where you know what solution to one issue is a renewed problem for the other, and that was really which links to some extent back to this radial problem. You've got county roads radially feeding out in one direction to the SRN, creating a conflict between those two objectives.
Can we just try and dig in a bit to what the inspector's concerns were that are relevant specifically to highways infrastructure and highways that was supporting the local plan, and why she thought that it was good for 3 years but then needed a new one. So page 21 of her report.
Yes. I had para 99. Let me just check.
We're about to get to 99.
Oh, we're one ahead, are we?
Not at all. You're in the right bit. So page 21, just to orient the inspector. Issue 9. Is the plan supported by a robust strategy for the provision of strategic infrastructure? That was what the issue. That was the question.
Yes.
And she says over the page at 96, she says that questions remain relating to the detail of the highways infrastructure required to support the higher level of housing proposed through the main modifications. Final sentence. Thus, it was clear when the council undertook the task of allocating additional housing sites to meet OAN, work was needed to consider the impact of the higher target both on the strategic and local highways networks, right?
Yes.
And then, again, this is just to put what's at 99 into context,
yeah,
really.
Absolutely.
At 90, because none of us were there, but you were, during the 97, during the examination, the council kept up dialogue with Kent and Highways England, prepared statements of common ground, worked to mitigate impacts on the strategic road network focused on the A249, upgrade of Junction 5, Key Street, Bobbing, Grovehurst. Progress has been made in preparing technically and financially deliverable mitigation schemes that will support the soundness of the plan. She says at 98, this work's not yet complete.
That's correct, yeah.
But Highways England have said there's no reason why it shouldn't be delivered in a timely fashion. However, Kent has calculated that the additional mitigation required at key junctions on the A249, etc., would lead to queuing and congestion on parts of the A2 corridor, so there'd be cumulative harmful effects within the local highway network. And so that takes us to paragraph 99.
Just to highlight, I think that's the point I was trying to explain about the I think actually it comes on in 99 to refer to it as the complex interplay. The inspector, she refers to it. But it's there talking about, I mentioned earlier about solutions to one problem just creates another problem in that particular case.
She thought when she was examining this plan, reporting on it, that further work was needed.
Yes.
To look at SRN mitigation on the local highway network. She thought it was disappointing that these issues about complex interplay had only been revealed in full at a very late stage in the examination.
Yes, and I remember that distinctly.
You do. And there had been, at the time that she reported, no agreed strategy, as she says, for transport infrastructure.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, and
but she thought not a showstopper for reasons that she said not a showstopper, and she recommended that the plan be adopted subject to an early review.
Precisely, yes. So I think that I think it's useful to show the context of how the point I made earlier about how challenging that process was, and I'm not a planner, so I'm careful with my words, but it tentatively adopted is a phrase. I don't know if that's a useful phrase, but it got there. It's a full review, but a full adoption, but a clear requirement to review it to address this, at least one of the contributing reasons to need that.
Yeah. Well, she talks about, doesn't she, at 102, which is over the page.
Yep.
That there was an agreed position, this is at 102 of her report, page 23, there was an agreed position between Kent and Highways England that appropriate mitigation will allow both strategic and local roads to accommodate traffic impacts of growth up to 2022.
Yes, which is not the end of the plan period. So it's just stating the obvious. So the first 5 years, if you will.
So first, it got all right for the first 5 years. She thought that was the inspector thought that was consistent with the PPG 5 years of infrastructure. Mm-hmm. But then the last sentence of 102 tells us what the problem is, or what she thought the problem was and still is.
Yeah.
The outstanding and unresolved issue in this case, she said, is the details of highways infrastructure required to support the plan development after the first 5 years of the plan period. So not even the plan period.
Yes.
And therefore at 103, that's why I started with the early review bit earlier on.
Absolutely.
It's therefore clear that in order to allow this plan to proceed to adoption, it must include a commitment to an early review. And she thought at the end of 103 that was a pragmatic and appropriate solution.
Absolutely. And I think just in terms of bringing this into context to my earlier point, you asked the question about the evidence situation. I mean, obviously, looking in hindsight, the question would be, well, why didn't you just propose the infrastructure we're now talking about? That might be a valid question. You know, if you had this problem with deficit, why didn't it come forward? A deficit in strategy. The problem was
that would be a comment one can make to whom? Do you mean to Swale?
Yeah, to Swale. Well, you've got KCC with their LTP, with this aspiration for these connections that have been hanging around for a long time. You've got a plan that's challenged in an infrastructure deficit. Fundamentally, there wasn't. This is why I touched on my evidence and earlier on as well, in written evidence and in chief, about that deficit of evidence, because there wasn't the evidence to demonstrate
how growth could happen.
How growth could happen, how the infrastructure that's now in these proposals could solve those issues.
Well, do you have an answer to that? I mean, why didn't? It's maybe not a fair question for you, but from having been around at the time, why didn't Swale take forward the aspirations of the then Kent LTP and say, yeah, well, don't worry, Inspector, this is how we're going to solve growth towards the back end of the plan period by doing what Kent is saying needs to be done?
I suppose the two obvious things that come to mind are the one I touched on about an absence of evidence to justify it, mm-hmm. and secondly, the means to deliver it.
The
funding, fundamentally. I mean, it's the plan at the time. I mean, the funding mechanisms for it were unlikely in that plan to, for instance, pooling of contributions or whatever mechanism you may wish to adopt wouldn't have viably funded that, I suspect, and it would have been cap in hand to government, etc., to try and find funding sources to deliver it.
Okay. Now, moving slightly, but only slightly forward in time, I think it's forward in time, it's the same year, I think, in 2017, Swale developed or started developing the concept of what they called new garden communities. New garden communities.
Yes.
It was a Swale-led initiative that began around that time. And I'm only going to ask you about this initiative from the perspective of roads, because there'll be others, maybe the planners, to comment on it more generally.
Yeah.
But from the perspective of roads and the delivery of strategic highways infrastructure for the local and strategic networks, what do you have to say about the new garden communities programme in Swale?
Well, also just looking at it from my perspective, seemingly in a bid to never get away from Sittingbourne and Swale, I mentioned earlier about the overlap with my experience. It was around about this time or just before that I became engaged.
What timing do you mean?
Late 2016, early 17, looking at the application that's before us now. So I became engaged in that process of the new garden communities on behalf of our now applicant.
Right.
So was part of that process.
You tell us then about what happened.
Yeah. So I suppose an anecdotal observation is that this appeared to me, and I think I mentioned this in evidence, a genuine, really proactive response to Swale, seeing the issues with their plan as reported, as we discussed, the inspector's observations on the plan, the urgency of a need for an immediate review, and a genuine grappling of the challenge that was before them, and a realisation that if they're going to deliver this growth, deliver on the numbers, which are, I'm not going to give planning evidence, but the uplift in, I think, OEN as it was at the time, I always get confused with the language on OEN, etc. So the uplift in that and the deficit in infrastructure and strategies, and it was a very pragmatic and realistic approach to going, how are we going to deal with this?
So how were they thinking about dealing with it then?
By unlocking that funding issue in some respects, to say that you need big solutions, so you need to think big. And I don't just mean in scale, I think ideas. You've got, instead of just having piecemeal, relatively modest applications, you've got to take the challenge on, you've got to deal with it. Now, that's a holistic question. That's not just a highways point, but the council's approach at that point was to look towards the garden communities approach.
What are the key documents in the story, in your opinion?
Well, just outside of Swale's position, but actually involves Swale, I think it's useful just to pick up CD 24.6, which is a letter, I believe. Just check I've got my referencing correct there. Because this is not just a Swale point, this is across the board. This is a realisation by all parties. We saw National Highways and KCC, as well as Swale, mentioned by the inspector. All parties engaged in finding a solution to this problem. And this is a letter which... 24.6. So this is dated September 17, so it's not long after the adoption of the plan, at the start of the process I refer to, kind of grappling with the challenges coming out of that plan, and it's a letter from National Highways to KCC, but I believe it also engaged Swale, or was sent to Swale, but I can't confirm that, but it's primarily referring to. I think it's a useful reflection of how the highway authorities, in engagement with the planning authorities, were looking at that infrastructure problem that we had, and how they were all keen to work together. And it talks here about a council resolution to look at those solutions in that italic section on the third paragraph. At the bottom, we can see to it referring to completion of Northern Relief Road and Southern Link. And I think the bottom paragraph running into the second page talks specifically about the local plan review that we're talking about here, referring to Swale, I take to mean the council and the county at KCC, committed to bringing forward a new evidence base, which is my observation earlier about a deficiency in evidence, to underpin test the level location of options to be tested in due course, the preferred options to be taken forward. Any of the options, all of which would involve a step change in housing delivery and economic growth, will in all probability require completion of the Northern Relief Road and bringing forward a southern link and links between them and the strategic road network. So I think it's, I'm not seeking to put massive weight on it as an adopted document, but I think it just provides a useful context for three authorities working priority together to deal with the challenge coming out of it.
That was in September of 17.
Yep.
Where to go next? What did the council do in terms of engagement of professionals in order to bring forward their garden communities concept?
So they went external to what was at the time Peter Brett Associates, now Stantec, I think they would like me to say.
Yeah.
to be correct. And so they engaged them in a process to essentially focus on. I mean, I'm putting it in layman's terms to a certain extent. What to do about that situation? Where to go? How can we start planning for this? These challenges we've got, how can we deal with this growth, what can we do, and
so chronologically, where are we in the
so
story?
We're now in, I think, early 2018.
Okay.
And there was I haven't got a CD rush, I forgot to take note of this. There's a CD reference here
For which one?
For sort of an early contextual report that from early 2018.
I think it might be, if you're after...
Apologies.
Peter Brett, I don't know whether this is the right one. There's one from 2018 from Peter Brett called Swale Borough Council Choices for Housing Growth, and that's called document 18.32.
Sounds like the one.
18.32. 18.32.
That looks likely to be it. Yeah, no, that's the one, I think. Let me just check.
Yeah, there. Have you got that, madam? Worth just noting, this is, I don't think it's actually dated on the front cover, but if you just turn over to the second page, you can see it was being prepared and approved in December of 17 by someone called Andrew Clark, and also Mr. Pestle. So I will be asking Mr. Pestle about this, because he reviewed it, and Peter Brett did another one later on in 2019, and he wrote that one. So Mr. Pestle's involved, so he can help us with some of this stuff. Anyway, putting that aside, so this is the first thing that Peter Brett produced for Swale. This is in 2018.
Yep.
Is there anything in it in particular you'd like to show the inspector? We have seen bits of this before in landscape evidence and other places, but
yes.
In terms of highways related.
So obviously, I mean, I won't repeat the fact that it's setting the context of the challenges and the opportunities. It's a good review holistically of where Swale could go. But if we just turn to page 68, I believe.
68. One moment, 68.
And this is...
Hang on, let's just make sure everybody's...
Sorry. Is that time pressure coming in on me again? I feel...
Don't you worry about time pressure.
Get a phone call from the Secretary of State to get a move on.
No, yeah. Yeah, exactly. We'll do this document perhaps, and
sure.
then that'll be a good moment. Right, a bit 68. Transport and utilities infrastructure will change over time. Our spatial choices around new settlements could be very affected by the possible A2M2 link road in particular.
Yeah, so I think not surprisingly, given KCC's position, the LTP discussions, or the LTP adopted situation, this document looked at infrastructure solutions to those challenges and looked to those suggestions and aspirations coming from KCC. And if in the bottom left of so the left column at the bottom, and I think there's a paragraph that opens just before the bullet point. It says, however, there are a number of pieces of infrastructure which have the ability to change our spatial strategy with regard to new settlements. And then it refers there to the most influential proposed piece of infrastructure are the proposed A2M2 link, also known as the Cittybourne Southern Relief Road and the Cittybourne Northern Relief Road. A council resolution to pursue these schemes has been made, and this road could unlock development sites to the south and eastern side of Sittingbourne. In particular, the A2M2 link with associated new junction 5A could unlock possible development sites to the south and east of Sittingbourne. The link would also help deal with the infrastructure constraints which caused concern during the inspection process of the adopted local plan, and so relieve congestion and air quality problems on the A2. So, just to have a side note, I mentioned earlier about local bypasses. It does actually just touch on local bypasses around Bapchild as one of the options. So
just add for the inspector, just to hold that thought, if you would.
Yeah.
There's a reference to a council resolution pursuing the schemes has been made. That was what was Mr. Wild just read out. Do you see after the bold text that Mr. Wild's just read out? It says, talks about the northern and southern relief roads, and then it says a council resolution to pursue the schemes has been made. That resolution, just for your note, is the one that was superseded by the resolution that Councillor Bonney put in the minutes that I read out last night. That, you know, I took Councillor Bonney that Councillor Bonney's resolution was the one that superseded the previous position of the council was to support both northern and southern relief roads, and Councillor Bonney's motion superseded that. Just so you're clear. After the bullet points, it says on the right hand side, it's likely that the A2M2 after the bullet points on the right hand side column, we're told that it's likely that the A2M2 link and junction 5A would create a step change in our ability to unlock land for a new settlement, and so we've concentrated on this proposal here.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And then it says the problem is that funding for these improvements is uncertain and costs are very high, and it goes into some of the costs, tens of millions or hundreds of millions.
Yep.
And then it says in bold, it's likely that these highway and rail improvements would only prove affordable if housing development was used to help pay for them, in addition to major public subsidy.
Yes, absolutely.
So again, we're sort of setting the context as to where Councillor Bonney's motion of last night came from, where the council said we don't want the Southern Relief Road if it's supported by new housing.
Yes, I think it might be worth touching on that in a bit more detail later. But just before we leave this document quickly, I just the earlier paragraph that I read out, I think it's quite useful in terms of knitting together. It refers to, I think the point I was trying to start on this exercise, looking at this document, is that it was pragmatic. So it's looking at those issues with that adopted local plan, being cognizant of the problems, both the existing problems and the challenges to supporting growth, and genuinely looking at ways to deal with it. So yeah, really to be commended, I guess, from an external point of view.
What we'll do after the tea break that I think we're going to have now is check in on what Peter Brett said the following year. So the following year, Peter Brett reported again, and it's document 18.34. So we'll just, this was in 2019. So we'll pause here and pivot to that document after the break.
It's a bit late, just after 20 past 11, so it's time for the inquiry to resume. So if you'd like to carry on, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Mr. Wild, we looked at what PBA was saying for the new garden communities for Swale in 2018, and then I mentioned that they did further work in 2019, and so could we have a look at that?
Yes. So I think CD 18.33.
Oh, there's actually two. Sorry. Okay. I'll just give the inspector both references. There's 18.33, which is March of 19, and there's 18.34, which is October of 19.
So which one are we?
Which one should we go to first?
3.3 first.
3.3. Sorry, I gave the wrong reference.
Chronologically, keep things simple.
So we're now in March of 2019. So PBA have been instructed. They've done their first assessment of submissions. They say on the front cover.
Yes, and if I recall correctly, and someone may correct me, and this in that intervening period between the sort of contextual report from early 2018 and this report, there'd been some pretty effective engagement, I would suggest, with a whole range of site promoters. Almost a sort of a very open, almost round table schlar process in some. Not schlar.
Well, to be fair, it's described. We don't need, although you remember it, we don't need your memory for this one because it's set out from PDF page 5. There's an introduction. Got that? I'll just let the inspector find it. And PBA by this point have become part of Stantec, and they are. They tell us at one point when working with Swale, they then say, following the issue of the prospectus on the 25th of April of 2018, a workshop, landowners and developers, a two-stage process has been followed. There were expressions of interest in June, 5 proposals submitted, and then there was a second stage, final submission of detailed proposals in August for 4 potential new garden communities. And then, obviously, this is all being assessed. We see at 1.5 there's been input from others as well. Highways England, Kent County Council, the Kent AOMB unit, and this is the first assessment of the submissions. Then later on in the year, next core doc, there was the second assessment of stage 2 submissions, is what it's called. So that's how it all fits together. Yeah,
and just a theme of the proactivity of the exercise. It was actually, I was part of that process myself. It was a genuine big room, round tables, blank sheets of paper. Brainstorming was one of the steps. Sitting down, looking at the challenges, all the interested parties, literally, sort of penning ideas, sketching things. What can we do?
And we can see on PDF page 8, just for the inspector's note, and to kind of make sense of some of the things that are going to come later on in this document and the next one, different proposals from these different parties are sketched out in hatchings and given NS numbers.
That's correct. Yeah, and I think...
And just for the inspector's note, she obviously understands this by now, but the NS4 is the one over at Faversham that Mr. Weaver's supporting. I think, isn't it?
Ooh.
Maybe not. Yeah, South East Faversham.
Okay, yes. Yeah, yes, it changes name when it goes through the model. Yes, apologies, I was going to refer you to a table in my evidence, but that's the next stage.
So that's
the numbering changes later. Sorry.
That's Mr. Weaver and Mr. Warren and all of that. And obviously R1 is broadly along the lines of NS1, although at this stage it looks like it's all south of the A2.
Yes, that's correct, yeah.
Okay, right, so what in this document do you want to show the inspector?
Just obviously this is representing a very constructive exercise that's going on, but I just should highlight this predates that new modelling evidence base at that point. So this at this point we're still very much in historical context, ideas, options, but almost a literature review approach to doing the exercise. So we're still waiting on that new evidence base. The modelling. Yeah, the transport model, if you think of it, from that perspective. Only just to give you some context. But obviously there's still lots of opportunities to draw conclusions from the work that's done. So I think para 4.44 is worth going to. Hopefully I've got the right one. Oh, it starts transport. It's on PDF page 23. Document page 19 if you've got hard copy.
Transport is perhaps Wales' biggest challenge.
Yes, and in many respects, that's the main point I wanted to take from that paragraph, really, which is, again, cognizance of the challenge, awareness of the problem, taking it on and trying to deal with it. And therefore it's right there at the beginning. I think probably that sentence is adequate. The transport is perhaps Wales' biggest challenge.
Okay.
And then it goes on to talk about how, as we spoke about earlier, how the scale of ideas and therefore the scale of garden communities can help deliver those, because it says that in the following sentence is also one of the biggest benefits of the new garden communities may bring. So just really tying back to the point that I made earlier. And I think while in this document we can have a look at 4.61, which is where we start to get to a bit more specifics of what was NS1 at the time, as you correctly say, not entirely analogous to the scheme that's before us, but very consistent in context. It's the development in principle south of the A2. And here there's some summary findings from PBA, which I'm just trying to remember the best point to take you to. I think probably midway down, isn't it? Probably
4.61.
4.61.
So it says, if delivered,
NS1, which is Mr. Simons explained is that site, provides the greatest potential improvement to the network for the whole borough and especially Sittingbourne.
The greatest potential improvement to the network for the whole borough. Coupled with a northern relief road, it offers external benefits to the town's residents far in excess of the other three proposals.
Yep.
It unlocks not only the Science Park, but also Eurolink, and provides the villagers to the east a new route to the motorway avoiding Sittingbourne. So any seemingly negative comments above must be seen in this context.
And actually part of those negative comments was, at this early stage, was can this proposal get to a point where it satisfies what was Highways England at the time, but latterly now National Highways?
Yes.
So that was one of the principal concerns, and that's not an understandable reservation to have at that stage, because there's design work to be done, there's appraisal work to be done to see whether National Highways or Highways England as they were would be able to come to a position of being satisfied with the appropriateness.
No certainty as to how things would go.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's a reasonable caveat, but I think the improvements are such that it shouldn't be ignored simply because there might be challenges ahead for delivery.
This report was produced in March of 2019.
Yep.
That sets out all the sort of these, as it were, to summarise, kind of risks and opportunities.
Yep.
Worth just noting, just for the inspectors, we're going to leave this document now for now, but might come back to it. Just for the inspectors' note, PDF page 27 is where we get the detailed analysis of what was then NS1, South East Sittingbourne. PDF 27 and following is where that starts, just for her note. And we also see, just at that time, just for her note, what the proposal comprised was 11,500 homes and a number of other things. So that's that. And it also is just worth noting, just for the inspector, right at the end of this section on PDF page 32, there's a conclusions section.
Yep.
You got that, madam?
Yes.
and a number of what's the word, unresolved issues to do with AOMB at that point and delivery. But then right at 5.19, the view of PBA, of Mr. Pestle and his team, was that there were no showstoppers. That's using their word.
Yes.
Okay. So that was, again, this is in March of 2019. What happens after this point in the sort of chronology?
Well, I mentioned a moment ago, Mum, that the in the background to this was the preparation of a new transport model to inform the evidence base, and PBA and others really began to focus on the development of the evidence. So I think this reported in, say, March 2019. I think the validated base model which is the starting point of any forecasting exercise, had been completed just before this in about late 2018, but it hadn't got to a stage where it could generate anything useful. So really there was they embarked on an evidence gathering exercise, a more quantifiable analytical evidence gathering exercise of the options. No doubt on among other disciplines, I'm only particularly aware of what was done with respect to transport in that period, but
okay,
that's what happened.
So the model, the validation of a new model starts to happen.
Yep.
And meanwhile, at Swale, what's going on?
Yeah. So I guess this is at the point where the process that I was referring to. I'm going to try and stay clear of the political dimension, but there's a change, which I refer in my evidence as sort of abandoning infrastructure solutions, which really is post-May 2019. Which
what happened in May of 2019?
So that was local elections and an administration change, and I probably refer to the planning evidence for a bit more context for
right.
that. But fundamentally, the Swale Council had a change of administration, and in the intervening period before we receive any more evidence, so after the March 19 reports we just discussed, and while this evidence gathering is going on in the background, I think it's useful possibly to go to something that's already been referred to, I believe, in cross-examination yesterday, but CD 14.10.
CD 14.10.
Yeah, which is probably about as far as I'll go into the political side of it, but it just provides a useful context for where we go.
So this is the 14.10. So this is June of 2019.
Yes.
So this is, as it were, the new administration meeting.
New administration post.
Let the inspector find it.
Yeah.
Sorry. It is.
It is, yeah.
So this is a month into the new administration.
So, Mr. Simons, I think in cross-examination of, in response to one of your questions, Ms. Bonney focused on some of these aspects with respect to Councillor Bonney's opinion, but I won't dwell on that point, but more focus on some of the discussion that's set out here on PDF page 11. So this is June 19. So
this is a month in to the new.
Yes.
There's a change in political control, and then this is one of their first meetings, basically.
Yes. I mean, in the context of everything that we've discussed so far, and some of that PBA feedback, it's unsurprising that some of the matters of discussion, I appreciate these are just partial notes.
Mm-hmm.
One of the first bullet points is there was a need for a southern relief road was obviously debated, presumably some members making that point, and that wouldn't be an unreasonable position.
Because the PBA report was obviously already in the public domain, saying
yes, absolutely.
It was a game-changing, or could be a game-changing piece of infrastructure.
Absolutely. And then on the third bullet point, we see there, a desperate need. Oh, apologies, sorry, Mum. So this is page 11, PDF page 11. Running ahead there. Yeah, the one that starts there, and the debate that then returned to the original motion.
Just so the inspectors got the flavour, the amendment that was defeated here, we can see at the bottom of the earlier page, that was one about where the leader of the Conservative group said that the council recognises the importance of the Southern Link Road. That was seconded by another councillor, but that's the amendment that was voted on and lost. And so then we went back to Councillor Bonney's motion, which is about the one about superseding the earlier support for the Southern Link Road. And then, as you say, there was a debate.
Yeah, and actually, it's interesting that the bullet points above actually do obviously present some of the tensions. I think on the fourth bullet point from the top of page 11, which is in relation to the earlier amendment, there was support for a Southern Relief Road from residents, but there was a conflict between a new road and additional development, which I think we've probably heard about quite extensively, and Councillor Bonney's done a good job of representing her view from other residents in that respect. And then there's another point there. It talks about there were traffic and air quality issues to consider. The impact of traffic would get worse if there was not a Southern Relief Road. And then talk about funding of the Southern Relief Road or finding alternative ways to look at it. And I come back to the original points I said. So the amendment that was not taken through the debate, identifying the need for the Southern Relief Road, which is the first of the bullet points, the second block of bullet points. The third, talking about the desperate need for the Northern Relief Road, but not, as we say, a Southern Relief Road based on housing. And this theme goes through to, again, the summing up that's mentioned at the bottom, and in fact the very principle of the motion, which, as I understand it, and I'll just find, where is it referred to? Apologies, in here. That's right. It's the on PDF page 10 under motion B. Is that the correct one? Just to correct. That's right. Yeah, that's the one that was approved, wasn't it? I think motion B. So that's PDF page 10. It starts with a sort of bullet point 13 and 14 at the top, and then motion. Oh, is it? Apologies. That's really helpful. Thank you.
Sorry, just at the end of the next page, on PDF page 12, in bold, you have what was resolved.
Thank you. Perfect.
All right. Should we go to that then?
Thank you. It's really helpful.
Right. Okay.
So I just simply
Your microphone.
Sorry, just really wanted to draw attention to the wording of it. That the council notes the demonstrable lack of public support for a Southern Relief Road dependent on house building and or commercial development for funding. And just to draw the parallels between that and for instance, a motion that might say there's a demonstrable lack of evidence to support the need for a Southern Relief Road, which may have been another motion.
Right.
So I see this, I don't see everything in the debate here, and all of the evidence leading up to this is evidently one of evidence directing us towards an inherent need
I see.
for this. And in this motion, in many respects, it correlates with that. It's consistent with that because it talks about public support for
Public support rather than acknowledged need. You mean?
Oh, yeah, it doesn't deal with need, and it doesn't deal with any sort of evidence to suggest one way or the other in this situation. It simply just says,
Sorry, go on.
yeah, no, people don't want it if it's funded by housing.
So meanwhile, though, thank you for that.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, notwithstanding the motions in the chamber, as it were, with Councillor Bonney and others, technical work was going on
Yes.
in the background, because it had already been instructed under the, I suppose by then, the previous administration.
Yes, that's correct.
By Peter Brett and others as well, highways modelling. And actually the work that was already ongoing started to not bear fruits, but it started to, results started to come.
Yes.
When did that start to happen?
Not long. So I think here we can refer to CD 24.7.8, which is local plan panel meeting of October 2019.
October 2019.
It might be worth getting that, yeah, if you can.
Yeah, just write down what it is.
Sure.
So can we put
Yeah,
Yep.
put those minutes away.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
24/7/8.
So this is a local plan panel meeting, and again worth noting, because obviously she's at almost every one of these meetings that's relevant to this. Councillor Bonney's the vice chairman of this group, isn't she? That's
Yes, I
meeting
think
here,
so.
the local
Yes.
plan panel.
Yep.
And they're meeting now in October of 2019. What are they being told about?
So this is the outcome of that evidence gathering that builds on the PBA work from March 19, the availability of the transport modelling evidence with the validation of the new base in 2018, which just for clarity had gone through a process of KCC audit and sign off as a base model from National Highways at that stage, which is not an easy task sometimes to get an agreed position on that. And then it's bringing together those two aspects, the spatial planning options that were being considered and evaluated by PBA, along with the evidence.
And what in a
and
nutshell, might be difficult to summarise in a nutshell, but what was the gist of it? So the report itself is a few pages in to PDF.
What I might do, Mark, just if you don't mind,
Sure.
just to avoid confusion, this is where I nearly got tripped up earlier, is that for reasons the numbering of the scenarios flips around between the earlier work. So I think if it might be helpful, maybe not now, but as you go through things, table JW 4.1 in my evidence.
In your evidence, let's just see that.
Yeah.
Then. 4.
That is on page 30.
Page 30. Okay. Oh, these are these 4 different scenarios.
Yes. So we talked about NS1 earlier, and in this document and this work, we can see the future scenario 4 is the one that's effectively indicative of the proposals in front of
NS
us.
stood for new settlement, and rather than
Yes.
future scenario.
Yeah. So just so that because
Fine.
it flips, it presents some
So
potential confusion.
I see. So future scenario 4 included Southern Relief Road and Junction 5A.
Yeah, and in the tabulation that you can see the distribution of growth that I've
Right.
tried to put in
Okay.
illustration. So in a nutshell, the outcome of that work was to essentially evaluate in transport terms, I suppose you could say a beauty parade, which is the best option to go for, but also just looking at some of the challenges. And some of the key findings, I think if we take to page 11 of, I think it's PDF page and report page 11 of 24.7.8. Yeah.
This document.
Yes, that's right, yeah.
So what is in your table? What's the title? 2019 RLP modelling. What's that mean?
So good. Put me on the spot there with that one. I'm going to have to go and check that out and come back to you and confirm that.
Oh,
That's an acronym. There's so many acronyms flying around. It's
I think might it be revised local plan?
Yes, that's it. Yes, thank you. Sorry, didn't go there. It is obvious actually when you say that. Apologies.
So
Right, okay.
actually relates
Reading
to.
acronyms.
I mean, this is the model, the document that you've taken us to.
Yep.
The council minutes, the council report, appends to it hundreds of pages of modelling from SWECO, the
Yes.
Swale Highway model that we're not going to go into.
I suspect
now,
that's a type. It should have said LPR maybe. I
Local
suspect
plan
that would have
review.
been quite obvious at that point. So
This
apologies.
is all modelling that was going to feed into
Yes, that's right.
the new Swale, the revised Swale local plan exercise.
Yeah,
That was the plan.
That's
what page do you want me to go
Well,
to?
just quickly in terms of page 11, where we get to, it says future scenario 4 in a bold heading.
Oh, yeah. So this is just based on the transport modelling, is it?
Yeah, this is report is focusing on that. Just check the reference I was looking for actually. So there was a point in this report that acknowledged the. Actually, I found it's not on page 11. It's just at the top of page 12. Just to put some context, Mum, that the second paragraph under the quote, it just it mentions the council resolution we were just in a moment ago. So that came about during this evidence gathering exercise, and it states here that it's not a strategic objective for the council, but the research is still valid as a complementary part of the robust transport evidence base. Just really, this report was in production at the administration change and with that resolution. So while we can see the change in the political views on it, this is just highlighting that this is still valuable evidence.
I see.
For the process.
Just for just the inspector's note, in the sort of overall chronology, it actually handily, in that quote immediately above where you're reading from, sets out what the council's resolution had been in July
Yes.
of 2017, which was to support trying to secure funding for the completion of the Northern Relief Road and the Southern Link Road, thus significantly improving air quality and traffic flows. That had been the council's
Yes.
position until Councillor Bonney's motion that we've just seen in 2019.
Yeah, that's correct.
All
Yeah.
right.
So just to quickly, then just to summarise, as I think where you wanted me to go to, apologies for taking you to that point. I deal with a lot of this in that zone pages 29 to 31, which I won't go into the full detail of, where in my evidence, I'm referred to that table. There's some substantial discussion in there about the evidential basis for that modelling, but I won't go into that now for the sake of expediency. But just really to draw your attention to para 4.3.33 of my evidence on
Your evidence.
my evidence on page 30, which summarises some of the key findings from the earlier report 24.78. With the ones that I think are key, and it gives the reference back to them. But in case of forecast scenario 4, which is analogous to what we have as a proposal, it had the least impact on westbound movements on the A2. Traffic reassigned onto the other underutilised Swale Way, which is the Northern Relief Road, away from the A249, addressing concerns of the scenario that forecast the A249 to be overloaded. And the A2 flows through Sittingbourne Town Centre benefit considerably from the addition of the SNRR and the SSRR, resulting in traffic demand similar to the 2017 base year levels. Least impact on the A251, which for your reference is a junction in Faversham. Quite sensitive, I think, and in fact it was picked up by Mr. Weaver in part of his evidence.
Modellers are noting that there are some upsides to
Yes.
this approach.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's the summary of that output at this point. Obviously noting that it conflicted with the resolution. Yeah.
With what Councillor Bonney's motion had said
So,
had public support.
5, the least impact on westbound movements on the A2. I thought the whole point of it was to reduce traffic along the A2.
I think the context of that was that of all the options considered, it was the one that was least impacting. So of all the options they were considering, it was the least impactful. So
it had the least
Compared to the other
least
options.
negative impact on the A2. So
I see.
Yeah. So in the context they were looking at it at the time,
Right.
Compared to the other future
yeah,
scenarios.
compared to the other future scenarios, it had the least impact.
None of which had in them
Yeah.
the Southern Relief
That's
Road.
right. Yeah.
Okay. Right. Anything else from this point in the 2019 modelling that you want to touch on?
Yeah, just briefly. Sorry to take that point, but to just go to para 1.2 of that.
Of what?
Of 24.7.8, and I believe
That's the document we were in before.
Yeah, sorry to keep jumping around. This is the local plan panel meetings. This is, as I understand it, the officers' summary.
This is the officer's report
Yeah.
to the local plan committee.
Absolutely. It's PDF page 5.
Have you got that, madam? Yeah. So section 1, purpose of report and executive summary.
Yes. So in 1.2, I think the main observation to make is that the evidence was coming out was simply reaffirming everything that I've been going through in plan making history of the significant challenges. I think in the opening line of 1.2 it says the findings of the work at this point indicate that there are significant challenges to overcome in addressing the traffic problems along the A2 corridor and the strategic road network and the junctions which link them. So we're getting some fresher evidence at this point, building on what we had in the historical local plan stage.
Yeah.
Still telling us there's problems and still telling us we need to find serious solutions to them.
Okay.
And I think later in that paragraph, it talks about finding further highways improvements to secure significant commitments towards improving non-car based transport improvements in order to accommodate the expected growth. So again, we're starting to see in this point the theme, as I see it, of there is no one solution to these problems. You need to have infrastructure investment, you need to deal with some of these challenges, but you also need sustainable development that promotes non-car development. You need you need everything in your arsenal to solve these problems in transport terms as applied to spatial planning.
Do you remember yesterday when the inspector was asking, total step back question, do you remember when an inspector was asking Mr. Weaver about how impressed or not he was with the local transport plan of Kent and its aspiration to achieve Junction 5A and the Southern Relief Road, etc. And Mr. Weaver said, well, that's what it says in the LTP. I've not seen any evidence supporting a strategic need for any of these things. His position is it's just going to support the new residents of this scheme. There's no broader strategic need. How do you think that position of the being no evidence stacks up against some of the things that we're working through at the moment?
I struggle with that position, maybe with the benefit of the knowledge of all of this, and it's knowledge that Kent share. They're party to this process. They see the outcomes of this evidence. I say refreshed evidence that doesn't suddenly say that the problems have solved themselves, that there's still this need for significant infrastructure. That all informs the process of producing an LTP. That's all there, it's available to them. So I struggled at the conclusion that you can't find the evidence.
Just before we leave the autumn of 2019, which we will do in a minute, there's just one more document I'd like to just show you as briefly as possible, and it's what Peter Brett produced that month. It called document 18.34. If you could get that, man. Have you you got that, madam?
Yep.
18. This is the set, so it's the next stage in their work. You've shown us the March 19 at the same time as the modelling came out. They produced this October 19 piece of work, 18.34, and they've obviously taken their analysis, well, many stages further on each of the sites that was in contention. We won't go over all the. I mean, I think the inspector may have seen this document earlier. Yeah, we have seen it earlier in the inquiry. Won't go over the background to it because it's all set out in section 1 what was going on. The Peterborough were continuing to liaise with various stakeholders to try and take forward recommendations to inform a new local plan. But it's just in particular what is said about the potential for the relief roads. So it's PDF page 45.
Mm-hmm.
PDF, I'll just give you a couple of references and then ask you to comment, really.
Mm-hmm.
PDF page 45 is section 7, highways infrastructure.
Yep.
You got that?
Have.
Transport is a key issue, I suppose stating the obvious maybe, for all these new garden communities. Transport's a key issue.
Yep.
And then the first one that's considered is South East Sittingbourne.
Yep.
See?
Yep.
And we can see that the numbers have changed since the earlier iteration of this report. In 7.3, you see?
Yep.
And at 7.4, Kent recognised the potential for considerable traffic generation, but also, and I'm going to ask you about this later obviously, welcome the opportunities for sustainable connectivity, such as the use of Highsted Road as a non-motorised use route and maximising public transport opportunities, something else I'll be asking you about later. Further details required. And then at 7.5, the new southern and northern relief roads are very significant pieces of infrastructure. Modelling evidence is required to understand the implications for traffic flows. Recognise these could be game changer.
Yep.
A game changer, but it's necessary to clearly demonstrate the evidence for the level of development and corresponding infrastructure. And obviously here we are 6 years later trying to do exactly that. But anyway, that reference to a game changer, what does that mean to you?
I come back again, I think, to I probably need to touch on evidence in due course, but it's in my written evidence about it's a game changer because it delivers on the sustainable travel objectives. This is the key thing from my perspective on this, and I think this should be attributed really quite considerable weight, is that it isn't about just delivering roads for cars. It's about a game changer in the travel patterns around the district, in particular, so the borough, but in particular in Sittingbourne, because it can affect the whole transport network, the whole mode structure, the way people travel. And it's critically, and why it's a game changer is it's not just about delivering sustainable development, which is often talked about. We'll put on so many buses, but how do you, if you really want to affect a difference, you need something that changes the existing community, because even with the development of this scale, it represents proportionally only a part of the travel activity that occurs. The majority of the travel activity already occurs. So game changer is about changing what happens today, how people travel today, how do we get more people who already travel, walking, cycling, etc.
I'll just give you one more reference in this report and just get your take on it. It's on PDF page 66.
Mm-hmm.
And this is in the section 10, which is all about recommendations. So this is when, in section 10, Peterborough actually start to set out what their recommendations are to the council to take things forwards in the next local plan.
Yep.
Safe to say none of these recommendations are taken forward whatsoever, or else we probably wouldn't be here. But anyway, these were the recommendations that Peterborough were making. And on page 66, they make recommendations in respect of what was then known as NS1 southeast of Sittingbourne. Yeah?
Yep.
At 10.11, they're talking about landscape issues. They talk about risk because of uncertainty around junction timing, funding and delivery. 10.12, they say, however, whilst it's the riskiest, I think compared to all the other NS, the new settlement proposals, whilst it's the riskiest, if taken forward, it provides the opportunity for a, quote, net gain across Swale. The proposed transport improvements and benefits are of borough-wide significance and unlock, this is their word, unlock Sittingbourne from its current reliance on Junction 5, which is recognised by the County Council. I suppose it's Peter Brett recognising what the County Council have been saying for many years.
Yes, I think so.
What's your take on this idea of unlocking Sittingbourne from reliance on Junction 5?
Well, that comes back to exactly to the point I was making there about that wider benefit. And it says it there, a wider benefit, that the opportunities for Sittingbourne to grow sustainably are limited with its current transport network. And again, I come back to the LTP 5 point that we are talking here. I'm about transport networks, multimodal. They all interact together. It's naive to pretend that we have roads and then we have public transport or active travel and they're different. They all use the same corridor space and that conflict. And that is the unlocking potential as I see it. Yes, it comes with traffic being removed, but it's the opportunities you can take from that, what you can do with that potential that unlocks the potential within Sittingbourne.
You can put that away, thank you.
Can I just ask, sorry, before
sorry.
you do, the highway modelling, the new model that was produced, did that actually ever have a scenario that modelled the northern and southern relief roads?
In isolation?
Yeah.
Don't think it did. No, I don't think it ever took a status quo and then stick them on top.
What did it do, though?
I think it always
It accumulated them together.
Yeah, it worked on the assumption that, I think possibly going back to the original funding challenges, it always worked on the assumption that the only practical scenario was one where growth happened.
So it did model them, but it didn't model them in isolation.
It modelled them with development as an option. Yeah.
But not just on their own.
No.
Okay, thank you. So all of this work.
Yeah.
All this work occurs in late 2019 in the wake of a new administration who are expressing in the council chamber that people don't want any of this anymore. And what happens next? We obviously want to get as soon as we can up to 2025 where we are now. But in the intervening years, in terms of progress or not through local plan making, what are the key steps?
So, despite this sort of evidential position, both the PBA work with its recommendations and the modelling evidence that we referred to earlier, I believe that the tipping point, and there might be a typo I have to refer to here in my evidence. I believe the timing was February 21, so I may have to correct something here. I think I had it as February 19. I think I was referring to a regulation 19 and got the number 19 stuck in my head while writing. Just trying to find the para reference. I had this yesterday. 4.3.38. Yes, I refer there to February 2019.
It should be 2019.
You should. Yeah, apologies there.
Thank you.
So it's at that point where we see, effectively, the council, as I say in that paragraph, pursuing a growth strategy through to Regulation 19 pre-publication stage, which essentially excluded any significant transport infrastructure solutions to all of the problems that we've seen and talked about.
So right.
So it was it didn't include. It pursued an option that had neither the highways infrastructure and transport infrastructure we're talking about, or any other plausible alternative.
How was that going to deal with the problems that the previous plan inspector had identified?
Well, it didn't. It does. I mean, I think possibly most apparent of that would be the the situation we're in now, which maybe I'll come back to. But at the time, as I understand it, in February 21, it wasn't an evidence-led decision as I would see it. There was a change in direction when all of the evidence was pointing in one direction, that you needed game-changing transport infrastructure.
That's what Peter Brett had said.
Peter Brett had said. Evidence suggesting that in the form of and consistent with Kent's LTP position,
The SWECO
modelling, but also the what Kent has said regarding the Northern and Southern Relief Road being a potentially obvious solution to that, and with the benefit of alternatives, there may have been something else, but that wasn't considered. So all it was a decision to go to an abandonment of any notable transport infrastructure solutions and really growth without that consideration, which is why I, in evidence, titled that abandoning infrastructure solutions. So in my mind, that was maybe the writing was on the wall 2 years before, but it was really the direction they went with that Regulation 19 was the manifestation of that decision to pursue something that, to my mind, didn't seem to correlate with evidence. Okay. That decision at the point, I should say, it wasn't an evidence of that scenario at that point. So the Regulation 19 in February 2021 pre-publication stage didn't have a model scenario behind it of what would actually happen in this situation. So
it wasn't supported by transport modelling.
Only what you might be able to piece together from the stuff we've just talked about now. So no one had said, this is our Regulation 19 plan, this is our strategy, let's test that. That scenario wasn't there at that point. The work was ongoing, and it actually came to fruition, I think, early 2022. And it may be just worth a reference at this point to CD 24.7.9,
okay,
which I'm afraid is another one of these local plan panel meetings.
Sorry,
24.7.9.
Are you saying then that the in the Regulation 19, the growth strategy was not tested through the highway model that had been developed?
No, not specifically. No, it wasn't. The evidence wasn't available at that time, because actually
it was available.
The
model was available.
Oh, sorry. The scenario, if you will, that test, a test consistent with the growth strategy in 2019.
The council didn't. I mean, the council could have done that.
They were doing it.
They were doing it.
They were doing it.
What we're coming to.
Yes. So.
It only you're saying it emerged after the Reg 19 had already been published.
Yeah, that's my understanding. So the 2022, in the appendix to this rather large document, is a SWECO report.
Let's just slow down. So this document is. Have you got it now, madam? Yeah, documents Feb 22. This is another report to Councillor Bonney's committee. This time it's an extraordinary meeting, and then there's a report, a couple of pages in, setting out. It says on 1.1 of the report.
I think it's actually when you get to that point. Sorry.
Well, just sets out what it is. The purpose of the report, it says, is to set out the results of the strategic transport modelling work undertaken as part of the local plan review. Oh, sorry. It is 4. PDF 4 is the beginning of the report, beginning of the officer's report. So that's what's happening, and this is in 2022. So obviously it's the year after.
And I think it's useful to highlight that. Potentially, I don't know whether more transport planning experts is a useful thing in a room, but Swale had actually engaged with an additional expert advice from a company called Project Centre, who were transport advisors to Swale, who they brought in during this period, building up to this point, to support them in terms of interrogation, I suspect, understanding of the modelling work that was being produced. Because it's important to highlight there are differences between, in Swale's situation, someone tasked with undertaking, if you want, turning the handle on model, doing what they're told and pressing the numbers and advising them as to what this means, what can they make out of these conclusions. So this report, actually, there's a second report attached to this that commences on PDF page 133 from Project Centre, which in part it's referred to as Summary of SWECO Modelling Report Local Plan Testing. So this is another advisor coming in, paid for by Swale, to look at their evidence and really provide some input.
So did they do the actual? Did they interrogate the model?
So SWECO are still running the model.
Right.
They're being told what to do and putting in those assumptions. And Project Centre's primary role, if I recall correctly, was both to interrogate that model, but also to work with the council on what they might do in terms of transport strategies, how they might deal with the outcomes of that. So an advisor to the council in a more high-level transport perspective, because, as is often the case, regrettably, the council aren't able to retain transport specialists. Used to be more the case that district and borough councils had a transport officer, but it's less the case now. So you can think of them as replacing that role, really. And we see that from page 133 onwards.
Page 133
Yes.
of this report.
This is the technical note for Project Centre.
Do I go to that?
I will take you through it in a moment, actually.
Right, okay.
Just might start with, I believe, we go to right to the top, I'm afraid. Para 2.6, I think, on page 6.
Yeah.
So this is talking about saying that further analysis of problem junctions will need to be undertaken to consider whether there are mitigations that could be undertaken to overcome the congestion issues arising out of the Regulation 19 strategy that was being modelled. Sorry, 2.6. Starting right at the beginning.
Two 2.6s.
Oh, the second, 2.61 or B. So this is explaining further analysis of problem junctions will need to be undertaken to consider whether there are, and I think the language is quite important, there are mitigations that could be undertaken to overcome the congestion issues arising, or whether there are junctions where there is limited or no capacity for improvement. So you said it's not questioning, it's not, the language I'd say there's a bit more work to be done, but it'll all be fine. It's posing the question of whether there really is a solution to the problems in this context. And then I think that is a bit clearer in the sort of second half down, starting following, because as they're following this assessment, there would then need to be a view taken as to whether the level of development proposed can be mitigated. Cannot be mitigated, and therefore cannot be accommodated, or whether there are any alternative distribution of sites feasible without resulting in congestion hotspots across the highway network which can't be mitigated.
So there was a suggestion that this just might not work at all.
Yes. Yeah.
Or that needed to be thought about.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, and that precisely. And then it goes on to talk about 2.7 of particular concern,
right.
And might be a bit of deja vu here, to be honest, because it talks about key potential issues surrounding the key strategic highway network junctions. So we're talking about those strategic links to the west, the connecting into the A249.
Yeah.
Really.
It's the same old story.
It's the same old story. I mean, yes, yeah. It's really describing the situation that, I mean, we're now in 2022, and this is stuff that was being debated in 2015 to 17.
Can I ask, were you there? This is all being reported in 2022 to members, including Councillor Bonnier Committee. what do members do with all of this? The members are being told, right, you've gone out to Reg 19. There's a potential risk that the whole thing's completely we don't know. It might be completely underdeliverable from a transport infrastructure point of view. That needs to be looked at. What did members say?
If I remember, this was half term because I was on holiday, I think, and one of my colleagues was watching it, and I do remember it quite distinctly because this obviously is published as a report, an officer's report, some weeks in advance, and we'd read it.
You must have been quite struck by it.
Well, we weren't surprised by the findings. It was fairly predictable, the findings, but it was good to see the evidence there. And I know colleagues were lined up to sit down in the evening, I think it was an evening session, to watch this stream and see the debate and see how the council were going to deal with it, and expecting really a kind of a bit of a fiery debate of, okay, this is our regulation 19, it's hit the buffers.
What happened?
I think a motion was raised to accept the council's findings and move on, and I seem to recall it lasting about 30 seconds.
Sorry, accept what findings?
Well, basically the motions that are set out here, which is to acknowledge the findings of this report.
Right.
So set out in the recommendations.
Oh, the recommendations.
Yeah, note the strategic modelling results appendix.
That there be work be done.
Yes, and I think it was a bit of a damp squib, to be honest. Or you were a bit disappointed. I'm not disappointed, as in you expected it to be quite a challenging discussion, I guess. So I know that's only anecdotal there, but it was quite. It was surprising not to see more or any debate, frankly, on that point. Given that we are, really back where we've been for some time.
Quite. I mean, but of course, ultimately, the Swales' attempt at a Regulation 19 was quashed in the High Court, and here we are in 2025. I mean, what are your reflections, I suppose? I mean, we won't do any more of the chronology with Swale, or we could be here all month just doing this, but what are your reflections on the journey, if you like, that Swale's been on, from the evidence that fed into its local plan, the comments of the local plan inspector at the time saying, going to need to look at this, 3 years okay, or whatever she said, 5 years of infrastructure, but beyond that, evidence that's been procured over time from SWACO, from Peter Brett Associates, officers making recommendations over the years that something work needs to be done. Where are we now? I mean, where are we now?
We're back where we were. Well, we are exactly where we were back in 20. It feels to me like back in the old adopted local plan, so maybe 2015. So we're 10 years on, and we haven't really moved on. We have the same issues being reported, same challenges, same missed opportunities, possibly. Certainly in a plan making sense, it's not nothing that's coming out of it is. Nothing of the evidence is particularly surprising. I guess the path of the decision taking is, but I have to focus on the evidence. It's odd to have seen the decisions that have been taken from maybe a layman's perspective, looking in on it.
Yeah. It's where evidence on the one hand meets politics on the other.
Yep.
Okay, shifting gears to the next topic. And we'll keep going if that's all right. We're only 20 past 12. Keep going to the next topic.
Could I just a really brief point, just in case you get confused. The report we were referring to at 24.7.9, the date is at the top of February 22.
Yeah.
When you go down to the local plan or pan meeting, I think there's a references there to February 21, just to make sure that we were looking at the right documents. There's 2 dates in it.
What's the correct date?
22, February 22. Sorry, just checking.
The right date.
Yeah. Just making sure that it doesn't get. I think there's a typo in the officer report section, agenda item 4.
Thank you.
Just in case that causes confusion.
Right then. Next topic is national context. I suppose national policy and guidance might be one way into thinking about it. It's a broad topic. Because one of the things that I want to ask you about as part of this is the shift in approach that has occurred in transport planning in this country, particularly in the last 6 months, but it's not just the last 6 months, obviously it's over the last few years, and we really need to understand that shift in approach, because it was the topic of a great deal of debate back and forth, in particular between me and Mr. Bamber, most of all, I think. So, that I also then, obviously, having established what it is, want to ask you about how it's applied here in this scheme and all of that. But before we get to this scheme, national policy talks about, Mr. Wilde, vision-led transport planning. We've still seen the paragraphs where it does that. It permeates the MPPF now. Government are clearly keen on it because they keep repeating it. But what is it, in your opinion?
I think I'd probably like to just, before trying to define it, and just to roll back and see where it is in the context, because it's been quite it's been a journey as this concept through the transport planning industry and profession has got itself now rooted in policy. So the realisation of this in policy in the MPPF, which, as we know, came about with the revisions in December 24. I see that as sort of, well, the end. That's the end of the process of this being engaged. It's the start of the implementation of it in its fullest sense within policy, but it is in there now, not because it seemed like a good idea on a whim of someone revising the MPPF. It's been talked about in the industry for a long time.
So tell us about this context to it. When we see it pop into policy in December.
Yes.
But where's it come from?
So it's a realisation in the profession, in the industry, of the failings of the past to predict and provide. We've heard that referred to, this what is predict and provide, and I'll probably come back to that in a moment. But it's the problem that comes about both from I think it's sometimes referred to as a rear view mirror approach to the way we go about planning and assessing. But it's also the predict and provide approach that we'll come back to is also an approach which is, and this is a difficult thing to say as a professional, but I think it's part of everything you'll see in TAG and in decide and provide and the government, is being a bit more realistic with our understanding of uncertainty in forecasting. One of the problems that we have bound ourselves to as an industry and planning generally, in the way that informs that, is sometimes unrealistic expectations of certainty, and sometimes therefore being trapped in a predictive mindset, and the need to really vision. I mean, it's used across disciplines, and I'm talking about it from the transport perspective, but it's forward-looking. It's about setting the where you want to be, and then setting about the process of working out how to get there. So it comes out a lot of just general knowledge from the transport planning profession, but it's also built from academia with, as I talk about in my evidence, a lot of work from Professor Lyons and other academics who've really been trying to wrestle with why we're getting it wrong.
Okay.
And why that's happened. There's an awful lot of peer reviewing of this that's come about. Some of the most obvious manifestations of it have been in the publication of the decide and provide guidance, which I'll come on to the differentials of that in a moment to explain that.
That's the tricks.
That's the tricks
one that we went
to. Tricks decide and provide guidance, which was around about 21, I think, and also with National Highways being very proactive and engaged, and their release of, or the update to their policy and guidance with respect to engagement with development in Planning Circular 0122, which I think this is CD reference. We can find that if we need to in due course.
Is that possibly a core document?
It is a core document.
24.2?
Yes, I think it is. Yeah, that's right. It's probably worth grabbing that up now, actually.
We just do that.
Yeah.
This is National Highways' circular 24.2. And this is December 22, so we're already over two and a half years into this one.
Yeah.
So the inspector get that one. 24.2 Circular 0122 Strategic Road Network and the Delivery of Sustainable Development.
Yep.
So if you turn in, well, where would you like to take us in it?
Well, if we just we'll come to that in two moments if we could. Just because this is where I try to sort of, hopefully I can sort of break down some of the terminology a little and
Please
get some
do.
clarity on it. But
Yeah.
I think it's again important to note that what this isn't. I'm not saying that in 2022 we suddenly all went, oh good, we've got to do vision planning. You know, it was there before, and I'll come on later on about how this development responded to it as an application that wasn't submitted. It was submitted in 21. But it's I guess really speaking from a professional, personal point of view, it's been a really quite challenging but exciting time over the last few years, over really from sort of 2020. I mean, boring for everyone else, I'm sure, here who've listened to Highways endlessly for the last few days, but an opportunity to revisit the way in which we go about doing things and really kind of revisit the way, and therefore that change is exciting in some respects. It's about looking at new ways of doing things.
Absolutely.
And it's important to note as well that this is not something which is enshrined in a clear, this is how you do it guidance, which I'll come on to in a moment.
You say it, you mean vision-led planning.
Yeah,
so there's
exactly.
the government hasn't done a how-to
not yet
guide.
We've been
for,
promised the update to the MPPG for some time, and it still sits in 2015 version. And I think possibly
it'll probably come out the day before the inspector finalises her report. That'd be perfect. Righto.
But yeah, so I think that's, and I think this is something which we have already started. Obviously, we've implemented in this scheme with the vision-led concept, but also we've been experimenting and successfully putting forward approaches using such as decide and provide and vision-led on a number of schemes successfully and getting agreement with the likes of National Highways. So it's been it's not something I picked up on my experience at the beginning, but it's important that this is something we've been working on as the industry.
So what's in the circular?
So the circular is useful, I think, because it starts to introduce these multitude of terms that have been thrown about, sometimes with abandon. And what I'd like to just highlight, paragraph 15, which is on page 6.
Paragraph 15 on page 6.
Yeah.
Oh yes, lots of terms here. Are you going to be able to tell us what they all mean?
I'm going to try without.
Okay. The inspector get there. So this is the one that starts the transport decarbonisation plan.
Yep. So.
Yep. Oh. Page 6. Oh dear. So core document 24.2. It should have. It's called. It's called Strategic Road Network and Delivery of Sustainable Transport. It was page 6, paragraph 15. So it's the paragraph that starts the transport decarbonisation plan, etc.
Yep, that's right. And I think if we just go to the second sentence, so fourth line.
Here come
this
the phrases. Yeah. This includes moving away from transport planning based on predicting future demand to provide capacity.
Yep.
Brackets, predict and provide.
Yes.
The planning that sets out an outcome communities want to achieve and provides the transport solutions to deliver those outcomes. Brackets, vision-led approaches. Oh dear. Including vision and validate, decide and provide, or monitor and manage.
Yeah. So. Obviously, the first term is to predict and provide. I think there's probably no need to go into much detail on that. I think we've had that explained already, what that means.
What about all the other ones?
So vision-led is the first term that comes up. And I see it as and I think it's well established that it's an umbrella term. It is the principle I talked about of moving from predict and provide to a forward-looking, not rearward-looking. It's an approach that says what you want, define your planning and your assessment based on what you want, not what you think in worst case scenario might happen.
Okay.
Catastrophe, or sometimes just not doing something because you predict the worst.
So the vision-led's the umbrella.
So that's the umbrella.
And it includes maybe not only these things, but it includes, among other things, the 3 approaches in quotations here.
Yeah, so these are all, and this is where I sort of note of caution on just going to the decide and provide tricks guidance, because it is one of the ways, one of the tools that can be applied, and it was arguably sort of first out the gate to get something published, and I really won't bore you with the academic tensions that exist between the various proponents of these situations, but I've tripped over it myself in discussions with former professors and got myself in trouble. Just because there is a.
So what do these different terms mean then?
So rather than taking the order there, let's start with decide and provide.
Okay,
it's been
this is
debated.
the one that's subject of the tricks guidance.
Yeah, exactly. So decide and provide comes from Professor Lyons and his academic research, and it comes through with the tricks as the vehicle for tricks.
He was the one who did the forward to the tricks guidance that we've seen.
Exactly. Yeah. So what that's talking about doing is fundamentally the decide is the vision led. We want to think about what we want to decide to happen, and we want to make sure that we provide in a way that achieves that vision. So that provide can still be highway infrastructure, and it can be sustainable transport infrastructure, but it's all got to be geared towards what we want and what we're aiming for. What Professor Lyons does is talk about how we detach ourselves from a strict. To explain this, you need to know that TRICS is the database you've probably heard in inquiries. We get trip rates, but quite often it's a tendency to go, right, I'll get this, and that's going to happen in the future. It says, well, let's look at trends, let's project, let's do all this. That's what the TRICS database is. Don't worry so much about the past, worry about the future. And that fundamentally is what it's doing. Plus, at the same time, bringing in the concept of uncertainty and saying, don't have multiple scenarios, postulate different outcomes, and make sure your decisions are informed by those possible outcomes. That's really what it's about. And without just picking up on some of the points that were dealt with by Mr. Bamber, I noted in one of his earlier evidence he referred to the decide and provide effectively endorsing looking for best examples and suggesting that we sort of learn from those, and we can hope that happens. I don't see that as being what decide and provide is saying. It doesn't deal with that. It doesn't say, because that in a way is just to be again constrained by what's happened, what's in the past. Yes, what's happened in the past. It's very much about projecting into the future and embracing, if you will, the uncertainty, and giving ourselves the confidence to say, if we just track. I think some of your questions, one, were really pertinent to this in terms of you don't really know what's going to happen in behaviour change, and if we bind ourselves to assuming that it won't happen, it probably will not happen. That's the problem. So that's decide and provide. Vision and validate is another alternative. It's got much less. There's no guidance you can refer to on this, but it has some literature review. This is using the idea that, again, you're driven by a vision, but you use your analysis to validate that vision.
Right. Use your analysis to validate the vision.
Yeah. So this is sort of focusing on going, well, this is what I want to do. I'm again bring uncertainty into it, but can I be confident that this is sensible? Can I, or reasonable, to use an MPPF phrase? That's what the validate bit is. Yeah.
Could I just ask, is it possible for you, in a nutshell, to define what the distinction is between vision and validate on the one hand and decide and provide on the other? They seem similar. I
think decide and provide is a little bit more locked to history. It's because it comes from the TRICS database. To a certain extent, it's saying we can still get some value out of the TRICS database. We shouldn't dispense with it entirely.
It's unsurprising for TRICS.
Exactly. There's an element of that. And then just to finish, monitor and manage is probably the most sort of forward-looking, all of them are, ironically, because monitor and manage really moves us into a situation where we sort of dispense with prediction, we avoid such adherence to prediction that we focus instead on monitoring, because we set a vision, we aim for the future, and then we give ourselves a mechanism and a framework to monitor that, see what actually happens, reinvest in those measures, try harder, and then manage as appropriate the outcomes of that.
So who, if anyone, I say who who's supporting monitor and manage, if you like? Where's that come from?
It's monitor manage is very, very endorsed by, as it is in this document, by National Highways. National Highways very because it gives that confidence that it's an investment from the developer to looking at the monitoring process, is staying engaged post implementation, and really living with the project after you complete it. Don't build it. You built it on the basis of your predictions and just assume everything's fine. You live with the life of the development. You continue to evolve it. And actually, I think another thing, sorry to pick up on Mr. Bamber's point, I think he suggested that in sort of travel planning and sustainable travel interventions, you'll do everything you can, and therefore there's nothing you can do afterwards. That's precisely what you don't do. You know, you do go back, revisit what you've done in sustainable travel, and the phrase often used is double down. You know, maybe do more. You look for how successful your cycle proposals have been, or your public transport, and if more people are doing the cycling,
you need to
focus on that.
You
know, if that's what's being successful with your monitoring, then do it. So sorry, that's a very
No, it's not at all. What are the key, in your view, these different terms? It's funny that they all have one thing and another thing, the way that they're badged that way. But anyway, what are the key common themes that they all share, in your opinion? Are there common themes?
Yeah, no, there are. I mean, the term vision is the encompassing term. So I mentioned earlier that's forward-looking. Yeah, fundamentally, you look to the future. You look to what you want. I touched on that earlier.
What you want to achieve.
Not limited by the past. Again, another point Mr. Bamber pointed out, saying the past, I think there was a phrase, the past tells us what we can do in the future. I think that was maybe a partial quote from Mr. Bamber. To my mind, that is the antithesis of what vision planning is. You know, to say that the past tells us what we can do in the future is exactly what we shouldn't do. That is prediction.
What Mr. Bamber said when we were going back, I mean, the inspector will have her own note, but what he said is that we must ground our vision in what has been achieved in the past, because otherwise we won't be able to know if it works or not. I'm summarising.
Yes. Yeah, but I see that as very similar in terms of I don't. None of them suggest you dispense with evidence. That's critical.
No.
None of them say dispense with evidence. It's more about what that evidence is, and that's possibly something we should get into in due course about what that evidence means. So none say just give up and guess, or just pretend. You know,
so we're not guessing or pretending.
We're not. Yeah, exactly. Okay. So be evidence led. Okay. It's just what is that evidence? That's the key point.
And any other things that unite these different approaches?
Yeah. So transparent about uncertainty. Underappreciate, and that uncertainty can be what do we think people will do in the future. Let's be honest about it. And quite importantly, I think, is constraint playing a role in how we achieve those objectives.
Could you unpack that a little bit? This is compared to traditional transport planning, the idea of actually trying to bring about constraint is a bit strange.
Yeah, so this is actually something that sits quite heavily with Professor Jones in his vision and validate approach, which is that the phrase he uses and I use a lot, which is the carrot and stick. If you really want to achieve the objectives, maybe in the past we've been guilty in transport planning of focusing on the carrot. So what
would the carrot be?
The carrot would be
metaphor?
Here's a bus service, here's a cycle lane, use it.
So offering up the goodies of sustainable transport options. You mean?
Yes,
that's the carrot.
And then having been bound by prediction. And predict and provide in that same context, because that's where we've always had the carrot, but we've had the predict and provide. So then we offer the carrot, we predict and provide, aim for a nil detriment or perfect working highway network.
So people keep driving. And
people then be surprised when it doesn't work. So what they all do is, I feel, bring in the stick element to it. Certainly the vision.
What's the stick then?
So the stick is a degree of acceptance that if you keep providing unlimited, unconstrained networks for the car, you will get people choosing to do that instead of what you want them to do. So it's not all one or the other, and that's why I think carrot and stick is used. It's here are the opportunities, and here are the constraints.
You're saying that as part of a strategy, you might try and achieve constraint.
Yeah, absolutely. Constraint might be one of your objectives that you try to achieve.
i.e. a network, or not a whole network, but a bit of a road or whatever, a
Yeah,
junction
or
that's actually not working properly.
A focus on a highway network where
Closing the road, I suppose.
closing the road,
the
one
road,
of them, yeah,
right.
or a realisation that maybe having a perfectly operating highway network in 1 hour of the day, and
It's not the end of the world.
where it's underutilised for 22 of them, and I'm not saying that's often the case, but it isn't exactly a great use of natural resources.
So closing the road would be an example of a stick, a stick in your car. Are there any other obvious
Well,
ones?
closing the road, and ideally, and I think this is where sort of we'll come on to the detail of Highsted Road for our closing the road to one mode, but keeping it open for others.
Right.
So that's probably an embodiment of the
Buses
current
and
stick on the
bikes
same
can
corridor.
get through,
Yeah.
but not
Yeah.
cars, for
Yeah,
instance.
and that's not a unique idea, but it's tolerating the fact that stick needs to be seen, or that constraint needs to be seen as a necessary part of the process, and that's part of that paradigm shift.
How does this sit with what the MPPF's telling us to do at the moment, in terms of the glossary definition?
Yeah. So, I mean, did you want to
Yeah, let's do it.
bring it up for
Yes,
that? It might be
please.
useful.
I can't remember what document it is now. 16.1. 16.1 is the MPPF.
I think page 77 is it? I think.
Page.
No, it isn't.
Yes.
80.
Yes, page. So it's page 80 of the MPPF is the glossary, and on page 80 it's defining the vision-led approach. So here it is. This is what the government's prescription is for a vision-led approach. Just let the inspector get there. So what do you take out of this then?
Well, obviously, it echoes the point of moving away from predict and provide, and focusing on some fairly, in the context of development, setting the outcomes for those developments, well-designed, sustainable and popular places, and providing transport solutions to deliver the outcomes, so what you want, as opposed to predicting future demand and providing capacity. So in a world where you do that, predict and provide, you might get indications of constraint that we talked about earlier. And that it can be a useful part of your evidence base. That hence the reason for the uncertainty, and as Decide and Provide talks about, of your fan of outcomes. It's not necessarily unreasonable to highlight and assess what that situation would be in that constrained environment, but it shouldn't be deterministic on the decision. That's where I see the MPPF going. No.
Yeah, I was going to say, I suppose you have to be careful, don't you, about unintended consequences, and something, you might do something and it might have an effect somewhere else.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
So that's a point to sort of consider, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely, yeah, it is, and that's in the round of, I think that actually adds to that point of the uncertainty point. Having reasonable pragmatism about what can be reasonably predicted, and making sure that you provide a framework to manage around that.
Might seem stupid question, but anyway, why has the government endorsed this approach? What was wrong with it? What was wrong with everything that's been going on before for the last however many decades? We've heard indeed from Mr. Weaver about the 85,000 years of experience at his firm on travel planners. What was the problem in the past that the government are seeking to redress?
Well, I think quite reasonably Mr. Bamber highlighted this point about acknowledging himself that there are it's quite clear evidence of past failures of what Predict and Provide does. If it worked, we'd be having a fully operational transport network where everyone was doing what we wanted them to do and no environmental implications. And that probably segues quite nicely into the real problem. We have climate emergency, climate crisis, whichever language you want to use. We have finite resource available, both natural resource and financial resource, quite pertinent from a public sector spending point of view, given recent discussions at government level or recent announcements. So we need to find a way of making, and that's really what sustainable travel is, isn't it, or sustainable development, making best use of the resources available to us, and how we can achieve that. So there is a need to respond to all the failed approaches in the past, and take a new direction.
But you say, wishing's not enough. You say that
No.
it's not. You say that there's still a role for evidence
Yeah.
as part of a vision-led approach to transport planning. It's obviously something on which Mr. Bamber spent a great deal of time in the back and forth, particularly with me on this topic last week. So I suppose his criticism, and this is only going to very crudely summarise it because I expect he's got a full note of what his criticism is, but in a nutshell, his criticism is that you know, approached in the way that you would have it, whatever you'd call it, it's not evidence-led. I think he would very clear message from Mr. Bamber that vision-led planning, the way you're doing it, is maybe many things, but it's not evidence-led. So, how, in your view, firstly, at the sort of as a question of principle, does evidence inform this exercise of vision-led planning?
So I think this may be one of these areas where experience comes to some extent to hurt you, because if you've been doing something one way a long time, you become quite and understandably focused on that's the way you can do it. And evidence as a term is often correlated as analytical evidence, history. At this point again about looking back to where we are.
History,
I think
yeah.
the phrase that I've heard Mr. Bamber refer to numerous times is "it's all we've got."
That's what you said about, for instance, the census.
Census data for 2011. It's all we've got. So therefore, we have to use it, and it's a slavish adherence to analytical data. And I absolutely, and we've had internally as an organisation and as a profession, it is a challenging exercise because you have to depart from the comfort zone, if you will, to some extent of. Well, that says that, so that's that, and it's quite easy. It becomes an analytical process. Yes, it can be complicated and big spreadsheets and models, but it's a simple bit of I don't have to make the judgment, I don't have to make the decision. That number says that, so that's what I'll put in. That's the traditional form of evidence gathering.
So what's the new way, in your view? I mean,
evidence,
what does it mean now?
It becomes broader. So at the start, the vision is often dismissed a bit easily, but that is one of the fundamental components of the evidence base that we're working to. So you start, it's the first thing, it's what you do, what you want to achieve, and we're clear from the MPPF and the guidance that you need to set it early. It needs to be aspirational, but it does need to be achievable. So this is already evidence is coming in here at this point, because if we were in central London, within the congestion charging zone, we could sit down and write a vision that says we're going to have entirely car-free housing, no one's going to own a car. That vision, it wouldn't be appropriate here. It clearly wouldn't be at this stage, with the best will in the world, not where we're going to go with this vision for this development. So already that is evidence-led, because it's whether it's done entirely through data analysis or with applying common sense and knowledge about travel patterns. Already the vision is being informed. It's remaining aspirational, but it's being pragmatic, if you will, within the situational context. And that's where I come into the kind of the second point of evidence. And this is where we start to get back a bit more towards data, the comfort zone of the transport planner, if you will, of regional variations and context, and why the work we've done in this assessment and in the supplementary still looks to some of the census data for a guide, for an indication to tell us what are the variations here versus other locations. While we're looking forward, we don't abandon the past entirely. We allow it to guide us a little in the direction that we're going. Mm-hmm. And then I come back to this point of uncertainty again, whether that's evaluating the uncertainty and the need to consider it, or whether it's undertaking multiple scenarios. They're sometimes crudely called sensitivity tests, but that makes it sound like I don't think it's going to happen. Really, we're now in a world where, and I still use that language inappropriately, it's really just saying, here are different possible outcomes. And you'll see from the evidence, combined with what we have through this process, a large number of alternative scenarios set out.
By you mean?
By us in our evidence, yes, in my evidence and in the transport assessment work. And that's evidence. So it might not be one answer, it might be multiple answers, and it all feeds into that evidence base. And then critically, what follows, and I think an area Mr. Bamber takes most issue with, possibly, and I think he thinks he says it is you do need the means to implement that vision.
Yeah.
You do need to, but critically, that is placemaking from the route through the design and access statement, connectivity measures, commitments that are made within 106s, etc. And critically, this responsive monitor and management process that you are committing to, that is evidence in itself. In the absence of a monitor and manage strategy or any commitment to do that, you would be found just finding yourself bound by your predictions again or your constraints. So all of this it's been a challenge to go through this process. It can sound wishy-washy, and there can be this rush to go back to that. I keep calling it a comfort zone of, I just need to look at the data because I want my spreadsheets to add up. But actually, that's the journey that we're on as a profession, to move away from that and to use it as appropriate. So I'm sounding a bit passionate on the rather interesting subject of transport modelling.
Well, it's obviously it's now a matter that our inspector's going to have to report on. So it's important. What about the TRICS guidance?
Yeah.
Is there anything in particular? The TRICS guidance being the basis of the design and provide.
Decide and provide.
Decide and provide approach, which itself is a subcomponent of the overall vision-led umbrella. So what about that document, which Mr. Bamber spent some time in?
Yeah, so I mentioned that as being sort of one approach, one tool. We've applied techniques from it on other projects successfully and have introduced it in our supplementary forecasting here. It has a lot of merit, particularly with respect to that point I talked about using reasonable context. How can you look at trends as well that you might be able to see, which is a critical point. I mentioned earlier, it really gives us that value in terms of scenario planning and uncertainty, which I touched on. Those are the main things I take from it. And I think I mentioned earlier, and I won't go on to it, I don't see it as being a charter to just look for better examples and be based on that, which I think was one of the suggestions made in other evidence. It is useful, but it shouldn't be seen as the be all and end all, because we would be back in the trap of just not looking forward entirely.
Okay. Now, what I think we want to do now is turn away from the principle of the thing, as in principle definitions and policy and guidance, to actually an analysis of this scheme. And I'm wondering whether, given that we're about to do that, and the extent to which this scheme has been vision-led from a transport point of view, that's a whole other topic. So I'm wondering if this might be a good moment. And we could keep going for another 20 minutes or something if you'd like. Or if you're happy to stop now, then let's do that. Oh, we'll carry on a bit. Oh, we do.
Sorry?
We've got a 4 o'clock finish, haven't we? It's maybe a what if? That's a good point. What if no afternoon break, presumably, if it's 4 o'clock? Well, whatever.
We might have a comfort break. We don't have
Sure.
20-minute one, perhaps.
In your hands. We could start the next topic now.
We'll stop now, and then we'll just have till 5 to 2.
Yeah,
And then, we can probably carry through.
we could do all the way through till 4. Okay, thank you.
Is that all right?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right.
Thank you very much.
been increased to respond to that. So really, with that in mind, I think without being too simplistic about it, I think I'd quite like to take, if you would, Mum, to CD 7.31.5, which is the transport assessment, I believe, sustainable 7.31.5, which is volume 5 of the sustainable transport strategy.
Have we not got Mr. Pereira here?
That is a good question.
And
I
Mr.
should have.
Grimes?
That is a good question.
He may be out buying cakes. That seems to be his theme for this week.
Yeah. Yes. Perhaps they thought it was 2 o'clock. I mean, but obviously it's not.
Oh well. Okay. Well, we'll carry on for the moment.
Okay, they can always watch back on YouTube. He's
Yes.
not cross-examining this witness.
Yeah.
Um,
right.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, and I think PDF page 20, I believe, which should be a heading, section 3, vision and objectives. Is that okay? So primarily drawing your attention to this. This sits within, I mean, the size of the transport assessment is such, as you would have gathered, we've decided to divide it up into volumes. So this document particularly is the sustainable transport strategy. So it's focused on, if you want, the how the development goes about achieving those objectives, and sets out here a vision as contemporary policy, and I think at the time contemporary practice said you should. So although it predates the embracing of that in the MPPF, it was clear to us at the time that's where we should be going, and that's what we should be doing. And I think it's worth just drawing attention to the stated vision in para 3.2, which I wonder if you might just beg me the opportunity to just read it out, because I think it brings in some of the context of. So it says here,
unless the inspector's already read it.
Would you rather? So this sustainable transport strategy has a vision of supporting growth through delivery of the proposed development in a manner that enables and encourages sustainable travel patterns, not only within the development, but also affecting wider change in behaviour across the borough that would otherwise be impossible. The sustainable transport strategy will achieve this by setting out a framework of measures that embrace, support and encourage innovations in solutions and technology that will place the proposed development in Swale more generally at the forefront of progressive transport planning and be leaders in sustainable transport. This sustainable transport strategy will do so while remaining realistic about the challenges and constraints, cognizant of the shortcomings of past efforts, and while balancing the need for high aspirations, doing so with demonstrable deliverability. Failed on the last word there. So I was hoping to just read that out, because while it's written in September 22, obviously it was established much earlier than that. This is just a recording of it within the transport strategy. The development took some considerable time to get to the point of a submission, as you can imagine, of this scale. But I hope that the intention to draw your attention to that is you can see some of the themes which were apparent in both the challenges unique to Swale, the identified need and evidence of plan making seeking to achieve wider change and wider benefit in a sustainable travel sense, but also trying to bring in the concept of innovation. And when we talk here about forefront of progressive transport planning, it's because we were, essentially seeing the direction things were going and really saying this is how we should be doing this now, and that's that set our sort of guiding, as a vision does, that guiding route we wanted to take through this process. So I think that's just a useful context for you to bring that around. Sorry.
Right. Thank you. Where next in the sequence of documents on so far as the application being vision led?
Yeah. Well, I just briefly, just if you don't mind, just briefly touching on the point that we talked on evidence earlier about one of the problems we've got with evidence, and actually I think the tricks guidance maybe won't take you to it, but give you a reference just so we don't slow things up too much. But you may want to look at paragraph 8.1. There's an inset box that essentially acknowledges a significant deficit in really mode-specific evidence. So how do people respond to certain things? Both because we struggle with the prediction of that, but also there's very little evidence. And one of the things we try to do we are looking to do in the sustainable transport strategy is to try and solve some of those problems. Take this. It's a bad choice of phrase, but sort of petri dish of a development here that's so large that you can really get value out of that monitoring exercise that goes simply beyond the developments, but actually can inform the industry and the wider, because you don't get that many opportunities like this for that pot of that data. So sorry, that was my little onto a segue there for that. But I think possibly most useful in terms of a direction where we want to go is that this vision needs to be embedded in from the outset. It needs to be planned from the very beginning. You need to decide what you're doing. So I think going outside of the transport evidence, I think it's worth us looking at the design and access statement, if we could. And I think CD 7.6.1 is a good place to go in the first instance.
6.1.
And I think we were looking for...
So this is the first part of the southern DAS.
That's correct, yes. And I think we may have been here briefly earlier, but if we go to page... Oh, it's actually page 9 it is, I believe.
Mm-hmm. So inspect there.
Page 9.
Yes. It should say introduction, spatial planning principles, and then the O1 is on the right on that document. No. Okay, so I won't go all through this, but if you look at the text on the left-hand side, you can see we're very much talking about the vision for the development in the broadest sense here, saying how the vision builds on the objective of to create a sustainable garden community, and then I think the vision comes up in numerous other locations. But the sort of manifestation of that is set out in these series of spatial planning principles. And the ones that I think Mr. Simons took another witness to were at the bottom of the middle green box, HP4, under connectivity and transport. And then they flow all the way through to HP10. So I think it's just worth looking at some of these, because this really does represent the vision and how the development is going to build on that precisely. So HP4 is worth a quick look at, because the opening sentence of that one, the development we planned around transformational change in integrated and sustainable transport systems, and the key wording here is for the area, which will put walking, cycling and public transport at its heart. Shall be delivered in a timely manner to support the community as it grows. So again, that's a manifestation here of the objective of wider change and being really instrumental. HP5 picks up aspects of walking and cycling and how that will be integrated into a sustainable movement corridor. HP6 talks about frequent bus services, sets the parameters under which have carried forward into the assessment and also into the commitments and obligations for the development as drafted. We then talk at HP7 about starting to introduce local centres, public transport interchanges, and HP8 is a particular one that's probably quite worth mentioning, is about these key corridors going out of the development. So this comprehensive network of sustainable connectivity to key destinations, other residential, non-residential, but also to other town centres and villages in the wider area. So we're focusing there on, if you want, the outbound or external movement, is a phrase I might use. And then in HP 9, I think a really important one relative to some of the discussions we've already heard, and may come back to this, well, I will come back to this, I suspect, in more detail. But this is focusing on the concept of developing a scheme or a proposal which has the concept of walkable neighbourhoods at its heart. And you can see the priorities there being at least 85% of homes to be within 800 metres of schools, existing or proposed, retail provision and community and social activities. So that's really important about what we're trying to achieve. Those are really key principles embodied in the DAS.
Could I just ask you, that idea about walkable neighbourhoods? I think we all hear a lot about walkable neighbourhoods in the media. What does a walkable neighbourhood mean to you as a transport planner? Does it have a particular sort of sense behind it?
Yeah, it's really easy to blend acceptable walking distances in walkable neighbourhoods, and so they've got the same word in them, and we fear they're the same. I think it's quite clear if we look at the National Design Guide, etc. These are two very different things. The distance that people are able, willing, and can walk to, say, primary destinations, a daily walk to work, remains that we often talk about, the 2 kilometres, etc. That still remains a valid criteria. Walkable neighbourhoods, by contrast, and I think it's again clear from the National Design Guide that we can turn to in a moment, represent creating those places and those local communities where walking is just the default. And I like to think of it as, I need a pint of milk, I'll walk to the shop. I'm taking my child to primary school, I'll walk to the primary school. Those sort of day-to-day activities. So it's not about that decision of what mode I'll take. It just becomes naturally. And that's why we see this differential criteria of 800 metres, sometimes 600 metres used versus 2 kilometres, because it is that point about where it just becomes blindingly obvious to walk. It would be almost, at 600 to 800 metres, it would be perverse to get in the car.
Because it's so close.
It's so close. I mean, we're talking almost visible distance here. That's what I see a walkable neighbourhood to be, and I think it's important to draw that parallel between that and acceptable walking distances. Least of all because acceptable walking distances aren't a fixed criteria, but aren't a fixed criteria. There clearly is no upper boundary where people can walk, as we discovered from our site visit, because we would have stopped fairly early on in the morning.
That's for sure. Okay. So walkable neighbourhoods is a concept that's expressed at HP 9.
Yeah, we might want to come back to that later on, but I have seen that differentiation I've made get blurred a little bit.
What do you mean blurred?
Well, I think in Mr. Bamber's evidence, he took us to I think a plan in his evidence, which we might need to take up for reference, but I think it was a 2 kilometre isochrone.
It was. He had a yellow star in the middle of town and a 2 kilometre isochrone.
Yeah, and I think that was being presented as almost saying Sittingbourne's a walkable neighbourhood, and it was used in this context of, if we cluster this development together, we'll just replicate that. But I think that's misleading as to what a walkable neighbourhood is, because that distance of 2 kilometres is a distance you can walk, but it's not necessarily a walkable neighbourhood, because you've lost people towards the edge. And I'm conscious that Mr. Weaver also takes this point and makes reference.
Are you talking about this point about how it would be better, rather than having a number of villages to agglomerate? I'm going to summarise, very much crude summary of what both Mr. Bamber and Mr. Weaver think. It would be better, in terms of walkability, if you took the whole thing and agglomerated it together into a single massive development. And I think the view of both Mr. Bamber and Mr. Weaver is that would be better. It would, I think, among other things, be more walkable. I think was very much the idea.
Yeah, I mean, Mr. Weaver he refers to some evidence, which is his own publication, which I think looks to see how you can extend the walkable principles. And by his own admission, there's an elasticity in that factor. So you start to lose people on the outer edges, but as you potentially gain more services, you can recover some of the people in the middle, I think was the suggestion. So I can see the direction, but I'm it certainly, I don't think, having reviewed the information he submitted, suggests that it's necessarily or empirically evidentially better to go for larger. I think the National Design Guide, which we can turn to that if that's useful, because I think it's quite clear.
Please do if you'd like to, absolutely.
Yeah, which one my reference for that? 16.2, I think it is.
16.2.
Yeah. And when you're there, yeah, sure. Para 63 on page 18 might be a good place to start, I think. Let me just check. Should have got that myself first. Oh, sorry, got it wrong around. Did I say para 60? I've got my pages back to front. Sorry, para 63 on page 18. Did I say page 63? Sorry, it's confusing. May have misled there.
Page 18.
You mean PDF 22, paginated 18.
That's it.
Section on built form, a coherent pattern of development.
That's it.
Okay, fine.
Far away?
Yeah, so just really drawing, I think it's on, yes, it's para 63, well-designed places have. And then it says here compact forms of development that are walkable, contributing positively to the well-being and placemaking. So obviously there's an element of the word compact there. So it's implying that, yes, obviously density is implied there, but distance comes in as well, in that walkable aligns with scale. Obviously, I think we've talked about that extensively. But I think if we can jump on to PDF page 24, and then
PDF 24.
And then is an inset box under definitions in blue.
Ah, yes. And we've got compact and walkable. Compact form of development and walkable are defined terms.
Yep, that's right. Yep.
So what do they say?
Well, primarily focusing on the walkable point, local facilities are within walking distance, generally considered to be no more than 10 minutes or an 800-metre radius. So, accepting Mr. Weaver's sort of attempt to extend that principle and to see that, I think the design guide tells us that 800 metres is a good guide. And I think if we're particularly focused on this impulsive or impromptu walkability, I think that's one of the most important things that we can do in trying to get people to really start seeing walking as just standard, like it is within your house, almost. You don't.
Or I suppose within a small village.
Or a small village, yeah, exactly, and that's what we're trying to achieve. And as you scale that, yes, if you get the benefits of the additional facilities, but it is going to be you have to weigh the losses versus the benefits. Where we sit on that one, I think my own view is it's unlikely to be a complete. There's probably merit in both to some extent, but certainly this development has adopted an approach following the National Design Guide.
Of the compact
walkable 800 metre radius. But critically, and this is where, and there are other reasons I've no doubt beyond my area of competence that follow this approach. This idea of multiple 2-3 strong villages and structure. I'm only talking about it from the perspective of, but I'm aware from the master planning and design process that there are other reasons to try and beyond connectivity and walkability. So that, and I think just quickly to pull back to those HPs before we leave that document, is that having been left with those handful of smaller but compact and walkable neighbourhoods, it's clear from these spatial principles, I think particularly HP5, that we then wrestle with the connectivity of those, which is where we start. So it's where we start to see this sustainable movement corridor concept coming in to go, okay, great.
Got these walkable compact neighbourhoods, how are they to be connected? Yes,
exactly. So, and I think this is, there was a lot of criticism of losing the benefits of a large development. As in a large development can make one big lump with a big centre in the middle. An alternative way of looking at it is you get, let's say two, I think you used, two substantial areas, 4,000-ish units of development, but as you plan them as one, you can then deal with that connectivity. If they came forward separately, for instance, you may get the walkable benefits, but how do you get the interconnectivity?
I mean, if they came forward as two separate planning applications?
So two separate schemes.
One at Highsted and one at Oakwood, or whatever.
Wherever else, somewhere, Faversham or something. Then you lose that ability to plan with that connectivity from day one. So my own view is, and then what we've worked on and what's in this vision is to get the best of both worlds, get the benefits of small, compact, walkable neighbourhoods interconnected by each other.
Could I ask, and this is jumping way ahead, so just bear with me, the to impacts and all of that, which we won't be doing for 2 weeks, but broadly, could you give the inspector a flavour as to what proportion of trips overall, we focus so much on trips out of the scheme, Sittingbourne to London to Faversham. What proportion of the trips is actually just people walking to the local centre or people walking within the scheme?
So if we're looking at headline trip rates, so if you took all of the individual components and said traditional methodology forecasts X trips, total, which I think is around about, say, 17,000 movements in a peak hour that are going to be generated.
17,000 movements in a peak hour.
Yeah, but these are double counting, so that could be someone that's leaving their house and someone that's arriving at primary school, and they're the same person. But when you account for that, you're looking at about 65% in the assessment we've done.
So 65%
are just dealt with.
Dealt with internally?
Internally, yeah.
Internal walking?
No, internal across the whole development. So that may be within the walkable neighbourhoods, but that might be also connecting the two neighbourhoods. So that might be
going to secondary
school, precisely. Highsted going through the sustainable movement corridor to. That's before we consider mode.
So 65% across all modes are internal, as it were, within the scheme itself.
Yeah, and I definitely won't bore at this point going into that, but that has been achieved by genuinely joining those journeys up, looking at the opportunities for who's going to go where, constrained to what is on site. So we touched I think Councillor Bonney touched on secondary education, for example. We're in a selective system in Kent. It would be simplistic to just assume that all of the secondary school demand goes to the school on site. I think it's about 20% roughly go to selective education in Kent, if I recall the data correctly. That's provided outside, so that goes outside. So that matching of trips has been done in the modelling exercise, so to make sure that we don't just assume that that's all provided for.
So if it's 65% of all trips,
headline person trips, yeah.
Sorry.
Headline person trips. So it allows for what we'd call sort of joining the two trips together. The school trip rate joined to the residential trip rate. Does that make sense? Sorry, I'm not maybe explaining that.
I'm not sure, but anyway, 65% of them within the development.
Yep.
and that could be a trip by car.
This is a headline person trip. Yeah, this is a person trip. So
Yeah,
it could. So
mode.
that could include someone opting, disappointingly possibly, from the Train Transport to drive from Highsted to Oakwood.
Yeah.
That could be included in that. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just
And
no-
there is within that.
Sorry, I didn't
Yes.
mean to
No.
cut you off. Overall, as an overall figure, I'm accepting that's across all modes. What does that 65% tell us? I mean, how does that compare to a conventional scheme that one might work on?
Well, from the scale is all important to some extent, and mix of use
Sure,
is
of course
critical.
it is, yeah.
So from a
But I mean, I suppose is that higher or lower than you'd normally see?
higher by many orders. So a say 100-unit residential development with no on-site provision would have an imperceptible amount of internalisation in the peak hour. Yeah, there might be someone that walks to their neighbour's house or something like that, but it's not even worth accounting for. And then obviously as you scale up and you start to get land uses, you get that benefit. So it is one of the values of scale, obviously.
Depends what facilities they're offering, doesn't
Of
it?
course.
Really?
It does, absolutely,
I mean,
yeah.
if it's
yeah.
all residential with nothing
Clearly.
else, then they
Yeah.
all go.
Absolutely,
Yeah,
absolutely, 100%. Yeah, that's completely correct. Yeah.
So we'll come back to that. That was a bit of a tangent.
Yeah, sure.
But so you've got these HP principles, spatial planning principles, in the DAS, and what we want to understand next really is what happens to them, because I think so far as Mr. Bamber's evidence went, again to paraphrase him, I think he was broadly content, or I thought he didn't have many problems with the words used in the DAS. I think he thought it was early stage. I think it was early enough to be baked in. I think he said the words are fine. He said nice words, but I think his real challenge is how those words in the HPs are being translated into a master plan, an approach, a scheme. He thinks that it gets lost in translation, if you like, that the words the principles don't feature in the final scheme.
Yeah, so how do they manifest within the actual
How does
proposal?
it work?
Yeah.
How does the scheme sort of iterate pursuant to those principles?
So there absolutely wasn't a fait accompli. This wasn't a bolt on some principles to a scheme that's already proposed. There was a pretty exhaustive and extensive exercise with all disciplines informing the process, I should say. This is not just transport, landscape, led as talked about endlessly in the first couple of weeks, and various other disciplines. But some of those obvious ones is the land use decisions. Why have local centres in each of these walkable neighbourhoods? Why do that? Why is the employment positioned in certain locations? There was discussions around the school, which has moved in the proposals to a more appropriate location over time, to the secondary education school. Where to put the primary education? So the actual development of those walkable neighbourhoods is an outcome of that vision and those objectives. So they're written as visions, but you see them in that position. We talked earlier on about the connectivity of the movement corridor, which, for all of the specific criticisms that we can get into from other parties, fundamentally is a response to those objectives and what we're trying to achieve. And I think possibly one of the. I mean, it may be a good time maybe to start having a look at some of the design panel interaction, possibly as a way
I mentioned the design panel to Mr. Bamber in my cross-examination about all of this, and this was a part of the material he had not reviewed, and so could you explain the relevance of the design panel work that happened to this topic?
Yeah, I mean everyone here will be familiar with what the design review process is, but it's a multidisciplinary exercise led principally by master planning, but obviously the panel itself is multidisciplined, and the consultants involved are multidisciplined, all parties represented. On this particular exercise, I'm going to name drop a bit here, but we had the benefit of Phil Jones, the sort of much lauded transport,
120 man.
yes, involved in 120, chair of Active Travel England and such
Very
like.
impressed you knew who that was.
Yeah, very good. Yeah.
Yeah.
And well-known resident of Birmingham.
Yeah. Oh, there you go. 120 man himself. Mr. 120.
Mr. 120. I don't
Wow.
know. Yeah, okay,
There you go.
Yeah, he's incredible. Yes.
Oh, sorry, your mic's gone off.
Anyway, he was involved, was he?
Yeah, so he was the transport representative on the design panel, when reviewing it. So, and anyone who's had any engagement with him and worked with him knows that, well, his chair on the of Active Travel England is quite a clear example of his position with regard to the importance of sustainable and particularly active travel. And he doesn't pull any punches. He'll tell us like it is, and he was involved in that design panel process along with all the other experts. And if we go to
What's that? Sorry to
yeah.
interrupt. Very often design panels are something that the council sets up. But was this something a bit different? This wasn't to do with the council, was it?
The actual process of how it came about, I don't know. It was pre-application, certainly. That's absolutely the case.
Yeah.
So it dates back to, I think, 2018, I think.
But was it the applicants that got together?
We initiated it. If I could take you to the document, the council attended, but we initiated it.
Right, okay. So it's not something that all applications,
No.
sort of big applications go to, because that's the case with a lot of
authorities.
councils,
Not the situation here.
Okay.
The reporting of it, just for your note, madam, and indeed I suppose Mr. Wild may want to go there actually, it's in the final bit of the Southern Design and Access Statement. So document 7.6.5 and PDF, if you could turn it up actually, PDF 25.
Oh, hold on just a minute.
Yeah.
Page, sorry.
Sorry, it begins, just the cover sheet is PDF 25. And if you get there, that should say Appendix A.
Oh yes.
And then if you turn on, obviously, you will see there were a number of different sessions that are all explained. So session 1, session 2, session 3, and then something called session 3 workshop, and that goes all the way through to PDF 39. So this is where it's all reported. But you can see it on the first page for session 1, top left, design review process. It says Quinn Estates engaged with Design Southeast to assist the design, etc., and peer reviews engagement with a panel of design, transportation and planning experts. So so far as the transportation goes, Mr. Wild, it was Mr. 120, was it?
Yes, certainly in one of the sessions anyway.
Yeah.
So sorry, this Design Southeast is an independent. It's an outside assessor. It's
Correct. They're an independent design review panel.
Yeah. Thank you.
And what we've got, again, just so you can clear, madam, we've got, you can see the initial concept master plans at this stage on in the middle of the page, and you can see in the green box on the right-hand side the DSE report notes, and those go on to the next page.
Could I, just before you go beyond onto the next page,
No, not at all. Just to be clear on what it. So that's what that is, and then that structure occurs for different sessions over time.
Right. Okay.
So sorry, Mr. Wild, go for it.
I just on that on page 26, where the initial concept master plans are, and there are two. There's one with a lot of yellow in it, and one with a lot of white on it. It's going to be quite tricky. I might have to zoom in a little. Apologies, but
On the top plan.
Bottom plan probably. It might be easier. I think either. They both tell the same story, but just wanted to just illustratively give you an indication of the state of the transport infrastructure proposals as they stood at that time. So it's quite difficult to tell, but this is broadly dual carriageway along this length through here, and
All the way. You mean the full?
I think the full length
Southern
at this
Relief
point
Road?
was, yeah, at grade junctions in some locations, grade separated at M2 junction, and I think Miss Bonnie isn't here, so it might be a good thing, because at that time, it's very difficult to tell, but at the bottom of Highsted, where we have our signalised junction, at that time, the proposal was for a grade separated junction, so the road was going to go over, and there was going to be slip roads, etc., in that position point. So I'm only really highlighting that, not to scare anyone to think that's what's being proposed, but just to try and provide some context of the proposal that was on the table.
This was back in
2018, I think.
March of 2018, and we can see the inspector's seen how the numbers have developed over time.
Yep.
But at this time, it was a much higher number. It was, I think, over 11,000 just in the south.
Yeah, and you can see
I was going to say, you can see that the development essentially runs all the way along the not all the way, obviously, but development runs most of the way along the Southern Relief Road.
Yeah, exactly. And the reason for just giving that context is because obviously that's what the design panel were commenting on at that point. So everything that follows is in that context.
Okay.
And I think probably the most just an initial point to look at would be box 3 on the left-hand side of page 30. It's got a little inset plan showing.
Okay, so just to be clear, now we're moving into session number 2. Is that right?
Yes, it is. Yeah, that's correct.
So
Yep.
Right. Later on that year, May of 2018, we moved into session number 2.
And there's just some key things to pull out of this. Obviously, that text refers to the strategic case for the relief road linking. This is the top of the column of text in that
Just
box.
to say, who's written this text? Is this your text?
It's a
or
Design
their
South
text?
East.
This is them writing.
It's a report on the.
Sorry, which was you looking at? The green?
No, the white. So the
Relationship Sittingbourne?
no, just below that, the one below.
The next one down, the Relief Road strategic role.
Yep.
So this is Design South East's take on the strategic role
Yes.
of the Relief Road. And what are the key points there then?
So the strategic case for relief road linking the A2 and M2 was well articulated at the workshop, and then it says a caveat, although it should be noted that without the delivery of the section of road linking north across Low Mass Road, which is the Northern Relief Road, a major component of the concept fails. So really just reinforcing, as we have this application structure, the south without the north is not a compelling prospect. And therefore goes on to explain that below about the, and then it says taking heavy goods traffic away from the centre of Sittingbourne brings with it opportunities for improving the town centre experience. These include moderating speed through the commercial centre of Sittingbourne, making better provisions for crossing the A2, improving air quality and reducing noise levels, reallocating carriageway space for either wider footways or for better cycle infrastructure, which is a topic that's quite key in the sustainable transport strategy I'll come on to possibly later, about this reallocation of road space principles on existing roads, which links back to the deriving wider betterment point rather than simply I'll come back to explain that maybe a little further later. So I think that, so it does touch on here as well, this point which is I think Mr. Bamber made quite a great play on, and there is an acknowledgement here at this point that the development to the south of the A2 should be integrated with a strategy to deliver town-wide benefits, the point we made for residents. And then it says here, modelling different speeds for the new relief road should be undertaken to allow for different approaches for the design of the road as it passes the proposed villages, as well as potentially reducing environmental and landscape impacts. So I think this is the design panel wrestling with the topic of the road through the villages and really saying, okay, that's what you're proposing. That, as Mr. Bamber says, it's an anathema to sustainable travel. I think design panel
He said it was inept.
Did he? Sorry. Okay. Okay.
Anathema and
Apologies. The design panel saying it doesn't come without its challenges, so let's work at what we can do about that, and what we can do. So, but it's noting those benefits. I think picking that point up, if we jump down, I'm bouncing around a little bit here. Apologies. So, but sticking with that theme,
Are you leaving this document?
No.
Okay, good.
Just
Sorry,
down to the next
just to check.
page.
Oh, next page of it.
Sorry,
That's
and-
not bouncing around. That's
That's right.
moving through the document.
So box 5, so in exactly the same position as on the previous page, but this one, the relief road form and character.
That might have been session 1, isn't it? Because we're now going into session 2, aren't we?
It's titled session 2 there.
31.
The session 2. Session 2 starts on PDF page 28.
Oh, okay. Okay. So where do we want to go now?
So the box, it's got a little number 5 in the bottom right corner. It's on page 31.
31. Mm-hmm.
So if we look at this point here, there was a discussion about the idea of what's now the country park in the proposals actually had development in it at the time, and there's a focus here about, you can see that little inset plan of the pink built areas. That's actually the sort of middle village that doesn't exist in the proposals currently. But when we're talking about here, it says the main junction for the central village has the potential to bring development closer to the relief road on the Sittingbourne side. And then it says here, a boulevard type design, see below, here would help mix local and passing traffic without overly slowing down the main relief road carriageway speeds. So what you can see there, as far as I understand it, is the design panel really trying to, provide guidance and some suggestions about how you can manage the conflict between the relief road functionality and its integration within the development. To start, I'm not going to rush ahead to look at design, but it would be just useful potentially. It may be best with the master plan. I think it could be useful.
Sorry, I'm just trying to find the bit you've just
Oh, sorry, my apologies. I've rushed ahead.
Boulevard.
Yeah, sorry. So,
Well, where's that?
so on that,
Page 31, I've got.
yeah, page 31, the text floating around in the middle between the pink blobs and then the sort of rather ugly grey separated looking junction on the right.
Under the relief road form and character.
That's it, and it starts the main junction for the central village.
Yeah. So where does it talk about? Oh, I see.
A boulevard type design, see below.
Yeah.
And then I thought maybe just to pick that point up, if we pick up, I think the illustrative master plan is possibly the most useful. Just going to find a good reference for it.
Got that in half.
Oh, not that one. Open up a parameter plan. CD 8.30 I was going to go for. So have you looking at the same one as me?
Well, I was looking at
Oh yeah, that's basically the same. Yeah, that's
the same?
it. Yeah, that one on the front cover will be fine. I think. I mean, you can't zoom in on that, but you can just get closer.
Oh.
I was going to look at Oakwood Village at that point and just look at where the road bisects through the development, which was obviously one of the key criticisms of Mr. Bamber about this being effectively an impenetrable wall to Severance.
Yeah, he says it's. He calls it. Hang on, well, he called it a high-speed. I'm trying to get his proof of evidence. High-speed dual carriageway, but then he did confirm that I don't think he was talking about this bit. Yeah, that was it. Relatively high-speed dual carriageway brackets or single carriageway plus designated busway through the centre of both Highsted and Oakwood villages. He calls it that anathema to the principles of sustainable travel because it all brings about severance was his position.
So bearing in mind, all still illustrative, but the illustrative proposals for the highway and the master plan are the realisation of the vision as far as you can go within an outline and all matters reserved application. That section of Oakwood has then taken on board some of that comment from the design panel about looking at a boulevard type arrangement, splitting those carriageways, all essentially to break down that severance barrier. to provide that opportunity, and to allow you to have the combination of a road still functioning in its relief purpose while simultaneously being permeable and be able to be crossed. Now, I think we'll come back to the detail on that later. I'm only really mentioning it now in the context of evolution against the vision and the objectives set earlier, and how the master plan, the tangible outcomes of the application of that vision into the scheme.
Could I just ask you, I don't know whether we're coming towards the end of the design review panel, there's quite a lot in here, but there was just something I just wanted to check with you before we put it away. You're on the box 5, relief road form and character. There was just one more box in terms of the villages, walkable villages, neighbourhoods and all of that.
Yep.
The next page has on it is there's a box for landscape, and then there's a box called 3 villages.
Yep.
And the design review panel are, they say, generally supportive of the concept of the I'll just check it. Have you got that, madam?
Hang on
The
a
box
minute.
of 3 villages.
I'm just getting it, I think. 3 villages, yep.
3 villages, and so the first thing that they say is that the concept of 3 distinct areas of development, a caveat that you've given already, in fact one of the areas isn't there anymore, but as in there are still 3, but there are different 3 now.
Yes.
But anyway, the concept of 3 distinct areas of development as separate villages is generally supported, but with caveats, and the caveats are set out. How does the concept of villages that was obviously supported in general by the design review panel sit with your approach to walkable connected neighbourhoods?
Well, it's consistent with them to begin with, but also I think usefully in this pane, is it 7 that you're looking at, Mum? Box 7.
Box 7, yeah.
You can see here a number of those caveats, and some of them talk about, I think the third bullet point in particular refers to this secondary movement system.
Right.
Connecting the villages together must be direct, legible, usable for all modes of transport.
What does that mean, secondary movement?
This is for the trips that go beyond the individual walkable villages and between the walkable villages, noting that the master plan and the concept is to have one village with its own local centre, but with a predominance of employment, Highsted, and another with its own local centre, but obviously with the secondary education provision. So that secondary movement is, how do you connect those people that need access to the secondary education, or those that are going to employment, in a way that doesn't just give in to car travel, as you touched on earlier,
And
about the reality.
2 bullets down from there, we're told that this secondary movement system has got to accommodate buses or provide easy access to bus stops on the relief road.
Yes. Yeah.
So to what degree has that been taken into account?
Well, this is where this is part and parcel with this transition from a relief road to a movement corridor that I touched on earlier, and again, another tangible realisation of the vision, responding to these design panel observations. We've transitioned the road from very early on into this sustainable movement corridor, so that it has distinct areas with provision for cyclists and for pedestrians and for public transport, which we'll come on to, I guess, in a more detail a bit later. But that aligns entirely with that point you talked about, easy access to bus, it refers to there. And that is the response to that. That's why it sits as it does within the proposals.
I suppose last question before we move away from the design review panel for now anyway. You've touched on it once already. Mr. Bamber's firm view was that the principles of sustainable transport are such that to do what's being done in this scheme is fundamentally at odds, anathema he called it, he also called it inept, compared against those principles of sustainable travel. And you remember that he said that if the inspector would like, he'd produce a long note from places like the Manual for Streets, setting out all of those different principles that we conflict with. That's his view. So we know what I mean, basically my question is, how does that align? How does his position align with that taken by the independent review panel, staffed by, among others, Mr. 120 himself?
So the way I see it, from the design panel's view, and the way that and I agree with this position and the way that we've taken through the application, is it talks about the secondary movement system, but we're talking about multimodal movement here. We're not talking
about what?
Multimodal. I sounded very funny when I said multimodal. That's what happened there. Multimodal corridors. So segregation for the sake of safety and for priority, yes, but not necessarily separation for the purposes of where you go. So inherently, you want the pedestrians, the cyclists and the buses to go through the centre of the villages. You want to connect those local centres, you want to connect those places. I believe that the sort of manifestation of Mr. Bamber's approach would lead us to the bypass concept that I talked of earlier, which is not what is proposed. Although others have co-opted that phrase, I've been quite clear that it's not a bypass in that sense, and that to do so would separate out those corridors. You take the roads around the outside, presumably with absolutely no impediment, with no constraint, as we talked about earlier on as being part of the process, and also no visibility and cognizance of the other modes.
What do you mean by visibility? I mean, why is visibility important, or cognizance?
Well, one of the biggest challenges with mode shift, or achieving mode shift, and I don't mean in a technical level here, I mean in a perception, behaviour change, as we talked about at some length. First of all, is making people aware of the alternatives.
Making people aware of it.
Just fundamentally, I mean, if you have a public transport corridor, or I know this is often mentioned in our industry sometimes about going and talking about Dutch examples towards cycle facilities, but when you are on a road and you can see a really high quality cycle facility running alongside you, it can just start to affect change in people's attitudes. They can see the value of cycling, they can see the ease, they can see it taking place. Same applies with buses in that context. And if you take it apart and you separate it and you move it away, not only do you make the driving easier, but those drivers are almost unaware of the concept of that walking opportunity and that, and that bus travel opportunity. So I think it's critically important that you keep that in the system, and I think that's reflected in why we talk about a movement system. The Design Southeast talk about a movement system. We take the name movement corridor, and we put the stuff together. Not forgetting segregation and priority. I differentiate between segregation and separation, and that's the.
Sorry to be slow. What when you differentiate between them? How do you differentiate between them?
So segregation would be the separate space for walking and cycling,
segregated lanes,
and the separate public transport corridor.
I see.
Well, that's what you've got.
Yeah, exactly. Separation would be to split them and put one in a completely different location.
So separation is like a bypass for cars somewhere completely,
like a motorway, maybe even,
or a whatever, dual carriageway around the outside.
Yeah.
So these are not separate, but they are segregated.
Yes.
When they run up the sustainable movement.
Absolutely. Yeah. That's
right.
That's the sort of principle behind it. And I don't accept that resultant corridor, as it becomes vehicle and public and cycle and walk through Oakwood, for instance, is this barrier to sort of perpendicular movement crossing in the way that it's been presented. I accept there's a need, and there has been a need to respond to that positively, hence the boulevard reference we made there to break down the space. But the idea that you simply must entirely separate it is, I would argue, I don't want to adopt the same language, but that takes us to an entirely different challenge to sustainable travel, because it's just simply providing.
Could I just ask you, I know that it's slightly out of order, but just given you've spent so much time talking about Oakwood, the Southern Relief Road as it passes through Oakwood. You've shown the inspector the plans. You've seen it already, where it's 30 miles an hour as it passes
Yep.
through Oakwood Village. 2 single carriageways separated by a green.
Yeah, corridor. Yeah, verge. Yeah,
Verge or
verge is
whatever.
understating it. Frankly, it's
Okay,
Lane Park.
a green space.
Yeah.
Could you just explain that we've heard an awful lot about the fact that there's one signalised crossing proposed at Oakwood, and that's not enough to facilitate permeability over the Southern Relief Road? I know this isn't what we're talking about at the moment, but just given that we're there.
Yep. Yep.
Could you just explain to the inspector what your view is of that contention from Mr. Bamber, and I suppose in particular what the way that the road is designed as it passes through Oakwood will enable people to do, and how they'll use it?
Well, I think a misunderstanding should be cleared up in that point actually first. I think yesterday, Councillor Bonney and possibly Mr. Bamber referred to me suggesting that this would be an uncontrolled crossing in the centre of Oakwood. Just to clarify, it's not, as the Prowl strategy makes clear. There is a signalised crossing in the central location of Oakwood. That comment that was actually referring to the next public right-of-way further to the south, and we can come on to that in detail when we go through the road. But that was just mentioned a few times, and I think it needs clarification that the crossing, the controlled crossing you're referring to, is proposed as a signal control crossing within the Prowl strategy. But the road itself, the intention of splitting the 2 lanes, we spent quite a bit of time looking at, although the design, it doesn't come in design because it's illustrative, we spent quite a long time experimenting with local design solutions to this, because you have got a challenge with a lane. You have to account for vehicles, say, breaking down, and how can you pass. So the design concepts we came up with internally were to create a situation where at regular intervals you narrow that space right down, effectively creating almost build-outs for pedestrian and cycle crossing facilities at numerous locations that have no effect on traffic flow. They don't break up the flow, but they make the space that you cross, and it allows you to open the carriageway a little bit wider with possibly, we looked at the options of kind of an overrun area or possibly curbs, angle curbs. Just these are design concepts. They're not in the application, but they're ways in which you can mean that a pedestrian approaching this road will have numerous opportunities where they can cross a very small section of tarmac with only one direction of traffic flow, finding gaps really quite easy without signal control. But as is appropriate, and as a result of the Prowl engagement, there is also a formal control facility in the centre of that section of road, so that those who feel more vulnerable or feel they need to use it can take advantage of that. So it's not a everybody must filter to this point and cross. There's myriad opportunities along the length as we envisage it.
Mr. Bamber said you'd be, I'm paraphrasing, you'd be mad to try and do that because of the non-stop HGVs coming up and down the Southern Relief Road. Wouldn't be safe. No one would do it.
I'd just sort of challenge anyone to. We don't actually. If you try to cross a comparatively narrow section of lane with traffic in only one direction, it is immeasurably easier than trying to cross naturally a wider carriageway, but also with traffic in 2 directions. It's obviously more challenging to do that. So that separation of those is absolutely invaluable. It makes the difference. It more than halves the challenge, to put it in some analytical terms, because you can't generally, unless you put a refuse island, and sometimes those small refuse islands aren't the most appealing because you're then stuck between 2 lanes, whereas this is a large, wide area that you can get.
How wide?
Well, at the moment, in the master plan allows it to get to something in the region of 15 to 20 metres. So it's a very
20 metres.
Yeah. So every time I look at it, it looks like a smiley face to me because it sort of pinches out as it comes from the roundabout.
What would it be?
So
Does it have a path going through it?
It would have numerous paths going through it, but also landscaped. A lot of this is led by and best illustrated within the landscape strategy. So this is only the central part. The village concept, as I understand it, actually has this same landscape flanking as well on either side. So
this is the bit in the middle of the 2 lanes.
Yes, so I'm just saying that you've got a consistent theme. A bit on the edge, small lane, bit in the middle,
Right.
small lane.
You
another
would
bit.
expect people to actually to cross at the signalised crossing, but also
Yeah,
other,
absolutely.
other
Yeah.
bits as well.
Yeah, absolutely, completely. That's exactly the intention, to allow that breakdown of, and again, just response to the some of the feedback from the design panel, and
It'd have to be wide enough, wouldn't it, to allow the lorries to get through easily?
the individual lanes.
Yeah.
Oh yes, that's why I referred to the idea of having multiple sections where you can narrow it right
You
down.
couldn't narrow it too far.
Oh yeah, but I mean, you can get down to 3.5 metres for a lorry to happily pass, and that's to use an example, that would be similar to what we have outside. If we go outside today and you walk out of the entrance, there's a one-way section of road
Oh yes.
on the high street coming down.
one-way high street.
One-way high
Oh,
street.
yes.
Yeah. So
Crossing that
crossing that section versus crossing the other side,
downward.
where you've
right.
got multiple lanes to cross. So that's that's probably just the best example to look at in the differential width we're talking about.
Okay.
And I mean, do you think there'd be breaks in the traffic? I mean, the picture that was painted.
Would it indeed be a non-stop wall of HGVs,
No.
or would there be breaks?
No, of course there would be breaks. Yeah, I mean the flows along it. We can come to the numbers probably later on.
We will
yeah,
come back
exactly.
to numbers. It's me taking things slightly off. I couldn't resist.
Yes, they would. Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, absolutely.
We will. Let's come back to the flows later. Moving things forward to, in fact, the next big topic area, if that's all right.
Yep.
So we've done now, just so that we're keeping track, done that your historical context. We've done the national context, national policy and guidance. And indeed, I think that's all of that now. I've asked you to apply that national guidance to the scheme in terms of the key components of it being vision-led in terms of its early design. Now I want to move forward to optioneering. So as I'd said at the beginning, higher level optioneering so far as the infrastructure proposals go. Could you explain to the inspector how that was done and how we ended up with the solution that we essentially have at the moment?
Yes. So I think it's worth treating the optioneering. I don't want to go back too much to the local plan stage, but there are probably two substantial stages of optioneering. One is the why. Should you do it? And I picked some of this up in my para 4.41. Bear with me a second. Which is on page 33 of my evidence, where I go through the evidence that we discussed earlier this morning, what work has been done over many years of trying to find solutions to Sittingbourne's challenges, or the borough more widely, and I try to consolidate these down and reference them back to the evidence as to what has been tried. And I think that is important for the optioneering at the highest level. And I'll just quickly headline them. That one of the options is just sort of locally mitigate. Just deal with sites, let them come forward and just deal with it on a bit by bit basis, which really, as far as I see it, is what happened at the 2017 adopted plan, with its associated review period and deficit. Then there's the option of managing with land use planning, so simply just trying to find another place to put your growth around there. And I think we've seen some pretty extensive options being considered, and no local plan yet resolving that, suggesting that we've kind of exhausted, the council have exhausted those options. I touch on alternative optioneering. Could you do something about M2 Junction 7? I think there was a lot of faith put on that in some of the previous plan processes. So don't go down a Junction 5A, go down a improve somewhere else. That hasn't proved to be a deliver us a successful plan, an effective plan yet. And I think it has some inherent problems about why, because it could be conceptually. Just indulge me a moment to explain a point on it could be seen that improve another junction somewhere is easier than deliver a new junction. That might be a pretty reasonable conclusion to get to as a layman, and the obvious one in question might be junction 7, which is, just for your benefit, would you like to look at a plan just to get reference to that, or are you comfortable
Yeah, it's
with
Faversham, isn't it?
Faversham? Yeah, Brindley
And
Corner,
last
often referred
one.
to as.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Perhaps we could have a plan.
Yeah, absolutely. Probably a good one would be if you go to the TA 7.31.3, which I think is a site context volume of the transport assessment.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Okay.
If you skim down to page 6, there's nothing particularly relevant about it. It's just a site location plan, but I think it gives us the whole of the borough. And we just about get Brindley Corner in the corner. Oh, no pun intended. You should just... So very far right of that plan, we can see the junction between a blue road, 2 green roads and a red road. You got that?
Yep.
So Brindley Corner is a challenging one, and it's why it's stumped a lot of people for quite a while now. It's not always clear, but the strategic road network here is oddly, to some extent, the M2, which is the blue road, and the A2, which is the one going off to the right, not the one going to the north. So it's the roads at 6 o'clock and 3 o'clock of that junction. Can you see that one?
The A2 goes straight on, isn't it?
So this is actually the challenge. So the A2 goes straight on, but the strategic road network, so the route to the ports, the thing that
North.
no, it goes east. So the junction, so the strategic road network, National Highways concern, is the M2, which is south of that junction, or south, or then goes west, and the A2 is east. So what that means is that all of that strategic traffic on the strategic road network has to go off the M2 at the slip roads, through the roundabout, and off down the A2. The road.
The A2 carries on, doesn't it?
So the road to the north is actually the 299 going to Thanet, which is
At the end of the M2 then?
yeah. The M2 finishes.
Oh, I see.
The M2 stops there, and then to carry on towards the main points, which is the ports, Dover, etc., requires you to come off the M2, go up the slip road, onto the roundabout, and turn around.
And turn right.
And turn around the roundabout and go onto the A2. So that's your strategic road network. So if you're National Highways, you're the SRN, that's the bit you're worried about, that movement. If you're the county council, you're concerned to a certain extent with almost primarily the 299, which goes to the north, which is actually the free flow point from the M2 into the the carriageway you're on that goes under the junction. And then any growth that comes from Swale, particularly geared towards Faversham, needs to sort of come on the red road, the A2, if you will, the other side. And what that creates is this real conflict here between 3 objectives: local traffic trying to join that junction, the strategic road network, and the county objective of the maintenance of that. So sorry there for being a long, complicated explanation, but it's really just to try and highlight how one of the options that's been explored by Swale in the past is to go, we'll just fix junction 7 and that will be the future growth. And a point that I've always had a problem with that is that it's a really hard problem to solve in a strategic sense, to deal with National Highways objectives and to substantially, which then leads into a situation where, it sounds odd, but a new junction is a hell of a lot easier than that, because it doesn't have those conflicting objectives in the same way. So sorry taking you on that tedious journey there through.
But so basically from junction 7, the rest of the A2 then becomes part of the strategic road network under National Highways.
The A2, which is
sorry, the A. Did I say? Yeah, the A2.
Yes, that's all. That remains the SRN, but it's a very odd situation. It goes sort of through the
It
junction.
stops, doesn't it? I mean, it isn't part of the strategic
Yeah.
road network west, is it?
No, east.
It's only east. of
Only
that
east,
junction.
south and east of that junction is
Yes,
the strategic road network. So, in an ideal world, from National Highways' point of view, I suspect the junction wouldn't be there, and it would just. But you've got the conflict between movement. So all of your trucks, all your strategic traffic needs to go through the roundabout.
Yeah, I
When
see.
really you'd want to fly through on the junction. So that's really to highlight that that's one of the challenges why M2 Junction 7 as an option is difficult, to say the least. Sorry about that. Had you gone to that
What
point?
about 6?
Sorry?
What about 6?
6, unfortunately, doesn't. It has its own conflicts. It has its own challenges. It's really close to 7, and if you look at where it orientates with respect to the 251, that's got its own local problems as well, because that's one of the sort of infamous junctions that have been upgraded or attempt to be upgraded with some challenges over the years, because it ties straight into the route into the High Street.
Oh, I see.
Going north, well, not High Street, but going north into Faversham, which Mr. Weaver has spoken about, actually. We'll come back to, no doubt. And then finally, the other point of strategic options is one of optioneering. Sustainable travel. Yeah, an entirely sustainable travel focused solution. Yeah, we effectively delivering all growth that Swale needs with absolutely no substantial infrastructure. And this, I think, is the point that Mr. Simons drew me to earlier, which was when does vision become wishful thinking? When does it become? It go too far. It loses pragmatism. It's not cognizant of constraints and realities, and that has been tried as well in the evidence base that I discuss in Swale's evidence base. They have tried aggressive mode shift targets and still don't get answers that gives them the ability to get a plan to adoption. So sorry to take that, but it's just, I think, useful to set that as a high level options. With that established, we're in a world of where I think we are, strongly think we are coming out of the plan evidence gathering, is that we need a new junction and we need a new road. So where are we going to put that, and how are we going to deliver it? And I pick up on this in my evidence on 4.4.5 onwards, and I'll promise to keep this bit brief. So it's page 35 in my evidence. Junction spacing, we can't really get any closer to junction 5. So on that plan, you're looking at, you need about 3 kilometre separation. So you can't really go that much further west than our proposal. Sorry, getting a bit
I've
warm.
really got to take my jacket off. It's all right. Carry on.
No, the aim of the junction is to serve Sittingbourne, because we talked about having 2 junctions already at Faversham, and the solution we really need is Sittingbourne and Sheppey. We know that we need to connect to the protected corridor of the Northern Relief Road, which gives us a fairly kind of defined landing point on the A2. We've touched on the value that was in early work of providing some relief to Bapchild. So again, the infrastructure needs to land in that location. And if we're going to get all the benefits of this, we need to realise the opportunities at the science park. And I'm not best placed to talk to the value in economics and employment and commerce that can be taken, and others probably, I'm sure Mr. Bashworth will, in planning terms. But it's been a key theme through everything we've talked about this morning, that we all went there, we've all been to the science park. I think it's an untapped potential, and it's highly constrained at the moment. So any solution to infrastructure and road building that ignored gaining access to or improving access to the science park would be a missed opportunity. Significant
Just put that into sort of reality for us. At the moment, the Kent Science Park, which obviously our inspectors visited, you went, didn't you, on the site visits? You know how scale of operation it is. If you're at the Kent Science Park and you want to get onto the M2 for your strategic moving around on your lorries, how does that work?
If you want to the M2,
the M2's a stone's throw away.
Yep, absolutely.
See it. From
you can. We walked quite. That was one of the shorter parts of the walk.
Sure.
Well, assuming Ruins Barn Road is open, which it wasn't on the day of our, and that wouldn't
Okay.
be
Assuming it is.
wouldn't be fair to judge
No,
it
it wasn't, was it?
on that basis. You would head north,
Go up Ruins Barn Road.
up Ruins Barn Road, Woodstock Road, and ultimately through the residential roads that lead you to the
You
A2
got
corridor.
rural and residential roads.
Rural initially, then residential, until you get to the A2 with its associated congestion, and then you'd make your way through one of the radial routes. And the obvious one would be the A2, but actually increasingly you'll be taken to one of the others, bobbing generally, which is the next junction up, to get onto the 249.
And then round.
And then round and down the 249 and onto
How
that.
long does it take?
Well, that is very variable depending on the time of day and the
enough.
traffic congestion
fair.
situation. But I mean, that is one of the reasons why, and I have complete sympathy with Councillor Bonney's position on this one and the residents group, and we saw it ourselves, admittedly with Ruins Barn Road closed, but I've been there many times. There's a strong temptation to use the alternative roads that are available to access the science park, because the alternative is to go to do that journey we just discussed.
Saying Science Park, people trying to get to the Science Park will go in any number of ways to get there.
Yeah. So one of the most, as I understand it, one of the most popular routes, as referred to as through Tunstall and Ode Street, which is because ultimately that's getting you to junction 5 of the A249 and M2.
Trying to get there as directly as they can
Yeah.
to get onto the
It just-
motorway.
On your plan, Mom, if you just look briefly at that, you might be able to see, if you take you can see the science park hidden under the red, I think.
Yeah.
If you were to just go a small distance north of there, and you can see the green underneath the red where the quarries are, immediately to the west of that there's a route which takes you through Tunstall and all the way onto Ode Street, and then jumps you underneath the M2 and you join the 249 and can get back. Well, now it takes you directly onto the Stockley roundabout. An understandably popular alternative route. I'm going to use my language
So, I
carefully.
mean, did you, at a very high level, I mean, they're sort of stating the obvious, what you might think is obvious, but what then are the benefits of allowing people who are trying to get to and from KSP essentially direct access onto the motorway, in terms of the trips that are being taken away from those rural or suburban roads?
Could you just repeat that again for
In
me?
terms
Sorry.
of people at KSP trying to get onto the M2,
Yep.
who otherwise at the moment are going through rural roads or suburban roads, what are the benefits of reassigning those trips onto the Southern Relief Road, onto the M2?
Well, the traffic benefits are probably apparent in the question, or the transport benefits. The benefits are more to do with the accessibility and the opportunity for growth in the science park as a commercial area. I think in truth it's more of a
It'll be one for Mr. Dobson.
yes. I think so.
Well, we'll ask him. Okay, so you've been through those different issues and constraints. What about overall then, in terms of how you're getting some fresh water.
Thank
you so much. The consequences of all of that for what the point is of the infrastructure on
Yep.
offer in terms of affecting change, as you've described.
Yeah.
What's your view?
So picking up that point about traffic having to route through the town centre, as we discussed earlier on, or some taking alternative rural routes, that I think it's the objective of the infrastructure is to deal with the problem we have outside the door here, and that we've heard every day that we've been sitting in here, be that the congestion or the frustration or the irritation, but not, I should say, and it comes back to my fundamental point of this concept of road space reallocation. It's to prevent the opportunity for sustainable growth. I know I've repeated that a few times, but it is absolutely critical, is that if you don't provide, what are the alternatives for Sittingbourne to grow in a sustainable manner? For its existing residents to be given the opportunity and the chance to change their behaviour and to adopt the alternative modes, dangerous subject to go in. If you just take the status quo, you could do that an entirely constraint-based approach, which is just to suddenly whip away half the highway capacity and turn it all to cycle lanes and bus lanes without the associated infrastructure. But I think we all need to be quite pragmatic about the political will to do that and the likelihood of that happening. And I think we also need to be pragmatic of the economic implications of doing that and the opportunity for the town. So there is a need to again, and then harking back to this morning, that striking the balance point again. That's it. We need to find an infrastructure-based solution which is aligned to the core vision, which we have, which is also aligned with national policy objectives to get sustainable growth. That really is. I mean, it's very easy to say and hard to achieve. So I think I've made the point I've made before. And so beyond all of those objectives we've set, and all of those options that we've had to consider and those constraints to work around, that's where we then move into the detail of the offering, which I touched on, and how it integrates with the master plan. And how
you've been talking quite a lot about get sustainable growth.
Yep.
So I'm not totally clear where you're talking about. Are you talking about the development?
Everywhere, both.
But your development, as I understand it, is proposed to be the area of growth, the main area of growth, isn't it?
So we're not just talking about this next period. I mean, we go beyond, don't we?
Of course do, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So there are opportunities. I mean, growth can come from, and again, this is risk straying outside of my territory here, but the Eurolink employment area, for instance, which stands to derive significant benefits. I have no doubt, just from my own observations, there's optimization of that land use to come to get other employment, commercial activities that might be constrained by the transport offerings. So I think we're looking way beyond the horizon of this development's completion.
Okay.
Thank you. Before we move on to the next big topic, which is the sustainable transport strategy, which might just about be the last topic that we have time for, even if we are able to finish it today, which let's see if we can. I just wanted, in your by way of sort of wrapping this bit up, in your section 5 of your proof of evidence, on page 59,
Sorry,
page 59. You've got section. Have you got that?
Yep, I have.
Section 5.2, planning for well-designed, sustainable places from the outset, and you've set out here at 5.2.1 some comments about the master planning exercise. You've got some bits about what Mr. Sutherland was talking about in his evidence. And what you do at the end of this paragraph and beyond then is you set out what 109 of the framework says. And I think this is a bit that Mr. Bamber talked about in his evidence as well. The idea, if you just turn over the page, you set out 109, it says transport issues should be considered from the earliest stage of the plan-making process and development proposals using a vision-led approach. And it sets out A to F what this should involve. And you then, over several paragraphs, go through certain of those things, to assess the extent to which those things in 109 have actually happened. No need to read all of that out, but is there anything in particular so far as the accordance with what 109 is all about that you want to draw to the inspector's attention?
Well, I would hope that from what has been presented, that actually the initial paragraph, there's a strong demonstration that it accords with the opening concept of it being there from the earliest stage, that it being vision-led with reference to the evidence, and identifying transport solutions that deliver the well-designed, sustainable, popular places, as we touched on. So just as an outset, that point, obviously, what that then goes on to, the various points, which you say, I won't go through all of them, except to say that having done a review of it and having been guided by it, and obviously this has had some wording changes in the more recent revisions to the MPPF.
Of course.
Essentially being satisfied that we are entirely consistent with all aspects of that, even some of the more challenging ones.
What are the more challenging ones?
Well, I mean, I touched on earlier, and it's at risk of evangelising the point about here, changing transport technology and usage. that can be a very hard thing to reflect in development.
How is it reflected here?
Well, in the sustainable transport strategy, and again, I don't want to the risk being accused here of looking too far into the future, but we did want to make sure that the opportunity wasn't lost. So elements like the sustainable movement corridor and the public transport component of it are fundamentally included, and we might come on to the detail later. They're fundamentally included to provide space for innovation in technology.
What do you mean exactly?
Well, when we were building up to this, and from my own experience of engaging with various organisations, one of the big challenges with allowing innovation in technology, which, at the risk of sounding again blue sky in this one, we are looking now to, obviously the electrification is coming quite rapidly, but when we're talking about automation and those sort of factors, which will play a significant role. Automation of vehicles. Getting that going and testing it and operating it and running it still comes with challenges of safety and interaction and concern.
Of course.
So having space where you can provide for that is something that came out of our research and our engagement with operators.
Where's the space here?
On the sustainable movement corridor, this separate corridor, which is fundamentally. Well, this is one of the challenges. It's at various points adopted a name of a guided busway, but as the sustainable transport strategy makes clear, it is space. It is setting aside and building in space for innovation. Now,
saying today it might be buses, but
maybe it might be
something
conventional
else.
Buses, and they might derive, if Mr. Bamber is to be believed, limited benefit. But
we'll come back to them.
But then it may also play so that's again a little bit back into the forward thinking, not backward looking. If we sat there and said this is exactly what's going to happen now and we're going to plan for it, we wouldn't be very forward looking.
The only problem, I mean, I can understand what you're saying, but the only problem is that, I mean, supposing you obviously you would have to provide what you can provide whenever it, I don't know, now or 10, whenever it's provided. And then, of course, the development's finished. And then, how does that then change? I mean, supposing it's a change of technology and there's something else that would be better there, but I mean, that would all take funding. So where would that come? I mean, how would that come about? Because the developer would obviously have gone by then. So how would it?
Well, in terms of the developer having gone, that.
I know you're monitor and manage thing.
Well, not just. I mean, this is a long lifespan to this.
Well, it is long, but it's only, I don't know, 20 or 30 years, which is not insane.
So my reflection is that is my own view is that in the context of technology change is the window we're talking about. Maybe not flying cars yet, but but no, but we are talking about a rapid evolution of technology. So I think we are in an evolve to the extent where actually it's things are emerging and changing. I think only just yesterday we still talk about is it Uber or someone else starting to get driverless cars being released within London. So the technology is moving on already into that. So I don't think that 20 years is the end of as in. I don't think we're not going to see that innovation in 20 years. We will see it in 5 or 10 years.
Once it's provided, then it is more difficult to change, isn't it?
Yes, it is. I think that's why we will be looking at things that end up being essentially carriageways. So we'll be looking at carriageways, so space. So a couple of a bit of space on that corridor to be used that can be used. Doesn't need to change. There might be retrofit for instance. We talk about conductive charging of vehicles so they can charge while they move, that you can experiment with that and try it to roll out. That can be retrofitted and removed, so there's lots of opportunities for that. So I'm pretty confident that if we don't set aside these opportunities and set aside this space, then it's an opportunity missed. But you are correct to say that there will be a point where you have to define it. But not just the monitor and manage, but things like the transport steering group, I think it's referred to in the 106, is going to have quite a life to it, regrettably, possibly. Yes, it has. Yep. No, absolutely.
Okay.
So, that segues nicely into the next topic I wanted to ask you about. And as I say, I don't know whether we will quite finish it today, but we'll do what we can. The next topic is the sustainable transport strategy. Obviously, you've said lots of things that are relevant to that strategy already. I suppose starting point, really, given all the things you've said, is what was the vision for it, and then once you've explained that, we're going to need to get on to what steps are being taken to achieve the vision for the sustainable transport strategy here in all of its different permutations.
Yeah. Okay. So, I mean, I touched on the vision earlier, and maybe we could go back to, because the vision's very high level. One paragraph referred to. We then crystallise that into some objectives, which I think are in 3 point.
What's the CD?
Sorry, my apologies. It is the Sustainable Transport Strategy, Volume 5. Yes, the Southern TA. 7. Yes, you got it.
It'd be 7.31.5.
That's it. So we did the vision earlier, so 3.3.4, I think. Is that the right place? Oh, hang on. Oh, I'm looking at the wrong document myself, that's why. It's helpful if I get the right one.
It's PDF page 21.
Yep. Okay, so this is just give a little background to this. Some of these objectives that we've set here, they've been developed to be sort of, well, they were developed at the time to be aware of and consistent with, but building on Swale's own transport strategy drafts that they were preparing. But really what we were actively trying to do was to and I did come in for a little bit of criticism on this at the time, or we did, by suggesting that possibly the draft transport strategy at the time was a little bit conventional from Swale. It just said the right thing. So we'll get people to walk and we'll get people to cycle, but it didn't. I don't think it fell clearly into the vision context, and you can dig around in the consultation responses, I think, from someone and find a slight frustration at that, maybe. But we were attempting to push beyond. And again, it's another illustration of this looking to the future and not being constrained again. So I don't think I necessarily will go all three of those because it's quite a long time, but it's quite clear that it starts with the intention to promote and encourage sustainable travel, which is stated, with the objectives for health and air quality. Again, this being cognizant of the challenges facing sustainable travel locally. This is point 2, ensuring that the measures respond effectively and pragmatically to these by ensuring transport network holistically, which is a point I keep coming back to on that point. Ensure that the need for and opportunities to effect a wider change through large-scale strategic development are maximised, and this is the influence of positive benefits more widely. Touch on there about having innovation and technology that we just touched on that goes beyond that area, and I also touched about the innovation in analysis and monitoring earlier, and again clearly demonstrably deliverable and tangible measures to achieve the objectives and to learn. So that's what we went on to. So that's the manifestation of the objectives, also the manifestation of the vision in the form of objectives that go through there, and I think it might be just let's move on. So I think it might be quite useful, just interesting to state how that sits in. So the intention of the sustainable transport strategy is it's not only the constraints I've touched on, but it is also the opportunities. So there's an element of being a bit, possibly negative, but we need to remember we've got some absolutely incredible opportunities. And I think in other topics we've talked about high-speed rail here. I think, Ms. Simons, in your cross-examination earlier, you talked about it. If you associated that with access to London, you're starting to talk about world-class connectivity, and I think that's a valid world-class connectivity. So you're not, in terms of not only the quality of the the form of transport, but the destinations it opens up to you. And I think that's a valid observation. So while we talked earlier on, I'll come back in a moment to the internalisation and how critical that is. The sustainable transport strategy needs to leverage those opportunities. It can't ignore them. It needs to take that forward and build around it. And that ties into those objectives.
Okay, so that's the opportunity. What that's the vision also.
Yep.
But what are the key components, and why do you think that this leveraging that you describe is actually happening?
Yeah. So we touched on this quite a bit earlier, actually. So we sort of got a bit of ahead on where I thought we might bring this up. This subject of internalisation, and I'm going to try and. Unfortunately, it's not anywhere in the document, but to try and focus on, and it is referred to in the TRICS guidance, and it's quite one of the fundamental principles of vision planning about something.
Go on. Sorry.
Yeah, something that others will have heard of, but this triple access concept. Now, it's a bit of a mouthful, appreciate, but it's. What it's saying is that we often talk about accessibility or sustainability and just throw it around as one word, but what this tries to look at is that there are many ways to achieve that, and what it talks about is spatial proximity, which is where this internalisation comes from. That's one important. You can achieve a lot just by having things close, by having those local centres. Then it talks about technology and the way in which we can just eliminate the need to travel through what we're all experiencing, more remote working, Teams calls, whatever it might be. And really the last component of that is the one that we traditionally look at, which is mobility, which is kind of the acceptance that people move. And the development sort of embraces that principle from the outset by starting with the principle of how can you make sure almost people don't need to travel, and if they do, it doesn't appear on the network. You know, you don't notice it, which is the whole walkable neighbourhoods or the internalisation within the sustainable movement corridor, and that. So therefore, we're really pushing into the land use planning being critical to that, which we've touched on. I won't go back over that master plan point anymore because we've gone over that through the DAS, etc. And we talked earlier on about the 65% of headline person trips, but the sustainable transport strategy doesn't stop there. So the sustainable transport strategy, linking up to the point about high-speed rail, needs to look at how it can connect to those opportunities. We talked about the DAS, one of the visions being the connection to those other areas, how you can make sure that when that 35% of trips that do need to go externally, how can we make sure they are non-car as much as possible? And that actually is kind of one of the focus areas that Mr. Bamber goes into.
It certainly is.
And we will come back to the quantification of that, I'm sure, later, possibly after having a
2-week break.
A 2-week break from it, before we dive into it.
Okay. So before we come back to the quantification, so the modal split and all of that, what are those components of the? So it's going beyond all the steps taken to internalise trips. What steps? What are the key things to try and reduce reliance on car for external trips? So
it's quite like, if possible, just to explain this concept of road space reallocation, because that's the founding principle of it. We talked about these wider benefits and the opportunities the road provides to make space available within Sittingbourne, or to free up that challenge, that conflict that exists. So that this is just as a brief example of where this has happened before. It's not a new concept, so I didn't invent it. When the congestion charge was introduced in London, obviously the primary intention was to get reduced traffic volumes in the centre. And this is something I worked on back in the early 2000s. There was understandably a concern of creating essentially a rich person's charter. You know, you charge someone a sum of money, they can get into this boundary and they can drive their cars around on empty roads. But what we worked on 20 years ago was projects to go, no, we're going to steal back that space. We're going to reallocate that space, we're going to grab it. And that's how we have things like the cycle superhighways that go through the centre of London, is about getting back that space. So your trigger point is, what can we do to relieve that conflict and give people other opportunities? In the case of congestion charge. It's very stick-based.
I was going to say, these are your sticks from earlier on,
Yes,
aren't they?
absolutely.
These are more constraints.
Yeah, so you're pushing that point. But what we've done in terms of realising it, and you've seen in the work that's been done as part of this inquiry process, is to start to visualise what that would be in the Woodstock Road corridor. So the drawings and the designs that we've worked on with KCC, and I should get a reference for you for those. It's in the... Yeah.
It is, hang on. They are...
So it's 37, isn't it?
It is 34.12.2. You mean the sequence of plans?
Yep, that's right.
34.12.2,
I've
and it
got one missing,
begins
isn't it?
on PDF 17 and following.
Thank you.
We've looked at 34.12.2. Page. Hang on. It was 20. Page 17 and following. Those are the diagrams
Yep.
of it. Is that what you want?
That's right.
Just on that point about reallocate,
Yep.
just to go back to your congestion charge
Yep.
points, you said about reallocating the space.
Yep.
So I didn't quite understand what your example there, how that happened.
How the London congestion charge happened.
No, I know how that happened.
Oh, sorry.
But the reallocation of space.
So the congestion charge itself is not reallocating any space on
No.
roads. So what
It's
happened?
providing the space.
What did happen to reallocate
So-
space?
Transport for London coming forward with a series of proposals
For what?
for
Was that sort of bus lanes?
bus lanes, cycle lanes. So I refer to the cycle
Those
superhighway.
Loo cycle,
Yep.
superways.
Various
or whatever.
points
Yeah.
sponsored by me, I think, at one point. But yeah. So I mean, you're a significant intervention in that space that would have previously been in conflict, wouldn't it, with the vehicle movements? So it's yeah. I can't.
It's reallocating, but it's still people who can afford to pay it are the ones who can
Yeah.
use their cars. isn't it?
Yes, but they're then experiencing a similar level of arguably journey time and congestion that they would have done.
Not getting stuck behind a
Well, no. So if you imagine you're on a section of carriageway that previously was
bus.
2 lanes in each direction for traffic,
yes.
for
Yeah.
instance, for example, and it's been that way because of the traffic demand, the congestion charge frees up, reduces the number of people using the roads, so the congestion might reduce.
Yeah.
But instead you grab back that space, and the congestion, I mean, in theoretical stays the same, but you've
Yeah.
now got more people moving, you've got more prioritisation to those other modes.
But would 20-mile-an-hour limits, because they're all over the place now, aren't they?
Yeah, absolutely.
Would that also sort of
Yeah,
have
absolutely.
some effect?
It acts as a constraint, and it's another way of doing, a softer way of doing it, and what it can do is start to break down, if necessary, the use space. So
Yeah.
where you've got not shared environments, but where cyclists are using the carriageways,
Yeah.
20-mile-an-hour zone makes that more amenable, doesn't it? Not crossing, but being on the carriageway. So
Yeah,
you're cycling.
cyclists, yeah.
Exactly, yeah. So that's a similar example. And those measures to introduce those restrictions can be harder to do if you don't have the alternative. You know,
You don't have an alternative.
if you don't have the alternative in routing options. So what the relief road does is say to people, there's no good sense in going through the centre of Sittingbourne anymore.
Don't go through Sittingbourne.
Here's the alternative option for those who need to travel and need to drive. You don't need to do it. So you can then penalise, if you will, those that do,
I see.
and with much more likely political buy-in and likely much more success.
Let's just wait for the.
Thank you.
Could I just before we keep going, can I just check? Is it imperative that we literally leave at 4, or is
I
it?
don't
is
think
there-
so. I think
is
I
it
think
sort
we've
of
got. Well, we
10
can go
quarter
on.
past-ish, might that
Yeah.
be okay? Okay, so I just want to check. So, Mr. Wan, you wanted to show us, did you, the plans for the Woodstock Road corridor?
Yeah. So they are on pages, and still has one missing, I'm afraid.
It does. Page 17.
Page 17 onwards. And the best bit to look at really is page 19.
Page 19. So this is sheet 3 of 4. Is
Yep.
that right? Option
Yep.
2.
That's correct. Yep.
This is about halfway up. This proposed piece of infrastructure.
Yep. So
What's going on?
So this is I think actually Councillor Bonney referred to this as a wide corridor. She referred to it as quite pleasant to walk up and down.
Yeah, someone called it boulevard.
Boulevard, maybe. But yeah, it might not be. But okay, not the same boulevard we were talking about earlier. But it is a wide corridor. It has a really quite significant carriageway width. There is, although all of the vast majority of the houses have off-street car parking, you get some car parking taking place along that route, and then you've got relatively free flow traffic in between those because it's such a wide corridor. And this is an example of where if this is the only route available, for instance from the science park, to use an example, there's a lot of pressure to keep it open at that width and to keep it protected as a two-way corridor. As you provide the opportunities, the alternative routing opportunities for people in the form of the infrastructure within the development, it allows you to go into that corridor and take away some of that space that we were talking about. So have the less space for the vehicle traffic and turn more space over to the pedestrians and cycles.
And that's what we're seeing here, is it?
Yes. So you haven't got the before, but you can kind of see it underneath, dotted line. So on that particular example, we're talking about a section outside, I don't know where I've got some trees there, number 68 or something. So 2.2, 6.5 and 4.5.
So just to be clear, the 2.2 in blue is for
pedestrian, yeah, footpath.
The
footway.
6.5 is the road.
Yep.
Are you saying that's narrower than it is at the moment?
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
And the 4.5, that's what?
8.5, and that's the cycle pedestrian facility that at the moment on this proposal is indicated as a shared facility.
Could I just ask you about that?
Yeah.
Because I showed this. I don't know whether it was this one, but a similar diagram on this of this infrastructure to Mr. Bamber, and I suggested to him that in fact the whole thing was completely LTM 120 compliant, and he disagreed. And when I asked why, he pointed to LTM 120 and a single paragraph in it, and the single paragraph to which he pointed, just for everyone's note, was 6.5.4 of it. It is 23, core document 23.1. And it's the bit about shared use surfaces being last resort, generally not favoured, particularly when flows are high. Do you remember all of that stuff? So we look at this diagram, and it looks like you're proposing then a shared surface.
Yep.
So why on earth would you do that?
Well, obviously, aspirationally, you'd put in the best you possibly can, and I'll come back to that in a moment. But I don't accept that a shared facility isn't LTN 120 compliant.
You just unpack why not, or as in why you think it is LTN 120 compliant.
I mean, Mr. Bamber's comment it is valid insofar as it states ideally, you try to do better, try to do more, but it then accepts that particularly in constrained environments, particularly in an environment where if this allows you to have a continuity of route, so you don't give up on a route because you've got a section where that's what you can achieve, then a shared facility is appropriate. And the high traffic or the high cycle volume is also quite critical because we need to contextualise that. There's high cycle volumes in the context of LTN 120, and then that shouldn't be meant to be high mode share. So LTM 120 is a guidance note that tells us about the cycle facilities across the country,
including places like London,
the centre of London, where you may see hundreds of cyclists, in minutes.
We don't need to turn it up, but the table, wasn't it, was talking about different widths if you're either over 300 cyclists an hour or under 300 cyclists an hour, and just to be put a pin in it. Where are we? Well,
we're going to be below 300 cyclists, even if we exceed my aspirations for mode share in this case, because of the nature of the external trips, the distribution across multiple routes, and I can unpack that, but it's probably best done under the section where we're talking and getting into the numbers, which I'm sure everyone's going to frantically try and avoid in the way this is going.
Okay.
But I think it's critical to note that that is probably the only place, I think, really within LTM 120 where we get an idea of differences of flow, what might be high and what might be low. In fact, that table still tells us that over 300 is still acceptable for a shared environment, but you need to make it a bit wider, which actually, for the most part, we comply with.
Is there anything
It
else?
looks as if it looks as if the the cycleway and the pedestrian facility is segregated, one on each side.
No. So pedestrians only on the eastern side,
That's
Yeah.
the
and
blue.
shared on the western side.
The west is both
Oh, it's
ped
shared on
and
the west.
cycle.
There are
in this.
localised areas where
It
we.
just says cycle. It doesn't say pedestrian and cycle.
Oh, does
says-
it?
Oh, that's true. It says
No, it
highway
says-
cycle.
sorry, it says.
But then do you see, it does say that in the key, but then if you zoom in, madam, there's a few boxes
Yes.
that say proposed shared footway, cycleway when it's being widened to go around trees and stuff like that.
Oh, I see.
Which is
Does it need to be though? I mean, why not have? them-
Does it need to be shared?
yes, because you've got dwellings there, frontage access.
Oh, I see.
So you've got people who are coming out of their houses,
Oh, I see.
so they're going to want
Right.
Okay.
to
So-
walk out and.
Anything more at the moment to say about this? I mean, we might come back to it, I suppose, next
No.
week.
Well, only possibly just to say that I think this was misrepresented as the best we could possibly do.
Yes. Well,
Um,
Mr. Bamber did say that. Well, if they could have shown something better, they would have done it. Which I suppose seems like a fair point.
Well, I mean, I just highlight. I'd take, for instance, to the carriageway width of 6.5 metres, which is the constraining point. So once we're up to sort of 4.5 metres in provision, we start to be able to get towards light segregated cycle facilities. So that's where, rather than shared, you've got space for pedestrians and a space for cyclists. The width available is very close to that already, but when we were designing this, we wanted to err on the side of caution and show and be confident that what we're putting on the table is deliverable. So we've generally maintained a carriageway width of 6.5 metres, except for localised narrowing as we go past the
You're
junctions.
saying that might not.
No, so-
that might be different in the end.
No,
or
so
what?
it's entirely feasible for this carriageway to come down to say 5.5 metres. It would need to consider how other vehicles, would this route be used by buses? At the moment there's a limited bus service that runs down there, but whether that remains in the pattern of bus services that will be reconfigured with the development, it's probable but not certain that actually you'd be able to get 5.5 is a very normal width size of road, and then you would be able to move this facility towards segregated.
If the road was, that's what you're saying. If the road was 5.5, that would
Yep.
give you another metre.
Yep.
And what could you do with that metre?
Achieve the next step up
Next
to
step.
sort of something like light segregation with space for both.
Okay.
So sort of a 3 metre cycle facility. So what you're referring to Mum, where you put your cyclists against the road and the pedestrians against the boundary edge of the.
You'd have a note.
Yeah, we try to move away from just a line anymore. Painted line. It tends to maybe sort of stepped changes where you have some more physical separation
Yeah.
that you can achieve, so that it's a more clearly demarcated space.
Okay.
But that's available as an option. But we've tried to just not promise unrealistically, but that doesn't mean you can't go beyond.
What are the other key components of the sustainable transport strategy to draw out before we get next week into what they'll do in terms of modal share?
Yeah. So, well, we've picked up a couple of times on this the Highsted Road corridor, or the Highsted Road gateway. Sorry, not corridor. And I haven't heard anyone sort of directly dismiss it as an idea. It hasn't been challenged. I mean, in principle, to me, and I think the fundamentals of the scheme is that you're talking about a key radial link into the centre of Sittingbourne, which we can, as a result of the infrastructure, close to other traffic.
This is one of your sticks.
Yes,
essentially.
exactly. Yeah. So, and again, this is another example of how I mean, I think, Mum, you referred to closure as being one of the
Yeah.
options available to us as a response of reallocation of road space. So I think Councillor Bonney spoke about how important that corridor is for people travelling from the villages into Sittingbourne, and I don't doubt that's correct in the current highway context. But with
Right.
the introduction of the roads, it's a different highway
Different
context,
network.
different network, and therefore that can be achieved without the sort of grave concerns that are being expressed, and therefore and we could get into a debate over how many minutes are saved versus that, but just in principle, again, coming back to my perception point, creating a situation where buses can travel on that direct line into Sittingbourne, on that radial route, and can go through there as well as other modes, where others, if you're driving, are forced
To go round.
to go round and in if they must, is a perception and as well as time. And perception is almost more important sometimes than.
But you think perception could actually be more important?
Well, it's certainly a significant contributing factor, because if you, a lot of this talk about why people drive is sometimes if you're just occupying the same space as the bus.
Yeah.
And I think Mr. Bamber makes that point along the sustainable movement corridor. But in the case of Highsted, you can't go there, but if you're on a bus, you can.
Yeah.
We have to have some.
Yeah.
See some confidence that has value, and it's critical that that's something that's got a lot more scope in Kent now. There's been some changes that maybe Kent can talk to about bus gates being something that's far more achievable and manageable. There's been a history with enforcement of those types of facilities, but there's been a transition, and I hope I'm not speaking out of turn. Mr. Millar possibly can speak to this about the ability now for Kent to enforce those themselves rather than being reliant on, say, police.
And
to
the
do
point about these, we're calling them radial routes, I think, into that almost go almost as the crow flies, kind of directly into wherever.
Yep.
It's just that you're getting on a bus or on a bike. You're targeting Sittingbourne Station, or not necessarily the station.
No, but the
this is
centre,
a route
yeah.
into the station. The bus could deposit you there.
Yep.
Could you just explain to the inspector the key kind of components of, both stations really, how we'll get to station accessibility, and also the enhancements to those stations to make sure that they're going to be properly accessible, particularly for cyclists.
Yep. So we really have sort of, with respect to Sittingbourne Station and the Sittingbourne Centre, we have sort of three main radial corridors served by the development. Woodstock Road we've just talked about, and the proposed works that we've just been looking at with respect to cycle and pedestrian to a lesser extent. We've then talked about the Highsted Road corridor, which as we go round the town is your next sort of radial route. And then you've also got the A2 corridor, which really relates to Tenham into Sittingbourne and Oakwood into Sittingbourne. That corridor itself, the huge beneficial impact of that obviously is relative traffic reduction on that route as a result of the infrastructure being proposed. And then within the 106 there is now commitment which is associated with the northern application for a segregated facility along the length of the A2 from Bapchild into to this sort of area around here. Again, taking advantage of a lot of that space that's available already, with the opportunities for the traffic reduction in there to allow enhancements to junctions, advanced stop lines if you're going for on carriageway solutions, those sort of options. So that's Sittingbourne Station, and all those distances are, I'd argue, eminently within cycling distance. I'd suggest a very different view to Mr. Bamber on the cyclability of Sittingbourne as it stands. I find it to be quite an enjoyable cycle for most of it.
Enjoyable? Wow.
Yeah, I mean, I've cycled myself numerous times.
By all those big hills, are you?
No, and I think, I appreciate that subjective, and we could just talk about numbers, but I don't personally, having cycled it myself in the past and again recently, to just, with the benefit of Mr. Bamber's evidence, to see whether I'd imagined it when I've done it previously, I don't see it as this.
He thought it was very unlikely.
I'm trying to think of the best way to describe it. It felt like it was being referred to as being sort of anti-cycling or sort of.
Well, certainly not conducive
yes,
to,
yeah.
to
But
cycling.
I don't particularly. I don't at all see it, in truth. I don't think the topography, it's not completely flat, but then we'd do well to find many places that are completely flat.
Yes, even Cambridge.
Yeah.
Even Cambridge has the odd hillock. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's one of the key points for the connectivity, be that by bus or be that by cycle. Tenham Station. Oh, sorry, I should say actually for both Tenham and Highsted stations, both have commitments. I think you touched on in cross-examination, Mr. Simons, with for upgrades to cycle facilities at the stations that's been agreed with.
Sorry.
Upgrades to cycle facilities at Tenham
Including
Station.
for people to park their bicycles.
Yes, absolutely that. And I think just while we're on it, I'm loath to go back to electric bikes again, lest you be accused of cycling. We have committed to as part of, again, the commitment was in the transport strategy, to a electric bike, electric cycle hire scheme. I heard some mention towards those having their own safety risks. It's a bit disappointing, I find, because they've been quite successful in numerous places.
Certainly have.
And they can be maybe a gateway drug in some respects, for people to experience the benefits. I know that sounds like a poor choice of phrase, but you use it a couple of times and see the benefits.
I can speak personally to their gateway effect.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay. So just, I suppose, taking a step back, we're going to move on from cycling in a minute, but to what extent should previous cycle patterns around Sittingbourne, I guess I'm talking census, I'm talking 2011 really, but anyway, the history of whether people have cycled, bear on a judgment as to how cyclable things will be in the future in our new scheme with all of this LTM 120 compliant infrastructure, cycle segregation, the sustainable movement corridor, e-bike club, more cycle parking at the stations, all of that. To what extent does the past determine future?
That's I think possibly cycling above all else is the one where the past can be most misleading, because it's probably one of the most underutilised modes because of the distances that can be covered with relative ease, with the low bar of entry to the equipment associated with it, the lack of need for season tickets and an outlay of that sort of thing. It is massively underutilised. I think Active Travel England focus on this. This is why LTN 120 came out at the time it did during COVID, to say there's a huge amount of latent potential in cycling as a mode to be taken up, that if we don't work to take advantage of, and some of that, and Mr. Bamber and I will probably disagree on this one.
I suspect you probably will.
Some of that just comes from an inherent behavioural change. There is almost there's no barriers apart from moving people. Yeah, there is no tangible barriers to doing it. It's so much potential, even without new facilities. Those new facilities all help and they assist and they change, but I think that's the one area where you genuinely can get behaviour change. And I think, again, I keep referring to London, I'm not saying this is in London, but there the percentage increase in cycling uptake has been astronomical. Yeah, absolutely astronomical. 100% or something. But, yeah.
Right then, and I think on this overall topic of the key elements of the sustainable movement strategy.
Yep.
No.
Oh no.
Let's do that.
Yeah.
Let's do Tenham. So access to Tenham Station, including by bike, and then I would want, hopefully, before we end, if we can go to 4:15 or something, ask you about buses. And then pause there.
Yep.
So yeah, Tenham Station also then.
Yep. So
we've talked about cycling into Sittingbourne Station.
Yes, and you're right. I did miss Tenham, didn't I? Sorry for not forgetting it. It's critically important. I mean.
Well, go on.
Well, I mean it. First of all, the sustainable transport strategy is clear that there's a good service from Tenham, but there's a better service from Sittingbourne. Yeah.
Okay. Good
Electric
service.
bikes don't make that noise.
Good service to Tenham, better one from
Yes, but it's a very usable service.
Yeah.
Significant opportunity for travel.
And obviously it connects to Sittingbourne.
So it's connected to Sittingbourne, doesn't have access to the high speed at the moment. Things can change, but it doesn't have access to it now. But certainly lots of opportunity for gaining access, and its distance, its proximity to particularly Tenham West, the northern site, is really quite short. It's a huge opportunity. It's quite direct.
So, I mean, how cyclable is it, really?
It's for many people, it's walkable. So therefore, by cyclable terms, it's very achievable. There's significant pedestrian facilities along the route, recent upgrades that you can see on the ground from developments that have come forward, and a good environment for doing it. And I think, the risk of straying into other territory that we'll pick up later, I think there's a need to just wrestle this point about the safety on Lower Road, Mr. Bamber's point, because that is a component factor, and I think it was raised as a point. Maybe we can get into the detail of it later.
We definitely will get into the detail of it later, but I suppose just by way of headline, so the inspector's not left.
Yes, exactly.
Waiting for 2 weeks as to what you want to broadly, what's your point on that?
The Lower Road that I'm talking about, that connects the development to the station, is not, as I would see it, the part of Lower Road which is subject to the I forget the accident record that Mr. Bamber refers to.
When you say it's not part of what do you mean by that?
So the analysis that Mr. Bamber has done is quite a long section of road, and he's accumulated the accident statistics along there. And when we come to look at the data, you'll see there are a collection of slight accident records on that section, but the really problematic section in Mr. Bamber's data set is the other direction, the rural section of Lower Road. So where we came out onto the site near Frognall farmhouse on the site visit, the bit that goes towards Sittingbourne along there is the section that's got the more it's got some accidents within the data set, and I think that's really important to differentiate, because it is really to some extent a tale of two roads. The Lower Road between the site and the station is well served by pedestrian facilities. It's an amenable place to walk. It's very different to the rural section of Lower Road to the west, and I know we'll come back into that possibly in a more detail, but it's relevant, I think, to this cyclability and walkability point.
Okay, thank you. So just I suppose to put a pin in this, I'm aware of it.
Yeah.
We will probably, if we can go till 10 quarter past, we should finish naturally, I think. Mr. Bamber's take, both for Sittingbourne and for Tenham stations, was that neither one was reasonably accessible or by sustainable modes from the scheme. What's your? Well, it's obvious, isn't it? But what's your view?
I can't see how you can reach the conclusion. I think the words in Mr. Bamber's text is essentially no one. I think essentially nobody will cycle to the stations.
You're certainly not very optimistic about the take-up of cycling.
And I can't reconcile that with the conditions on the ground. My own experience of cycling it, which is obviously I'm going into layman territory here, but also generally the pattern of behaviour that we know people do, cycling as a connective mode to the rail, is in many towns is incredibly popular. I mean, I used to commute into London, and I'm not making the own observations about myself, but the level of cycle parking needed at the station, Kent town, was huge. I mean, it was double stacked with cyclists, with people being drawn in from catchments very similar to what we're talking about here, and I used to do it myself every day, but that's not hugely useful evidence, admittedly. But it certainly puts a basis on. It's this huge potential here for this interconnected trip.
Last but by no means least in this topic is the bus provision,
Yes.
And the starting point is the contribution, the level of which is agreed across the two sites at £11 million with Kent County Council. There's been, particularly by Mr. Bamber, some real dissection of the illustrative routing in the TA, particularly for the south. Not at all. Well, I'm underselling it. He thinks it's fundamentally just not going to work in terms of being able to produce a bus service that works efficiently and effectively because of fundamental failings in the way that the scheme has come forward. Talk us through the stage at which we're at vis-a-vis the bus proposals, and also, I mean, you're going to need to answer Mr. Bamber's more sort of fundamental critique that this is just a non-starter, really.
It's difficult to move away from the way in which bus services are procured in Kent and the way that Kent seek to collect their contributions. Fundamentally, they quite correctly want to integrate proposed services or contributions from developments in a holistic manner with their existing network. It's not only sensible, instead of running additional services necessarily alongside others, it makes sense to operate this holistically and to take that contribution. So anything that we put on the table is merely indicative, in the most indicative sense, more almost indicative than we are talking about highway design. It's very much just to say, really, the plans that were put in the table are to show how you could utilise the Highsted Road corridor to connect the two villages, and how that could, and along with the sustainable movement corridor.
So the actual routing and all of that stuff is just, that's all what for Kent, is it?
Yeah, absolutely. But I think a lot of the criticism focused on, well, this means, and I think the conclusion is, and I'm happy to be corrected and apologies if I am, but I think the conclusion that was drawn was, this tells me you would never get a financially viable service.
That's right. I mean, that's essentially what's being said. Either that you could never, or that it would be very, very unlikely.
Yeah, and I mean that suggests that essentially two blocks of development with circa 4,000 plus houses in them, with all the patronage that can be derived from that, with all of the pump priming from the contribution, can't sustain bus services over a modest distance. You know, it's the distance into the town centre of Sittingbourne and to other locations is not trying to secure a bus service over many, many miles of journey through open, unpatronage gaining countryside or something,
right,
which can be challenging. These are bus services that not only will they gain huge patronage from the development themselves, but also the routes they follow through. And critically as well, the mixed use nature of the development is fundamental. We have a
mixed use.
So in the Highsted block in particular, we have an incredible large block of employment along with the science park and the residential, which means we've got buses that are travelling loaded with patronage in one direction and coming back loaded with patronage in the opposite direction. So you've got your employees coming into the development in the morning, as well as residents leaving the development, and that makes a critical difference, because nothing worse than maintaining viability is running an empty bus, even in one direction. So I cannot reconcile the idea that this development cannot sustain viable bus services, given the mixed use nature of it, and the distances we're talking about, and the routes that are available.
Okay. Is there anything else that you'd like to say? I suppose either about the bus topic, that's maybe enough of an intro to it, but if there's anything else you want to add about it, or indeed about infrastructure, about sustainable transport strategy more generally, at this stage.
Possibly only that from the outset it's always been envisaged that, as subject to a successful determination on the application, that the next stages of this sustainable transport strategy is something that will be engaged with all stakeholders. So there is.
Who are the stakeholders?
So with KCC,
Right.
with Swale, with local resident groups, with parishes. I hear comments about concerns about bus services not operating, for example. But I come back to my point about realising the opportunity in the centre of Sittingbourne. The MPPF is clear, as is any of the guidance we talk about how to deliver sustainable transport. It has to be done joined up thinking. We have to have all of the parties and all the stakeholders working together. So when people accuse us of not having all the answers in this outline application, I think it's important to know that one of the reasons for that is because the next stage is to engage in that process with all of those stakeholders. And the practical reality is that can sometimes only happen once there is clarity that the proposals are
actually happening.
Yeah, and can be very difficult to get effective engagement. And until you get the realisation of...
People are querying whether it's actually happening in the first place.
So exactly. So any detail that people perceive as missing comes not from a lack of willingness to do it. It comes from an expectation and a reality and a framework set within the 106 to do it within a full steering group context.
Now,
sorry.
Where we are is about to, obviously we're not now, but what we will do next time is we'll start with the tour of the infrastructure proposals. So we'll turn to maybe your site visit walk plan and the TA north to south, ending with the motorway junction. That's what we're going to do next time. And after we've done that, we're going to put all of the things that you've been through today and through that section into practice with an analysis of impact against reference case, and we should, with a fair wind, be finished by the end of day 2. But that's it for now.
When you say, oh yes, okay.
By the second, as in by when we come back. I mean.
Okay. Can I just ask one thing? I don't like to call it a guided busway anymore, but
No.
the interconnecting link between villages, would that be run by KCC, or would that be run in a different way by perhaps, I don't know, the Development Trust or whoever it is that runs the...
It's an interesting prospect at the moment. The anticipation is that it would be a corridor that would be subject to adoption. KCC have latterly really... Part of that discussion regarding the contribution has come from KCC taking a much more active role in the delivery of public transport services. So they've really upped their game in terms of becoming the provider, if you will. And I don't doubt that we'll see increasing moves in that direction, as we've seen in other areas of the country where you get mayoral tiers of government, Transport for London, Transport for Manchester, where you get that much more holistic look, and then elements of infrastructure like this will fall into that category, will fall into that engagement. Yep.
Right, thank you very much. Now, before you go, have I got all the rebuttals? So I've got 5 minutes, right? No more, please. You've got yours, Mr. Young. Right, thank you very much. What about yours?
We're nodding. Sorry, not shaking. Nodding ahead.
Right. Okay. So
We've done what we need.
Yes. Okay. Thank you.
Thank
second
you.
point. Please take all your rubbish away. Say it again. A bin at the end there. And third point. You were talking several times about coming back in 2 weeks. I think we've only got a week.
I meant. In the second, I know, I do know that. I meant we're not here next week, are we?
We're not here next week.
The week
but
after that.
We will be here
I'll be
following
here.
Tuesday.
Don't worry. I wasn't
I
wasn't meaning we have 2 weeks off. I meant
No.
we're coming back.
We
Not
do.
next week, but the week after.
All right. Okay. Thank you very much indeed.
Can I just apologise for our later? We were
Oh,
we
no,
were
you
deep
thought
in
it was
conversation.
2
We were
o'clock.
deep in conversation with Mr. Dygan, and
That's all right. I
lost
did
track of
ask.
time.
what-
So sorry.
Just hope you're all right. But yes, no, that's fine. Good. All right. Thank you very much. So we'll adjourn till 9:30 on Tuesday week then. Thank you.